Woodhouse Hall, 21st Century Austen, Book 3. Written by Sarah Marks. Narrated by Sharmila Devar. Fall Semester. September. Chapter 1. Hi! Welcome to Woodhouse Hall. Is this your first semester here at Lockhart State? Holly asked me with full energy that I didn't feel at the moment. It was barely 6 o'clock in the morning. No, I said with a sigh. I knew Holly slightly from Student Government Association, SGA, and I was surprised that she didn't remember me. She stood there in a cute university shirt that I too had somewhere in my bags, and black shorts. Unlike me, her brown hair was pulled back in a perfectly smooth ponytail, not a single hair out of place. Having packed all my clothes, I wore leggings with a random t-shirt that I had found at the bottom of my dresser. My blonde, curly hair was pulled back in something between a bun and a ponytail, curls spilling out of it in a mess. Adam, a resident assistant, RA, in this dorm, drove with me at 4 in the morning. We wanted to get here on time for freshman moving day. She rifled through some papers on the table. "Oh, you're Amelia from SGA," she said, finally showing signs of recognition. "Adam gave us the heads up that you'd be checking in with some of the freshmen today." I smiled at her, trying to avoid looking exhausted. "I bet you're tired from the early drive," she said, looking me up and down with a smile. Clearly, I had failed. I didn't say anything as Holly scanned my ID card, typed a few details into her laptop, and handed it back to me with a packet of papers. Her smile never wavered, but mine was challenging to maintain. It took all of 2 minutes before I was on my way to my room. Lockhart State University, my university, was a well-oiled machine when it came to welcoming the freshmen. It had been doing it for hundreds of years. The arrival of freshmen was a big deal, since this was a significant change in their lives. I remember my own move-in day 2 years ago, which had been far more exciting than this morning had been. I remember being excited to start a new chapter of my life, my own anxiety about being on my own, and being ready to make new friends. Today was just another moving day for me. Getting to the university is a 20-minute drive off the highway, weaving through the insane roads of north-central Massachusetts. The jokes about the stupidity of roads in Massachusetts are true. All of them. Someone must have decided to suddenly give up when they designed these towns. Adam says there was no design. They merely paved the cow paths. Most people misjudge how long it will take to get here, even with your phone giving you an accurate schedule. Today would be a mess if people moved in when they wanted. This has always been a popular public university for first-generation college students. I picked it because of this and their affordability. Now I was in the honors program and an SGA senator for the business school. I loved it here because we were less than 2 hours away from Boston and could take a road trip to New York or Canada if we wanted. Not that we ever did. Every year, the freshman class seemed to get bigger. The move-in procedure was always the same, and I remembered it well. They had their own day as part of their freshman orientation activities and were given specific times to arrive. It was done throughout the day, so they could get settled before orientation. We had seen the first cars on our way in, all parked in the largest campus lot. When they drove up to the dorm at their assigned time, volunteers would greet them before helping them unpack their car. Parents were sent to park elsewhere. They got the freshmen checked in and made sure they were in their new room with all their stuff. This would be my job later in the afternoon, well after my roommate moved in. I needed a shower, a nap, and lunch. Adam would be working with me, so it would be fun. It would soon be a cacophony of sounds. Parents yelling at kids yelling back, crying, laughter, anger, and every other emotion that college freshmen could possibly experience in the first 24 hours of dorm life. I expected to be one of the few juniors living in Woodhouse Hall, and the only one moving in today. If I was lucky, I could get in the shower and settle in the room before the chaos began. Jenna, my roommate, moved in at 8. I had sent her a text message when we pulled up to the dorm, and she had responded with her check-in time. Currently, she was sending me texts about her place in line, what she had for breakfast, a to-do list of things we need to buy, things her parents want to buy for us, and many emojis indicating how excited she is about starting college. It was infectious, and I was relieved that we were getting along already. I had this fantasy that we would be a duo, just like Gwen and I had been for 2 years. I might need to help her transition to life in college, but that could wait until after a shower. I smelled like fast food.
Woodhouse Hall isn't that popular, is it?
Jenna asked me. She hadn't been in the room long. Her unpacked bags were sitting on the floor, her bed was unmade, and her laptop was on the desk, still in the box. Her parents had left us alone while they moved the car to a parking lot. They planned to come back, help Jenna unpack, and then treat us to lunch. I already liked Jenna more than I expected and wanted to hang out with her. Not really, but it's cheap.
I could only get a room here. I picked Lockhart State practically at the last minute. Did you live here as a freshman?
Jenna said, nodding. I was in the honors program dorm.
Why didn't you get a room there this year?
I took my time answering this. I was going to get an apartment with my best friend, Gwen, but she decided to move in with her boyfriend, Steve, before we picked a place. By then, Woodhouse was the only dorm left with an open bed. That wasn't the complete story. I had set up Gwen and Steve a year ago because I knew they would be perfect together. Last May, when most people pick their dorms, she and I decided to share an apartment. We hadn't been in a rush, coming out during the summer to look at different options. I began to panic when she dropped the bomb. Steve had asked her to move in with him, too, and they had found a 1-bedroom apartment about a mile away from campus. This is my own fault for being so good at playing matchmaker. I couldn't be angry, but the woman in the housing office laughed at me when I called, desperate for a place to live. This was how Adam saved my butt. He got them to give me this room with Jenna since her original roommate had decided to go to another college. Adam knew exactly when the room opened as the floor's RA. He knew exactly who to be kind to in the housing office. He's charming when he wants to be. "Amelia?" I heard Adam say as he knocked on the open door a moment later. "Was I supposed to decorate the doors?" he asked after I introduced him to Jenna. Adam's strawberry blonde hair was slicked back and still wet. He must have grabbed a shower and tried to relax. He had changed into a university t-shirt that accentuated his broad shoulders and lean arms. His brown eyes were red from lack of sleep, and I could see his anxiety in his shoulders. I don't know. Did other RAs do that? Yes, on every other freaking floor. Nobody told me to do that. I thought back to other move-in days and did remember decorated doors, or, at the very least, name tags. I had suggested this to him a few weeks ago and been assured I was wrong. "Do you want me to help you get up name tags?" I offered. "Please," Adam said with a huge sigh.
"I have crafting supplies. I can help,"
Jenna said, looking even more excited than she already was. if that was even possible. Jenna pulled out construction paper, decorative tape, scissors, markers, and stickers. Adam handed us a list of names and rooms. The three of us worked quickly, cutting out random shapes, writing names on them, and adding stickers. We were done before Jenna's parents got back to the room.
I could do so much more if I had time and all my supplies,
Jenna said while we worked. She and I talked about her crafting supplies, and I learned she, like me, was into bullet journaling for organization. It was nice to discover that there was something we could bond over, though she was more into the decorations than me. Adam spent the whole time rolling his eyes. It wasn't that he was annoyed. He found my obsession over organizational systems amusing. Once we were done, we split the list into thirds and ran through the halls putting up the name tags as quickly as we could. When we were done, we met in the center of the floor, where the lobby, common room, and Adam's room were located. "Thank you for making this look better and saving me," he said, giving me a big hug. I smiled as Jenna and I walked back to our room.
"Is Adam your boyfriend?"
Jenna asked. "What? No, we're just friends," I said with a laugh.
"Oh, okay,"
Jenna said with a look of confusion on her face. Adam and I took the last shift of the day to check in the freshmen. I agreed to this to thank Adam for helping me find a room. Jenna's parents had taken her out shopping for room supplies and dinner. Adam and I had our own dinner at the table while we checked in students. It was our payment for taking the shift. "Do you like Jenna?" Adam asked me as we took charge of the check-in desk. "She's sweet," I said. "She seems to like crafts as much as you." "Maybe more than. I'm not that crafty, only knitting. I watched her put her stuff away. She likes all crafts. I saw watercolors, tie-dye, yarn, scrapbook paper, and stickers. It was cool of her to help me out. She wants to decorate our door each month. I told her to do whatever she wanted with it." "Really? I was expecting you to dominate everything in the room." I exaggerated, rolling my eyes, making sure Adam noticed. This was not the first time he had said this to me. I felt like he always told me this when I made a new friend, including when we moved in as freshmen and I met Gwen for the first time. "Amelia, you're an alpha female. You tend to forget there are other people with their own desires." What does that even mean? What's an alpha female? Adam didn't get to answer as the next wave of freshmen came into the building. "It's like an alpha male, but, a woman," Adam said, picking up the conversation again after the rush died down. "You're always the center of attention. You think you know what's best for everyone, and you push until people do what you want. Look at what you did to Gwen and Steve." "I helped 2 people find love." "You make that sound bad," I said, pretending to be confused, but really irritated that he wouldn't understand. "You got lucky." "I know people, Adam. I know what makes them tick and what they want. Gwen and Steve would still be single and lonely without my intervention." "I assure you, they would have gotten together on their own. Not everyone has to be a couple to be happy. Look at you. You're single, happy, and live the life you want." "I just want to pick the right guy. I don't like men who want to be in charge." "Right. You need to be in charge because you're an alpha female. You're happier being alone than with someone who wants to be in control." "I want to be treated like a princess. You want someone who will let you feel clever," I said, smirking at Adam. "No, Amelia. I have you for that. You already act like Princess Leia," Adam said, and stuck out his tongue at me. I threw a French fry from my dinner at him. He caught it and stuck it in his mouth. He looked satisfied with himself, and that irritated me. "Is she the one with the buns?" I asked, knowing the Star Wars characters perfectly well and finding his annoyance delightful. Adam declined to answer.
"So, you and Adam aren't like a couple at all?"
Jenna asked as we poured ice into a cooler and added in sodas and water bottles. "What? No! He's Adam. I've known him since I was in elementary school."
"But, like, he's hot, and you get along."
We were helping Adam get ready for the floor's first meeting in our common room. We had joined him on a trip to the grocery store to buy snacks and drinks, and now we're helping him set up. Jenna and I had grown more comfortable with each other. I had made a point of inviting her to join us, not wanting her to feel left out. On our first night, we discussed how to deal with issues like too much noise, staying up late while the other wants to sleep, and if we wanted to get a big television. We decided to use headphones, hang curtains across our beds to block light, and not get a TV for the room. We also agreed to address other problems as they came up. Thinking about what Adam said about my ability to steamroll people, I even told Jenna to feel free to call me out if she felt I wasn't considerate of her. "Yes, I can see how women find him attractive," I said, looking at Adam. "But I only see the gangly kid I grew up with. He's my best friend, and it works for us. Plus, he has a girlfriend, Mel. She's an RA at the honors dorm." When her face fell in obvious disappointment, I assumed that she was interested in Adam. I assumed this meant she wanted to be introduced and set up with someone. "I can find you someone better than Adam if you're looking for a boyfriend," I said.
"Really?"
"Totally. I know a lot of people on campus since I'm in student government."
"That would be awesome. Right now, you and Adam are, like, the only people I know."
It was the end of orientation for the freshmen, and all the other students had moved in through the day. Now, the floor residents started trickling into the room in roommate pairs. "It's like Noah's Ark," I said to Adam as the room began to fill up. "Other than us, they're all freshmen and probably only know their roommate." Jenna's feeling that way. I told her I would set her up with someone if she wants a boyfriend. Adam turned to me and narrowed his eyes. "Amelia, don't do it. You don't know her that well yet." "She wants me to." "She hasn't even started classes yet. She doesn't know what she wants. She needs time to make her own friends." Before I could respond, Adam got up and began the floor meeting. I sat down on a couch with Jenna, who saved me a spot. The first thing we did was go around the room introducing ourselves and saying the coolest thing we had learned that week. Everyone had different things to say. I heard popular campus legends, like the library sinking because the architects hadn't considered the weight of the books, to the ghost that haunted our dorm. One girl talked about the washing machines that seemed to rattle a specific song as they spun. Queen's Another One Bites the Dust. I've heard it. And one boy mentioned the history of World War II veterans who had lived in the dorm. The last one was the only true story. The Woodhouse family, who had donated the money to build the dorm after World War II, did it for the men returning home from the war and who were going to attend the school. There was a plaque in the entrance explaining it. I heard they want to knock the dorm down," one skinny boy said. He had floppy, nearly greasy brown hair that hid his eyes, and I would later learn that his name was Bobby. Adam turned to me before answering. "Amelia, do you feel comfortable talking about this?" I hadn't introduced myself, but this felt like a good time. "This isn't a rumor," I said after I explained who I was. I'm involved in student government, and the university plans to tear down the dorm at the end of the year so they can build a new one. I let everyone have a reaction. Let's focus, please, Adam said.
Does that mean they're going to kick us out? This was all I could afford with my financial aid, one girl said.
They're working out a plan to help people in that very situation. Student government is working to make sure everyone gets into a good dorm without forcing them to find more money. The campus administration wants a better dorm here and knows the campus needs more dorm space. This is the smallest and oldest dorm on campus, so everyone benefits in the end. If you want to give some input, I encourage you to come to the next student government meeting. We need new voices because we are struggling with the town and the alumni association. This wasn't exactly true, but it sounded great and made people feel more confident in the administration. A buzz of whispers followed. Nobody was paying attention anymore. All they had heard was that the dorm would be closing. Amelia's point is that this isn't a problem we have to deal with right now, Adam said, getting everyone's attention again. We can continue to discuss this throughout the year, but I assure you, you have a home for the entire school year. The meeting continued without any further discussion about the dorm closing. Many people came up and asked me about the next SGA meeting. By the time Jenna and I got back to our room, we were both exhausted and ready for classes to start the next day. Chapter 2. I spent my first week of classes getting into new habits, like for when I get up, when I would study, or when I would eat meals. Jenna and I usually had breakfast and dinner together, talking about our days, classes, and all the other things that had happened. I spent my time outside of classes at my work-study job in the campus Human Resources Department and meeting with my SGA committees. Life felt frenzy, even though I knew that the hectic pace would calm down. I made sure to have lunch with my different friends, including Eric, Steve, and Gwen. By Thursday, everyone was talking about a party that Eric was having at the honors dorm that Saturday. As SGA president, he got away with a lot and had the best parties on campus. I was excited to tell Jenna about it. When I got back to the room that afternoon, I found her on the floor, surrounded by crafting supplies. "What are you doing?" I asked as I walked into the room on Thursday evening.
"I'm doing decorations for our door,"
Jenna said, without looking up. She had a massive roll of brown wrapping paper, sheets of construction paper, washi tape, markers, letter templates, and sparkling lights. Gwen was this excited about our dorm room a few years ago and had found tons of ideas online, but then got bored once classes demanded her focus. Jenna wasn't Gwen. Unlike Gwen, she was obsessed with notebooks and journals, even using an expensive one for her classes. We had already bonded over our planners. This included an extensive collection of expensive pens, markers, and highlighters that you had to buy online. She even designed her own stickers when she needed to relax. I was already used to seeing her in the middle of a crafting mess. I dropped my stuff on my bed and joined her on the ground.
"I wanted to be school-themed, so I was thinking of making a pretend chalkboard with our names on it and some apples. I'm going to do some sketches for each month, so I can plan ahead and make sure they're pretty."
I helped her find the right cutouts, stickers, and tape for her display. Her theme made it easy for me to help her get the correct patterns. "What about a fall theme?" I asked, curious. "For October?" Jenna's eyes widened with excitement.
"I could totally do 2 doors a month,"
Jenna said, putting down the big black marker in her hands and picking up her sketch pad. "Will you be able to do that much with classes?"
"Can you, help? Would you want to help?"
Knitting was really the extent of my crafty side. Sitting here and hanging out with her was fun, but I didn't want to do only this. Let me think about it. Maybe there's a better solution than you doing 2 doors a month, I said, trying to be nonchalant, even though I had a plan already. Jenna gave me a big goofy grin, one that I had learned meant she was happy but embarrassed. I almost forgot. Do you want to go to a party in the honors dorm on Saturday? I asked.
Really? Are freshmen actually allowed to go?
Sure. You'll get to meet Gwen and Steve. I know there will be some cute guys there. There'll be plenty to drink, too.
Won't we get in trouble for drinking in the dorm?
Jenna practically whispered, her eyes widening again. Don't worry. The RAs in the honors dorm usually look the other way, and the guys are good at hiding it. Plus, Adam will be there, and he's always sober. Jenna tilted her head to the side a little, as if in deep thought or confused.
He doesn't drink?
She asked. Not really. His father used to have a problem with alcohol, so I think Adam's worried that he would have it too, I said with a shrug.
Wow.
Jenna didn't react other than that, but I didn't want her to think less of Adam because of his father. I trust Adam with my life, I said, playing with a pair of crazy scissors that cut in a wavy pattern.
I like Adam. He's been really nice to me.
Adam's a sweetheart and is exactly what an RA should be. Hey, instead of going crazy with the door, would you be up for helping Adam with the bulletin boards on the halls? Jenna sat there, seemingly taken aback.
Did he ask you to ask me?
She eventually asked, looking confused again. I thought about the blank bulletin board at the entrance to the floor. It was depressing, and I was willing to bet it would be covered in junk soon. No, but I don't think he knows he needs help. I think he needs someone exactly like you to keep those boards looking nice. Plus, it will give you a chance to use all your ideas. Jenna beamed, and I was positive this was the right way to channel her energy.
Are you almost ready?
Jenna said to me the next night as she bounced on her bed. We were getting ready to walk over to the honors dorm. Although I hadn't told her this yet, I was considering setting Jenna up with Eric. This party would be an excellent way to introduce them to each other and see if they hit it off. I looked over at Jenna and suddenly felt overdressed. She was in jeans and a school t-shirt. Her thick hair was pulled back in a ponytail and sneakers on her feet. I was wearing a sundress and putting on more makeup than I usually wore. I often dressed up for parties, but seeing her dressed so casually made me remember this was only a keg party in a dorm, not something fancy. OMG, I said. If that's what you're wearing, then I need to change. Jenna settled back on her bed while I stripped off the dress, pulled back my hair in a clip, and quickly pulled on jeans and a pink tank top. I put on flats as I grabbed my small purse and slung it across my body. Jenna got off her bed and followed me out the door. This was her first real college party, so I didn't complain as she practically ran across campus, keeping me out of breath. We need to slow down, I said when we were about 5 minutes away from the other dorm, which was on the complete opposite side of campus. Sorry, Jenna said, falling back and nervously laughing. I forgot you're, not as tall as I am. I smiled because we looked like a study in opposites. I was 5.5 feet tall with blonde curly hair, unlike tall and dark-haired Jenna, who was almost 6 feet tall. Walking with her left me feeling like I needed to go back to a gym to build up my endurance. Once she slowed down, I was able to walk next to her and tell her more about the group of people we were likely to meet.
So, Adam's already over there?
She asked as I went through a few of the people she might meet. Yeah, his girlfriend Mel is an RA on another floor.
Do you like her?
She's fine. It's fine. Jenna looked at me, her eyebrow raised. She's not my favorite person. It's fine, really. I'm going to introduce you to Eric. He's definitely one of my favorite people.
What's he like?
He's baby-faced with chubby cheeks and blonde hair. He looks innocent, but he's not. He's totally into books and can talk all day about any topic. The drunker he gets, the more philosophical he gets, and he can get you anything you need. He's always cool about including everyone. You'll probably find him surrounded by people, just talking. He's the president of student government, so he knows everyone.
You think he'll like me?
I like you, and he's my friend. He's the perfect kind of guy to date in college. You'll experience everything. Jenna smiled, and soon we were at the front door of the honors dorm. It was the nicest dorm on campus, with some rooms having floor-to-ceiling windows. The first floor seemed deserted, but I could hear music playing on the third floor. We took the elevator up, and the door opened to a packed hallway. Everyone from every dorm came to the party. Jenna and I snaked our way through the crowd to find the drinks and a place to stand. I heard someone yell my name and saw Gwen jumping up and down, wildly waving her hands while facing my direction, her long brown hair pulled up in a messy bun. I made my way to her, making sure that Jenna was behind me. When we got to Gwen and Steve, Jenna already had a cup of beer in her hands. "Don't drink that," I said, taking it away from her.
Why? Some guy handed it to me, straight from the keg.
Did you know him?
No.
Never take a drink from a guy you don't know. Jenna looked wounded. Honestly, Gwen said, giving Jenna a smile, only take unopened bottles from anyone, even if you know them. It's the only safe way. Actually, Steve said, never take anything from anyone ever. Bitches be crazy. Steve's lousy joke was what it took to put the smile back on Jenna's face. He handed her an unopened bottle of beer. She waited for some cue from me before opening it. As we stood there, I introduced her to both Gwen and Steve. Gwen and Steve were about the same height as me, Jenna towering above almost everyone, including some of the guys. Steve, who had brown curly hair that got bushier through the semester, made sure to get us all safe, unopened drinks. We made our way to a quieter spot and hung out together for about an hour, talking the entire time, Jenna clearly having a great time. She and Gwen seemed to like each other right away, and Steve, who was always easygoing, continued to make bad jokes and getting Jenna to giggle in response.
I haven't seen Adam yet,
Gwen eventually said. I rolled my eyes in response. Where's Eric? Have you seen him? I asked, avoiding a conversation about Mel. He's in there, playing a drinking game with some guys, Steve said, pointing to the door next to us. I could hear male laughter and cheering coming from the room. I grabbed Jenna's arm and led her in. Eric saw us as soon as we entered the room. He gestured us over to him and made two other girls get up from their spots so that Jenna and I could sit next to him. Lovely, Amelia, Eric said, kissing both my cheeks. Have you abandoned Gwen for a younger, prettier model? When I introduced Eric and Jenna, he gave her his coyest smile, one that I had seen him use countless times to melt male and female hearts alike. She blushed at his compliment, and I took that as a sign that she liked him as much as I hoped she would. Stick around, ladies. I need all the luck I can get tonight. These men would like to see me passed out under the table when our game of bullshit is over. The game of bullshit is a popular drinking card game. You drink if you're caught in a lie about the cards you're holding. Since most people struggle to lie when they're drunk, you can quickly get wasted. We sat with Eric for nearly the rest of the evening, eventually getting into the game ourselves. Eric flirted with Jenna all night. She wisely nursed one beer, only taking sips when caught lying about her cards. Clearly, she had no tolerance and was drunk before we left. I later learned that had been her first beer ever. We didn't leave the table until I saw Adam walk past the door. Jenna followed me when I got up, but I noticed she and Eric exchanged texts before we left the table. He winked at her as we walked away. This was a sure sign that a hookup was bound to happen soon. Am I wrong? If he hadn't shown any interest, I'm sure I would have backed off this idea. Can you blame me for encouraging her to pursue him? When I finally found Adam, he was getting into an elevator with Mel. He and Mel had been dating for the past 6 months, having met when they attended a meeting for new RAs last spring. I didn't think they were that compatible. She kept trying to make him more like the guy she wanted him to be instead of simply loving him. I worried that, if he knew that, he would stay with her out of spite. She had cooled considerably when he got placed in Woodhouse Hall, and she was in the honors dorm. Adam blocked the elevator door from closing when he saw us. "You leaving already?" I asked Adam as I got in with Jenna on my heels. "We're exhausted," Mel said. "It's been a long week. We're walking back to Woodhouse. Want to come with us?" I looked at Jenna, who looked both drunk and exhausted.
"Yes,"
she slurred. "I heard you helped Adam get names on the room doors," Mel said, practically interrupting Jenna. "I can't resist a man in a crisis," I said with a small, smug smile. She looked annoyed, but this was an ongoing battle between the two of us. She wanted to push me out of Adam's life, and I was pretty much stuck there. There had yet to be a girlfriend who could convince him to push me away, so I never had to take the bait.
"The doors here were all decorated," Jenna said slowly. "I'm glad I decided to do ours."
"Your door looks really pretty," Adam said. "I assumed it wasn't Amelia who did it. She isn't big into paper crafts, unless it's her organizer."
"She knits. I saw all the fancy yarn in our room."
I shrugged. I'd been knitting all my life, and most of my fancy, expensive yarn had been gifts from my mother. "You should let Jenna help you with dorm decorations," I told Adam. "She could do the bulletin boards with you." "I don't need to do anything to them," Adam said. "You should. People will put up junk if you don't take control of them," Mel said. "She's right, Adam. There will be ads up there by the end of the weekend," I said. "It'll be fine," Adam said, a bit annoyed. By the next morning, the first ads for jobs, roommates, and tutors were already stapled to the empty bulletin board. On my way to breakfast the following day, Jenna had decided to sleep in. I found Adam surrounded by a pile of torn paper, a stapler, and something he printed in his hands. "Help me take these down," he said. His face was red, and he was sweating while breathing heavily through his nose. This was his reaction when he got annoyed about his personal rules not being followed. I helped him take down the remaining flyers before he started stapling his papers to the board. He had made signs that said, "Don't post without permission from Adam 1! !" in a font large enough to fill the page. Yes, the typo of the number 1 was there, and I struggled to contain my giggles. "This won't work," I said. "It will." "Fine, you're the one who will be pulling off all the flyers and getting angry. You should let Jenna decorate it. She has all this creative energy, and you might as well take advantage of it. Plus, she has the supplies already. She has this crate under her bed of construction paper, cheap yarn, stickers, fancy scissors that cut shapes, markers in every color. Did you know they still make the markers that smell like fruits?" "No, I didn't. I always loved the apple-flavored one." "She's willing, and you're going to be desperate. I bet she'd let you smell her markers." "It will be fine, Amelia. You don't need to solve everyone's problems." I shrugged and left. After breakfast, I went over to the library to get some classwork printed. It was a hot day, and I was sweating by the time I got to the library. I made a beeline, even though I just had breakfast, to the coffee shop in the library where I grabbed an iced tea. "Hey, Amelia," someone said from behind me in line. I turned around to see Sally, a friend from the years I had lived in the honors dorm. Sally was a constant in my life, but we weren't close. She was a well-organized, focused, and productive student, which made studying with her a guarantee that I'd put in the work to get the grades I wanted. We had one class in common this year, a history class we had both been putting off. It was little more than memorizing facts. "Do you want to study again this semester? I spoke with Norma, and she's excited," Sally asked. Norma and Sally often seemed attached at the hip. In every class I ever had with Sally, Norma, plump and short, with a learning disability that got her special services from Disability Services, too was in the class. Sally worked with her to make sure she had the support she needed in their classes. Norma was the chattiest person I knew, but Sally was terrific at getting her to focus. "Let's do a group text to set up some dates. I'm living in Woodhouse Hall, and Adam's my RA. I'm sure he'll set up some study nights for midterms and finals that you can both come to." "I heard a rumor you were living there. I was going to ask you about it." "Yeah? Why?" "According to my mom, even though everyone approved the new dorm plan, a bunch of alumni are fighting it. I know you're in SGA and were on the committee that evaluated the plan last year." This wasn't the first I had heard about the alumni fighting the campus about Woodhouse Hall. The committee had been boring. The faculty spent most of the time complaining about the entitlement of students, but insightful because I learned about how the administration views the campus. They're aware that Woodhouse Hall is a necessary dorm, but they also knew it did nothing to attract students. Dorms, as I was told many times, are one of the ways students make decisions about where to go to school. It hadn't been in my case, but they shared articles showing research. I even went and spoke to one of my professors about the research and had used the committee as a class project. With opinions on both sides, it seemed that dorms were an easy way to attract students. At the time, I only had secondhand knowledge that the dorm was miserable to live in. "I've only heard rumors. What's going on with it?" I asked Sally, always interested in campus gossip. "Someone is trying to get the dorm registered as a historical building so it can't be torn down. My mom is pissed, you know?" she said with a shrug. Lois Fairfax, Sally's mother and president of Lockhart State University, had a valid reason to be angry. Thanks to Sally, I had heard all about President Fairfax's irritation about everything on campus. Sally seemed to view it with a mix of amusement and benign acceptance. It's as if mother and daughter shared opinions on these issues. "Did this happen over the summer or recently?" I asked. "I was away most of the summer, doing an abroad program in Ireland. When I came home, it had all blown up. and they might have to reconvene the committee to deal with concerns the alumni group has raised," Sally said, getting excited and talking faster. "Can you tell me what some of the concerns are, or will I find out soon enough?" I asked, now hungry to know more. Sally looked around, checking to see who might overhear us. "I don't think it's that big of a deal if I tell you. I mean, it's why I asked you about living in the dorm. There is one group focused on some historical building thing, and the rest are rallying alumni who lived in the dorm. They're saying it's a great dorm to live in, and that's why it shouldn't be torn down. I was curious about it really being a great dorm. Is it?" "Are you going to tell your mother?" I asked, not sure if I should share anything yet. "Probably. She brought it up, so she'll probably ask me what you think." I had to think about it for a moment. If this was circling back to President Lois Fairfax, I had to be sensitive to how the information would be used, but I didn't want to lie. "I think it might be too early for me to say one way or the other," I finally said. I watched Sally's face fall a bit, but she seemed to be thinking. "I'll tell her you're willing to give some input if she needs it, but you need time." I returned to my room in the middle of the afternoon to find Eric hanging out with Jenna. They were having an animated conversation, Jenna laughing at something when I walked in. He was sitting on the floor, and she was at her desk, so it was pretty clear this wasn't a hookup. Yet. "I thought we could all go see a movie and grab dinner," Eric said. "Are you sure?" I asked, looking at Jenna. If she didn't want me to come, I was more than happy to give them space. Jenna gave me an encouraging look, making it clear she wanted me there. "Yes, I like to be flanked by pretty ladies," Eric said. I grinned, feeling more excited for Jenna than anything else. After Eric left to get his car, Jenna's energy level shot up.
"OMG, Amelia, he just showed up and said he was here to see you."
Jenna bounced off her bed and opened her closet, looking for something to wear. She ran her fingers over her lips, something she did when she was anxious. "Well, we are friends, and if he wants to hang out with you, it's a good excuse."
"We just talked and talked for 2 hours. He's super easy to talk to."
"If you want me to back out tonight, I can."
"No, I'm not ready to go out alone. What if he gets the wrong idea?"
she asked, her eyes getting wide. I smiled and turned on the fan I had by the window to help the air circulate better and cool me off. He's probably going to be cautious. He doesn't want to be accused of attacking someone because he moved too soon or misinterpreted the signs.
"Did something happen?"
she quickly asked. There's always rumors. Eric's well known on campus, and I think he becomes a magnet for these things. There haven't been any accusations. With everything happening in the world today, he's cautious. He might wait for you to make a move first. If you want him, be clear and don't send mixed messages.
"Should I wear something for a date?"
Jenna asked. She was wearing the black yoga pants and t-shirt she seemed to prefer when she was hanging around the room. "What would you wear on a date?" I asked.
"I don't know. I didn't date much in high school."
"Well, what did you wear when going out with friends?" She looked at what she currently wore, considering it. Since we met, she had been dancing around something that happened in high school. She clearly didn't want to tell me more. I suspected she was trying to put it behind her and redefine herself.
"Jeans and a shirt. Maybe a nice pair of sneakers."
"That sounds good. You should be yourself."
"But you're wearing a dress."
I had pulled a dress out of my closet and was preparing to take a quick shower so I didn't smell gross. I hoped this could also give her time to relax. "I wear them all the time, even in the room to hang out,"
So don't dress up?
I don't think you should try to be something you aren't. If you're comfortable in jeans and a t-shirt, then that's what you should wear. Jenna relaxed and pulled out a pair of clean jeans and a cute t-shirt. The evening out was fun. Eric seemed interested in Jenna. He made sure to give her as much attention as he gave me. What I didn't acknowledge at the time was that he shouldn't be giving me any attention. We were already friends. At the movie, his knee kept bumping into mine, or our arms would touch. He kept looking at me for cues. I was encouraging, assuming this was about his interest in Jenna.
Was I okay?
Jenna asked when we got back to our room later that night. Of course you were. You looked cute, and you gave him the right message.
Should I do anything like text him or something?
No, I would wait. I'll flesh him out a bit more at the SGA meeting next week. Why don't you come?
Can I come to a meeting? I'm not a senator or anything.
Totally come. If you want to get involved, you can. If not, well, at least he'll see you there. Jenna smiled. I liked seeing her confidence boosted because of one good date. Chapter 3. I didn't see Eric again until the middle of the next week, at our first SGA meeting. When I entered the room, he was setting up the room with Steve. Steve and I had been working together at SGA since we were freshmen. I had set him up with Gwen last year. Throughout most the previous year, we were a trio. Sometimes Eric would hang out with us, but typically it had been Adam. Laid-back Steve made you think he lacked ambition. When Eric asked him to run as vice president, it had been a surprise for all of us. Both of them had won their elections. Even though Steve was supposed to be Eric's backup, he had few responsibilities. Not only did Eric like to be seen, but he had control issues and didn't fully trust everyone. That is, except me. I seemed to be allowed to do anything I wanted without Eric continually checking in and getting involved. Placement at the table under Eric's administration was clearly a power game. He had laid out name cards, placing Steve on his left and me on his right. I was one of 4 senators for the business school, but I had been involved since we were freshmen, filling in a vacant spot as soon as I arrived on campus. Being involved in high school student government, I felt comfortable doing it in college, too. I had never been more than one voice, so being given a position of power at Eric's side was a bit intimidating. Jenna entered the room alone. I waved at her and gestured to show her where to sit. She took an empty seat next to someone I didn't recognize. Jenna and I had a great time the other night. Thanks for inviting us out, I said as I sat down next to Eric at the table. That was a lot of fun, and we should do it again soon, Eric said. You're welcome to hang out with us or just hang out with Jenna. Eric gave me a look that I couldn't interpret. I didn't have a chance to continue as the room started filling up with people I recognized from Woodhouse Hall. I saw a few people from my floor, including Bobby, who had been at the floor meeting when I had talked about the dorm. Soon, the room became crowded with many people, with many unable to find a seat. Eric walked around the room, introducing himself and welcoming people to the meeting. When did SGA become popular? Steve asked while Eric socialized. I think this might be about Woodhouse Hall. Did you know the alumni are protesting the new building? Where did you hear that? I quickly told Steve about my conversation with Sally. She's a pretty reliable source. I haven't heard anything, but I wonder if Eric knows already. Do I know what already? Eric said, coming back and sitting between Steve and me. Woodhouse Hall protests? Steve asked. Eric turned to me and rolled his eyes. Yeah, I know. We're going to talk about it today. I smiled at him, preparing myself for the questions that might come at me. Eric called the meeting to order and went through the introductions. There weren't enough agendas to pass around the room, so Steve wrote it out on a whiteboard. There was very little to report, other than open senator positions from many of the departments and schools. We were quickly ready for old business, and the only thing to discuss was Woodhouse Hall. I gave a report about where things had ended the previous spring. "We all thought this was over and done with," Eric said when I was done. "But I spoke with President Fairfax a few days ago. She informed me that the alumni are protesting the plan, especially those who used to live in the dorm. Most of that seems to be hazy nostalgia. There's one real concern, and that has to do with an attempt to get Woodhouse added to the Federal Register of Historic Places. It takes at least 9 months to a year for this to happen. She feels confident it won't impact their timeline, but is worried there might be local and state support to do this."
"Why will it take so long? How does that even work?"
someone in the crowd asked. "First," Eric said in response, "informal meetings. We raise our hands to be recognized by the meeting chair, me. Second, it's a federal program that requires investigation." I looked at Eric, surprised at his curt and antagonistic tone. Eric was only a stickler for Robert's Rules of Order when he was annoyed or feeling out of control.
"Sorry,"
the student said. "It's okay," Eric said. "We've all made the same mistake, and now everyone knows. Amelia, can you explain how the process works?" I was prepared for the question and had done some research online before the meeting. "I'd be happy to. Keep in mind, I only know some of what happens, and it isn't that complicated. This can take up to a year, but it really depends on different factors. The alumni have petitioned to have the building added to the National Register of Historic Places. This is a federal process, which will protect the building from being torn down and will probably require any improvements or changes to get some type of approval or follow certain qualifications." "Have the alumni applied?" someone asked. "Yes, they did this in July. That means we're about 2 months into the process. I called someone at the federal office, and they told me they were in the process of reviewing the application. They will send someone here to review the building," I said, looking around the room, surprised to see more hands go up. "Is there a good chance it will happen?" another person asked. "I don't believe it will, but that's only based on what I've been able to see. There's no local support. One qualification is that the building has to be culturally significant. There's no evidence that Woodhouse Hall is. There are other campus buildings from the same era already on the register." "What about local or state status?" Steve asked. I turned to face him a little. "That would be nothing more than a plaque for the building. There aren't any rules that I can find. They can rebuild and put the plaque in to honor the old building." People muttered things when I was done. "Are there any other questions?" Eric asked. Steve raised his hands. The chair recognizes Steve, the vice president. "Is the campus-wide Woodhouse Hall committee going to reconvene?" "Yes," I said, having seen the email about it last night. "Then I make a motion that Amelia continues to represent our interests, as she did so well last year." I smiled at Steve, while Eric got a second to the motion. "Amelia, do you want to say anything before we vote?" Eric asked me. "No, I'm happy to continue my involvement and to keep everyone informed on the progress made. Now that I'm living in Woodhouse Hall, I can get a better sense of what the dorm and its residents are like." I looked around the room and saw people nodding as if I was the natural person to continue this work. I imagined the complaints the faculty would have if the committee had to meet again, but ready to be aggressive on behalf of the other students. Eric called for a vote, again, without explaining how it worked. When visitors raised their hands to vote, I could see him get frustrated again. The motion passed. I wrote a quick note to Eric suggesting that next month, someone explain how meetings are run. I remember past presidents doing that at any meeting where guests came, nearly every meeting, to avoid confusion. Eric quickly read the note, turned to me, and nodded. I stayed and talked to some of the other Woodhouse Hall residents after the meeting. Only Steve, Jenna, and I were left in the room once everyone had left, and I realized I hadn't seen Eric go. "Well, that was an interesting first meeting," Steve said as we left the building. We walked to his car since he had driven on campus and was giving me a ride back to the dorm.
Eric seemed really irritated. Why didn't he explain the rules?
Jenna asked. I feel like Eric assumes that everyone already knows what they're supposed to do and how they're supposed to respond. Thank you for being so encouraging for the new people. I think it helped lift some of the tension. Back at the dorm, Jenna and I found Adam in front of the bulletin board, tearing down more ads. "They covered my rules," Adam said when he saw us. His hands were full of torn paper, bits of which also littered the floor. "If you make it look good, they won't put things up." "I'm not crafty, Amelia."
"I am," Jenna said. "I could make this look so pretty that nobody would want to put up their dumb flyers."
Adam calmed down and took a few deep breaths. "I have specific things that need to go up and not be covered by decorations and flowers." I rolled my eyes.
"Just tell me what you want. I can sketch my idea for you, and then you can tell me what should go where."
"Adam, she's not a stormtrooper," I said. Adam looked at me, amused at my unwillingness to make correct Star Wars references, even though I had been watching the movies with him since we met. "Only one stormtrooper didn't follow orders. They're simply poor shots," Adam said, rolling his eyes.
"You won't regret this," Jenna said to Adam before we went back to the room where she spent the rest of the night sketching her ideas on her pad. The rest of the month was a blur of classes, work, meetings, and parties. I split my free time between my friends and study groups. Nothing seemed to be happening between Jenna and Eric, or so I thought, until one Friday night when I got a text from Jenna asking me to please not come back until later. At that time, I was in Adam's room, working on a paper, so he and I hung out for the rest of the night. We ordered pizza and watched a movie together. We both fell asleep on his bed before the movie ended. When I woke up at 2 a.m., I hoped it was safe for me to go back to the room. I found Jenna in a deep sleep, alone. "Eric and I, watched a movie in the common room last night,"
Jenna said as we walked to breakfast the next morning. "Really?" I asked, hoping to learn that this was precisely what they needed.
"Yeah, he kept asking where you were and if you were coming back. I didn't know what to tell him. He kept inviting other people to join us."
I rolled my eyes, wondering when he would realize he didn't need to use me as an excuse to be around. "So, did it turn into anything?" "I got back to the room super late, but you were alone."
"No, nothing happened or anything like that. Eric went home after the movie was over."
"Did something go wrong?" I asked, trying to gauge her feelings about this. She seemed impartial, and I felt like she was trying to protect herself from disappointment.
"Well, we saw Adam go by and get some sodas at the vending machine, and Eric followed him. They talked for a moment, and then Eric was irritated after that."
They don't like each other. Maybe Adam thought he was protecting you and said something that made Eric angry?
"Yeah, I mean, if they don't like each other, Adam might think Eric's not good enough for me."
I wouldn't worry about it, I said as we walked into the cafeteria, irritated that Adam was inserting himself in something I had under control.
Did you notice the bulletin boards?
Jenna quickly asked once we were sitting and eating. I had, and was happy that Adam had accepted her help. The decorations were simple, but Jenna needed to get something up quickly to prevent Adam from losing his mind over more ads and flyers. As I expected, it worked, and Jenna was not focused on our door as much as she had been. I do, and I love them. The whole fall vibe was perfect. I wish you had real leaves to put up.
It's too early for them. I wonder if we could press some between wax paper to save for next year.
Oh, I love that idea, I said, remembering doing that as a child.
Adam's been really nice to me since I helped him decorate the bulletin board.
Adam's the most loyal person I know. He takes care of the people he likes. Even as I defended Adam, I made a mental note to tell him to butt out. Did you say something to Eric? I asked Adam after pounding on his door later that day, before the floor's monthly meeting. He quickly opened it and stood there. I could see the shopping bags of snacks next to the door. Hi to you too, Amelia. You know I was hanging out with you, so they could have time to be alone. Adam sighed. First off, I don't think he wanted to hang out with Jenna. He asked me where you were, and I had to lie to him since you were in my room, avoiding him. He's clearly into you. Also, he wasn't there only with Jenna. This guy Heath was there with him. He and Eric were talking when I walked by. Who's Heath? He lives on this floor on the other end of the building. I'm not encouraging a relationship that I think is bad for a resident. Eric's not interested in Jenna, so you should let it go. I know she likes that guy, Bobby. They have a few classes together, and they have been playing video games in his room. I suspect you don't know who he is, either. I thought about tall, gaunt Bobby, who looked like he spent a lot of time playing video games in the dark. Someone like that was not an ideal boyfriend for Jenna. He would turn her into a video game zombie or something like that. I know who he is. He came to the SGA meeting, I said to Adam. If you don't agree with her being with Eric, then stay out of it. I've been trying to do that all along. You and Eric dragged me into it. We stood there, practically nose to nose, until I turned around with a huff and walked to the common room. I was the first one there for the meeting, and when Adam came in to set up, I refused to help him out of spite. Instead, I watched the people as they arrived at the meeting. It took me a moment to realize who Heath was, but I recognized him as one of the people from the SGA meeting who had talked to Eric. He was wearing gym clothes, but wasn't sweating. He had a baby face with short brown hair and brown eyes. He was adorable, but in that obsessed with his looks way. He caught my eye and came over to talk to me. Hi, you're Amelia, right? I'm Heath. I was at that SGA meeting a couple of weeks ago. Hi, I said while registering the little details like how his hair was perfectly styled with so much product in it that it wasn't affected by the heat and humidity. He sat next to me and we chatted while the room filled. I felt like he was sizing me up. If he had a little more weight on him, he'd be hot, Heath said. Who? Bobby. He's just so gaunt. I mean, height-wise, he and Jenna work, but that's it. That's when I noticed that Jenna had come in with Bobby, laughing about something. They sat on a couch and continued talking. I don't think they work at all, I said. He's too severe-looking for me, but those cheekbones could cut glass. I like my guys a little chubby in the face. You know, like Eric. I was surprised by his candor, especially since we didn't know each other. I looked Heath up and down before deciding he wasn't Eric's type. I can see the appeal of Eric, but he's into women, I said with authority. Heath looked at me and squinted his eyes like he was trying to decide his response. If you say so, he eventually said with a shrug. Our conversation ended when Adam began the meeting. He started with the boring part of explaining some of the things to expect for October and reminded everyone of the rules. He spoke forcefully while explaining that flyers needed his approval before going up on walls. Nobody seemed to be paying much attention until he mentioned throwing a Halloween party for the entire dorm. "Are we going to trick or treat?" Heath asked. I thought the comment was a bit snarky, but Adam didn't seem to register the tone. "Do people want to trick or treat?" he asked the room. The conversation got animated, and Adam lost control temporarily as everyone talked over each other. "Hold on, guys," he eventually said. "Let's take a vote." In the end, most of the floor wanted to do trick-or-treating, but on another night, not the same night as the party. Everyone agreed to be in charge of their own candy. "All right, I'll talk to the other RAs and see if they want to do it at the same time. Maybe we can have the entire dorm walking around in costumes," Adam said, seeming more excited than I had seen him all month. After the meeting, when we were back in our room, I asked Jenna, "Who was that guy you were sitting with?"
"Bobby? We have a few classes together. He's cute and we like the same video games. We were playing Mario Kart before the meeting. I kicked his ass a few times," she said with a laugh and a smile that made it clear she was pleased with herself.
"Do you want to date him?"
"I don't know. Maybe?"
"Don't lead Bobby on. That would be mean," I said. At the time, it seemed like such a logical explanation. October. Chapter 1. Jenna was clearly a positive influence on Adam's decorating skills, or, more likely, his delegating skills. By the beginning of October, the bulletin board next to his room had changed and expanded from what she had thrown together for September. I continued helping her literally cut and paste things on the board. She sketched out the entire board, and it was easy to simply put things where she instructed. The focus was a PSA about binge drinking. Adam wanted this to be a prominent part of the board this month. The outside border was Halloween-themed with die-cut pumpkins, black cats, cauldrons, witches, and ghosts. The middle of the board contained ways to stay safe while drinking. She had also added a calendar to the upper left corner with the floor's Halloween party, the boldest part of it all. The date for the floor's trick-or-treating had been selected, and she included a list of the rules for that event. The right side of the board showed Adam's office hours, so people knew when they could find him. Unlike our professors, Adam's office hours were usually hectic because someone was always having a life-destroying problem. With all her focus on the bulletin board, our door was only Halloween-themed name tags and a few of the extra decorations. Jenna hadn't gone as crazy as she had in September. She had the Halloween die cuts surrounding a whiteboard where people typically left us messages. And she had taped a candy-filled basket to the door with Halloween-themed duct tape. It was about only half full with cream-filled caramels. Obviously, as Jenna intended, people were walking by and taking the candy. "You know what we should do?" Eric asked one evening while we sat in our dorm room, drinking beers he had brought.
"What?"
Jenna said, tipsy after only half a beer. "We should go on a road trip to Western Mass." At that exact moment, I had plans to do just that with Adam, Gwen, and Steve the next weekend. Steve had to go to the Massachusetts Museum of Contemporary Art, MassMoCA. Gwen and I wanted to go to the Highbury Candles flagship store and a massive yarn shop close by. Adam was coming with us because he enjoyed our company. We had invited Jenna and Mel to join us. Mel had refused for some unexplained reason, but Jenna had been planning to go home and see her parents for the long Columbus Day weekend.
Aren't you doing that next weekend?
Jenna asked me. Yes, but didn't you want to go home?
Oh, my parents aren't going to be around. They have a wedding in Rhode Island that weekend. Someone my father works with. There's no point in going home.
I would love to get away before midterms, Eric said. I can ask Steve, but we need to find another car, I said. Well, it was Steve who suggested I join in, Eric said. I quickly sent a text to my other 3 friends about this change in plans. It took longer than I expected, but everyone agreed Jenna and Eric could come if Eric drove his own car. I'm happy to drive the second car. Don't worry about it, Eric said when I told him the response. A few nights later, I sat in the large dorm common room for another meeting. Things had gotten out of control in the war for Woodhouse, the official slogan picked by the Alumni Association. The director of residence life asked me to speak to the current residents. The students had been leaving me messages and bombarding me with questions and demands. One girl followed me into the bathroom one day and trapped me in a shower stall while she asked her questions and demanded I not let them close the dorm. Adam had intervened at that point. I asked to host as a dialogue with the dorm residents instead of an attack. With Adam's help, I had developed my plan and taken days to craft the right questions for the group discussion. Jenna, who loved office supplies, came with us to buy pads of paper, markers, and giveaways to entice others to participate. She even found a department on campus that had an excess of stress balls they were willing to donate. That evening, we set up the room the way we wanted, and Jenna helped place people into specific spots in the room. More people came than we had anticipated, so she was reconfiguring things on the fly. With fascination, I watched her move around the room. Do you think you have everything you need? Adam asked me a few minutes before I wanted to start. I'm as ready as I can be, I said as I sighed deeply. Adam smiled, gave me a hug, and started the meeting. As he spoke, I looked around the room, identifying those I knew and recalling the details I knew about them. Jenna sat down next to Bobby. Everyone sat in small groups of 6. The plan was to go around the room and answer their questions within the small group. We had them share, first, what they needed in a dorm, and second, why they chose to live in Woodhouse Hall that year. The floor RAs and I walked around the room listening to the group's discussion and answering their questions. When they were done, they shared some of their answers with the entire room. Our group talked a lot about affordability as a priority for a dorm. That's why most of us picked Woodhouse Hall, one group shared. How many of you picked Woodhouse Hall because it was affordable? I turned to ask the entire room. Most of the room raised their hands. One of the RAs wrote affordable on one of the large pads of paper we had on easels around the room. I wanted a dorm where my friends were also living, another student said, and a few other students agreed. This continued, but one topic dominated the discussion, and I decided to focus on that. What does it mean for a dorm to be affordable? I asked. It means that there will be sacrifices, but not unreasonable ones, someone said. Like what? I asked. The lack of AC and crummy heat, another student said. Sharing bathrooms, Jenna said. Sharing bedrooms, Bobby said with a laugh. Ancient electricity and crummy internet, one of the RAs said. A drunk idiot pulling the fire alarm in the middle of the night, someone said. The entire room cheered. False fire alarms happened every weekend since the semester started. If we were lucky, it was once each weekend. But this past weekend, it had been one each night from Thursday to Sunday. It had been so early in the morning on Sunday that I had given up on falling back to sleep and got some reading done. Each time that happened, we all had to leave the dorm and stay outside until the town fire department came to shut it off. I was dreading midterms and finals. Past residents had warned that it would happen multiple times a night. Every so often, Adam would give me a poke or a nudge when we walked by each other. Jenna gave me encouraging thumbs up when we made eye contact. Even Bobby gave me a rare smile a couple of times. I loved being in this role, and having my friends there made me feel more confident that I was good at it. By the end of the evening, the room of residents was laughing and cheering for each other when they made good points. People were walking around with sticky pads, leaving their thoughts on topics they wanted to comment on. I got some high fives from the RAs, and Adam gave me a huge bear hug while rocking me back and forth. I loved this kind of hugs from Adam and giggled maniacally in response. That was amazing. We have to do this again, he said, practically bouncing from the adrenaline coursing through his body. Not only did I have a much better sense of the concerns students had about losing the dorm, but they seemed less anxious about it and more comfortable with each other. Adam and I ordered Chinese food and sat in the common room with the RAs to discuss the meeting. It was clear to me, Adam said as we flipped through the notes, if the alumni were focused on nostalgia, the current students don't want to go broke just to have a place to live. Did the university do any research about the affordability issue last year when developing the plan? I had remembered to bring my notes and committee meeting minutes from the year. I looked through them, but didn't find anything. In fact, the only thing we seemed to discuss about pricing was how to raise the money to pay for the new dorm. I remember that I protested the increase in student fees and housing costs at that meeting, I said. Look, Adam pointed to a doodle on my notes. You were going to talk to SGA about protests? Yeah, but the officers dismissed my concerns. You should bring it up at the next meeting. Eric and Steve will listen to you. We talked about other elements as we ate. Periodically, Adam's phone would buzz with a text message. I could see Mel's name on the screen, but he ignored all of them. Are Eric and Jenna coming on the road trip with us? He asked after the other RAs had gone back to their floors for the night. Yeah, I guess Steve invited Eric. Jenna's travel plans changed, so she decided to come too. Are you still trying to set them up? They make a great match. You know what? I bet you they'll finally hook up after this trip. That very weekend. Adam laughed. I'm serious, I said. I'll make a bet then. If they hook up, I'll take you out for dinner. If they don't, you take me out for dinner. You're on. Either way, I win Amelia. I know. Either way, you get dinner. I was fine with him winning that way, but I was confident that I would be the true winner when they finally hooked up. Jenna and I met Adam in the hallway. Is Mel mad that you're going away with 3 women? I asked. Adam's glare made it clear she was not that happy. I hadn't seen Mel since the night of Eric's party at the beginning of the semester. I knew from Steve that Mel had wanted to join us, especially after Eric and Jenna were added to the group. She had already committed to a workshop the honors program required her to do for her major. She couldn't get out of it and wanted Adam to change his plan for her. He obviously refused.
I packed a cooler of junk food to eat on the drive, Jenna said.
Like what? Adam asked.
You'll have to be in my car to find out.
We walked down to the front entrance of the building together and waited for the cars. How do we want to split up? Adam said while we waited.
What do you mean?
Jenna asked. Well, we can't all fit in one car, so who will drive with Eric? I looked at Jenna, hoping she would see the drive as her chance to be alone with Eric.
Oh, I can,
Jenna said.
The four of you go together, and then Eric and I can ride together.
As if talking about it summoned them, both cars pulled up in front of the dorm. We took a few minutes to get organized before packing up the cars. Who's driving with me? Eric asked.
Me,
Jenna said. Eric looked at me as if he was waiting for me to volunteer too. I think a third person should be in the car with me to keep things fair. Fair? How? Steve asked. To split the gas 3 ways in each car? Steve, Gwen, Adam, and I all shared a look, none of us wanting to ride with Eric. I'll go, I said. I knew what was in Jenna's cooler, and I was happy to get to enjoy the snacks at the very least.
What do you want first?
Jenna asked me about a half hour into the 2-hour drive. The dipstick. Jenna tossed me one of the 3 flavors, grape, and the candy stick to eat it with. I ripped off the top of the pack, wet the stick with saliva, and dipped it in the sugar. It was candy heaven. Did you only bring candy? Eric asked.
What else do you need for a road trip? Jenna asked. We can stop for real food. What candy do you like?
Gummy bears. Jenna pulled out a pack of Haribo gummy bears and opened them. Eric opened his hand and she poured him a handful. I could see his childlike delight as he popped one in his mouth. What are you going to eat? I asked Jenna. She pulled out a bag from the candy store at the mall. It was full of jelly beans. I like to mix my flavors, she said. Like peanut butter with grape? Eric asked. Yes, the company has a ton of combinations they suggest. I quickly got on my phone and navigated to the right page. I read out some of the flavor combinations as we drove. Some got groans, and others we all agreed would be fantastic. What other candy do you love? Eric asked.
My grandparents had a beach house on the South Shore when I was little, Jenna said. There was a penny candy store a block away, and my sister Gertie used to take me there almost every day. We would each get $1 from my grandfather to buy whatever we wanted.
The mall candy store has a lot of those old candies, I said, realizing he and Jenna had something in common, and I could use this to help them get to know each other. I loved Necco wafers when I was little, Eric said, licking his lips, probably thinking of how the candy tasted. Once, my school took us on a field trip to the factory in Revere. I love Smarties, Jenna said. Me too, I said, trying to keep them both in the same conversation. Have you ever had Sixlets? Are those the little chocolate balls that come in packs of 6? Yes. I love those more than M&Ms. I see them in stores sometimes. The 3 of us spent the rest of the car ride talking about the candy we loved. Jenna and I were thrilled that we loved some of the same candy. I would make sure to find her the rare candies for gifts. I sat in the back, on my phone, finding places to buy it all from. The whole conversation made the ride pass quickly, and before we knew it, we pulled up in front of the Highbury Candle Company store. What is this place? Eric asked. It's the Candle Mothership, I said. Jenna's eyes got wide.
I never knew they had this out here.
Oh, this is so much more than you could ever imagine, I said, feeling a bit like Willy Wonka. Every single one of their scents, interactive candle-making activities, a weird animatronic band, cotton candy, fudge, Christmas ornaments, and more candy. We found the others and went in together. If you get lost, Gwen said, meet back to the Berkshire Band stage. This was the official name of the weird animatronic band that stood at the center of the shop, surrounded by a small food court. The rest of the store was broken up into rooms. Jenna, Gwen, and I started with the candy section, while Eric trailed after us. Adam and Steve probably went to the Christmas section, which had toy trains and weird ornaments.
Look, Eric, Jenna said, pointing to one candy bin. They have Necco wafers.
He looked at her and slowly nodded before going back to the bin of candy he was next to. We grabbed plastic bags and loaded up with more candy. I was thrilled to find chocolate-covered Swedish fish, Adam's favorite candy. I bought enough to have birthday and Christmas gifts for Jenna and Adam. After I paid, I made my way to the candle room. I went through and picked out a couple of my favorite scents. I found Adam, and we dipped candles together. After about 90 minutes, we all made our way to the Highbury Band stage just in time for their hourly performance.
Where's next?
Jenna asked. Yarn. Amelia needs yarn, Gwen said. Eric rolled his eyes, but Adam and Steve weren't going to complain. They knew they could pick out yarn for me to make them a hat and scarf set for the winter. I had done it every year. After that, we'll grab lunch in town and go to the museum last, Steve said. We got back into our cars and drove another 20 minutes to the big yarn store. I'm going to stay in the car, Eric said. He was the only one who did.
Why are Adam and Steve so excited to be in a yarn store? Jenna asked.
I explained it to her. She then said, before wandering off,
I'm going to see if they have some felt. I want to try needle felting.
It took the guys all of 10 minutes to find the yarn they wanted. I already had a pattern in mind, so I took it to the register to pay. Where are you guys from? The woman at the register asked.
Lockhart State.
We're students, I said. Fun. Have you ever been to the Woodhouse flagship store there? The what? The Woodhouse Yarn Company. You're buying their yarn. She turned the yarn label to me. I think I live in their dorm. They were very invested in Lockhart for a long time. They're still based out of the town. The family still runs the company and keeps a store downtown. I'll have to check it out. It's a good excuse to go downtown. I asked Adam about it as we ate lunch. I didn't know there was a yarn company, but I do know they own a ton of properties around town, he said. They're not a small yarn company. They're the biggest in the country and probably the world, I said.
I have a bunch of their cheaper yarns for crafting, Jenna said.
You should visit them and see what they think of the dorm fight, Steve suggested. Do they know the dorm's being torn down? Did they approve? I would imagine they did, Adam said. They own a bunch of historic buildings already. The campus rents buildings from them. Later, as we walked around the museum, I decided to visit the yarn shop before the end of the semester and see what it was like. I didn't expect it to be anything like the Highbury Candle Company's flagship store, but maybe I could get some discounted yarn. I could also find out what the family thought of the plan to demolish their dorm. I had wandered off on my own once we got to the museum. Steve and Gwen were focused on the assignment he had to complete for his art history class. Adam, who loves contemporary art, made a beeline for an exhibit he wanted to see. Jenna and Eric seemed to be off together. The prospect of my plan was coming to fruition. How exciting. I went hunting for everyone and found Adam first. There was this great exhibit with art made from books. Cool, I said. Have you seen Jenna and Eric? Are you looking to gloat? No. Yeah, whatever. I haven't seen them. We made our way through the rest of the museum together and found Jenna and Eric at the museum shop. She had picked a few postcards to buy and had a stack of brochures. I need to put it in my scrapbook, she told me when she saw me. Did you walk around with Eric? No, I asked him to walk with me, but he came right here. I was feeling a bit irritated about that. Eric had paid to get into the museum only to skip it. He had stayed in the car at the yarn shop, but that wasn't that surprising. I thought about what Eric did at the candle store. Other than the candy section, he hadn't walked around that either. He seemed to be insisting on not enjoying the trip that he intruded into. Adam, do you mind driving back with Eric? Steve asked that evening when we stopped for dinner. It was already dark out, and we were an hour away from campus. We found a cute diner to stop at and were waiting for our food to get to the table. Why? Gwen and I want to go home instead of going back to campus. I'm pooped from all the driving. Sure, Adam said with a shrug. It was Eric who looked annoyed, and his irritation only got worse when the four of us got into his car. This time, he snapped at Jenna when she offered him candy. We all quickly got quiet. What the fuck is your problem, man? Adam asked when the silent tension was too much for him to take anymore. What? Why did you even come on this trip if you were going to sit around and do nothing we had planned? You didn't ask me what I wanted to do. You barged in on a planned trip. So did Jenna. Neither Jenna nor I spoke up. She had been invited already. She was welcome to join us. Steve invited me, Eric said. No, he didn't. We talked about it on the drive over. You overheard him talking about it and inserted yourself by getting Amelia to include you. Don't bring me into this, I said. Why not? You're the only person who doesn't see how fake he is. You're the one he can always manipulate to get what he wants. Now he wants to ruin this trip. I'm pissed, Eric said, because you seem intent of treating me like the bad guy no matter what I do. The two of you stop this now, I said, using the most authoritative voice possible. We have 20 minutes left on the drive, and then you can go back to silently hating each other. Adam, it's not your problem if Eric didn't want to walk through a museum. Eric, you're an adult. What Adam thinks of you isn't important. That shut them both down. The rest of the drive was completely silent. When we pulled up to the dorm, I grabbed Jenna's and my bags before taking her hand and leading her upstairs. I hope they didn't ruin your day by acting like brats, I said to her once we were back in our room. No, even with their fight, it was the best day I had in a long time. Chapter 2. Over the next week, I avoided Eric and Adam. That was easy since I was busy with midterms and work. The campus committee about Woodhouse Hall finally reconvened around the same time. The faculty and staff were irritated to have to meet again, even though President Fairfax made it clear that it would only require a couple of meetings before the end of the semester. All she did was update everyone on what had happened. There were no motions to make or voting required. How did the alumni get state support to have Woodhouse nominated for the Historical Register? a faculty member asked after they spent 10 minutes complaining about the entitlement of alumni. At least it wasn't the current or future students this time.
The one who pushed the nomination through and has been the most vocal supporter works for the Massachusetts Historical Board. She used her position to put the nomination forward.
President Fairfax explained, a bit irritated that we hadn't been able to focus yet. The local board allowed her to do that?
They were ignorant of it all. We already had the family support to tear down the building for a new one. We submitted a notarized letter explaining why we, as the property owners, were refusing the status, but that was ignored too.
Have you spoken to the National Park Service? Don't they control the register? Asked an older man from the history department.
Yes, and they are very aware that there is no local support. The state is arguing that the building is culturally and historically important. The federal government is considering both sides,
President Fairfax said, as she calmed down and returned to an appearance of neutrality. I hadn't been able to meet with the Woodhouse family yet or see their local store, so I kept my mouth shut about their involvement and preferences for the solution. I had another plan in mind for now.
The alumni are planning to protest some sports events, she continued.
I understand they started some type of social media group to organize, one older professor said. I pulled out my cell phone to see if I could find it online. I did, and it was called The War for Woodhouse Hall. Joining required approval and answering a few questions. I suspected to prevent spies.
They seemed very well organized, if slightly misguided, President Fairfax continued. The protests are the bulk of their action. The historical building proposal isn't expected to be successful, but the mayor thinks we need a plan.
My request to join the War for Woodhouse Hall group had been approved while President Fairfax was speaking. I scrolled through, seeing, primarily, posts about the historical building in town and meeting minutes. That was where I found more information about the Registry of Historical Buildings information. I tried to read through it and pay attention to the meeting.
Are there any questions? President Fairfax asked.
I'd missed any conversation leading up to this, but I raised my hand. Where will the Woodhouse Hall students go if the construction happens? I asked.
What do you mean? It will be next year, so nobody will be assigned to Woodhouse Hall,
Candace from the housing office said. I mean the students who would have lived there.
Anywhere they want.
What if they can't afford anywhere else? These students are worried about their housing options.
Then they can get apartments,
she said, dismissing all of my concerns with a sneer. So, you're not planning any pricing adjustments for the students who can typically only afford Woodhouse Hall? I asked. I want to make sure I can give an accurate report to SGA. President Fairfax and Candace looked at each other.
We can discuss this privately. I assume SGA would like to have a meeting about this, President Fairfax said to me.
We are getting our ducks in a row, but we would, I said with a smile. I heard groans from the faculty, but President Fairfax and Candace shared resigned looks. I hope they both knew it would be better to deal with me now than angry students later. Adam opened his door a moment before I lifted my arm to knock on it. I know things are stressful, but you can pull through, Adam said to the boy leaving his room. I smiled at the boy as he left, remembering when midterms had come during my first semester and the stress of them. I pulled subs out of my backpack once Adam and I were alone in the room. I come with your winnings. As long as you don't need advice on dealing with anxiety and stress, you can come anytime, even without winnings. I watched Adam drop onto his bed and realized how much was on his shoulders. I sat at his desk and unwrapped the subs. I had made sure to pick up his favorite sub, Tuna with pickles and onions. I'm sorry I ruined the end of the road trip, Adam said when I handed him the sub. I left you a note about it. I got it. And no, you don't like him. I appreciate you trying to not argue with him as long as you did, and for giving him and Jenna a chance to spend some time together. Thank you for apologizing to me. Adam was already sitting up and stuffing his face. I pulled out chips and water bottles before I unwrapped my own Italian sub and started eating. I had to skip lunch to help people today, Adam said after putting away half the sub and burping. I thought you had office hours. I underestimated the demand on my time. Professors never seem to be overwhelmed in their offices. Yeah, but you're right where they live, and you're not giving them a grade. I know it will get quiet again after midterms, but if I spend all my time helping them, then when do I get my work done? You could hold study session as floor events. He looked at me as he ate. That is an excellent idea. I need to host more floor events. I gave him my sweetest smile. This was officially the second idea he had accepted. We spent the next few hours sitting on his bed, making note cards, and drilling each other on terms and ideas that we expected for the midterm in our shared sociology class. I found Jenna in our room when I got back. She had been at a study group when I left, but was now trying to continue the effort alone in the room. How's the studying going? I asked her. I thought it would be easier if I were alone, but there are too many distractions. I told you so. I'm sure Adam would be cool with you joining us the next time we study together. He's going to plan some study events for the floor, too. Well, Bobby and I are planning to study together. We could do that together. We have this calculus class together, and it's a killer. There was a knock at the door. It was Adam with a basket of candy. These are for you two, he said before handing it over to me. The basket was massive and full of all the candies we had talked about on the car ride. There were other candies, too, bags from the Highbury Candle Company. I knew exactly who it was from and passed it off to Jenna when Adam had left. She pulled out an envelope and read the note around. Her favorite candies for my favorite girl? Jenna read out loud. From Eric? I asked. Yeah, Jenna said, bouncing on the balls of her feet. This only confirmed that he was as interested in her as she was in him. I wanted to find Adam and gloat, but I focused on Jenna. They hadn't sealed the deal yet. These are all the candies you said you loved. I knew he was paying attention. You can, only get some of these online, Jenna said as we unpacked the basket and opened some of the bags. We should invite Eric to study with us, too. You don't do something like this unless you're into someone. Jenna didn't say anything, but I was already texting him about it. I understand Amelia finally has a report about the Woodhouse Hall committee, Eric said to those at the student government meeting. He was walking to his chair after spending the first half of the meeting wandering around the room, talking to random people while others were giving reports. He paused behind me, and I felt his hands rest on my shoulders. Startled, I jumped a little at first, and he started awkwardly massaging my shoulders. Unsure how to react, I felt my shoulders rise as my anxiety spiked. This was only our second meeting of the year, and it had only been a week since the first committee meeting. What did he mean by finally? I have a brief update, I said, pushing him off me and getting to my feet. The committee had its first meeting last week. It wasn't that exciting, but I was able to get approved as part of a social media group for the alumni. I got to see the application to be added to the National Register of Historical Buildings. Their argument is about the building's cultural significance of the Woodhouse family and the architecture of the building. It's a feeble argument, in my opinion.
Who are the Woodhouses?
Steve asked. The Woodhouses came over with the Pilgrims and own one of the largest fiber companies in the country. They own a lot of the old local mills, which have been identified as historical places. Crafters might know their yarn. They make their yarn in the region, but they have a flagship store in town. It seems to be the big reason people come to town, other than the university. Heath's hand shot up in the air. He was dressed for the gym, but his hair was perfectly styled, his clothes and shoes perfectly matched. The impression that struck me was that it was about looking like going to the gym rather than actually getting exercise. Do you have a question, Heath?
Yep. I was at your meeting in the dorm. How long will all this take?
That's a good question, and I don't really know. The state submitted their nomination in July, and someone from the National Park Service has to come out to see the site. I think it could be about 5 more months if they come out around winter break.
So, Eric said, do you think the campus committee is going to continue to meet?
They don't want to meet, but they might not have a choice. I mentioned our concerns about affordability, I said with a smile. The department representative, Candace, obviously didn't do her due diligence last year, and I'm sorry I assumed they did. If we want to protest the construction plan as a campus organization, I suggest this is our best strategy. This isn't about our fond memories of college, but of our immediate needs in selecting an affordable university, which is one of their selling points. We could rally the campus around this issue. The administration is open to meeting with us to discuss it more. There was a sudden silence as I sat down. I didn't know if I should say something about being done.
I believe we need an ad hoc committee to explore this more, Eric said. Amelia, can you chair that?
Sure, I said with a smile. Eric winked at me before continuing the meeting. Chapter 3.
Hey,
Adam said, sitting down next to me.
Thank you for your help with getting people to show up.
I looked up from the book I was reading to see his brown eyes and smiled. He looked much more relaxed than he had the last time we had studied together. He handed me a plate of black olive and onion pizza, a pie he had ordered specially for me. All I had done was slide a flyer under every door on the floor. The room filled up as the hot pizza was delivered, people bringing in their textbooks and laptops. I think the smell of pizza will lure more people than I did, I said before taking a bite of my pizza. I did invite a few other people. Sally and I need to study together. I'm sure she'll bring Norma too.
I'll sit with you guys then,
Adam said, and brought his books over. I was surprised to see Heath and Eric walk in together. They were talking about something, making it pretty clear that they hadn't simply shown up at the same time. Jenna was sitting with Bobby, clearly working on their shared calculus class. Eric and Heath walked over to the table where Adam and I had set up. I didn't get the impression that Heath was that studious, but when he sat down and pulled out an anatomy and physiology workbook, I realized he was in the same boat as everyone else. Eric, on the other hand, came empty-handed. Adam and I looked at each other. I wondered if I should explain that we were saving the seats. I decided to wait until Sally and Norma arrived.
We haven't been able to hang out much since the road trip,
Eric whispered, leaning over to talk to me.
Did my package arrive?
You know, things get busy around this time of year, I said with a shrug. Your package did arrive, and Jenna loved it.
Eric seemed confused. When you said we were going to study together, I thought you meant only the two of us, he said, and I assumed that was why he was confused.
I looked back at Adam, who had raised an eyebrow. Really? I said. I'm sure I mentioned that we were having a dorm event.
I don't remember that.
Well, if you want to hang out with me, I said, you can stay here to study. I think Sally and Norma are on their way over, too.
Actually, I have to go. I have another meeting.
Eric got up, waved to Heath, and left the room.
You would think he would have taken the opportunity to spend time with you if it was that important, Adam whispered.
Sally and Norma came into the room a few minutes after Eric left. I waved them over, and Adam went to get an extra chair. I introduced everyone to each other. Thank you for inviting me, Norma said. I love the pizza place you went to, Adam. They make the best sauce for their pizzas. It's not too sweet, like so many of the places out here.
I'm glad it's a hit, Adam said.
Norma, let's focus for a little while,
Sally said, redirecting the other woman's attention to her books. You're right, Sally. That's what we're here to do. Thank you, Amelia, for including me again this year. I smiled before getting back to my notes. Eventually, Sally asked if we could run through a practice test. We swapped papers when all three of us were done, Norma taking the longest. I'm such an idiot. I don't know why you always include me. I slow you down, but I adore you for taking the time for me, Norma said to Sally after getting most of the answers wrong. Sally, who had the patience of a saint, reassured Norma.
You were unusually silent,
Adam said once everyone had gone and we were cleaning up. Norma fills the room for me.
I didn't think she went on and on. She's managing her disability very well, probably because Sally helps her.
This is why she has Sally. I've been studying with them for years. I think I'm used to Norma's chatter and learned to work with it.
Because you're using them to get a better grade?
Adam asked. It always irritated me when Adam made me feel like a jerk. I'm not using her. She keeps me focused. That's what a good study buddy does.
But what does she get out of it?
I threw up my hands, letting his obtuse questions and probing annoy me. The same thing I do. What do you get out of our friendship? You could argue that we all use each other, I said, before remembering that he was trying to push my buttons.
I get someone who argues with me and helps me clean up after events. What do you get out of it? He said, giving me the grin that confirmed this.
Your undying devotion and pizza.
Maybe you should think about what Sally gets out of being your friend and consider bringing something better to the table.
I stuck out my tongue and went to put the pizza boxes in the dumpster. While I walked outside, I thought about what he said and decided to prove Adam wrong. What are you dressed as? I asked Jenna as we got ready for the Woodhouse Hall Halloween party. She had been secretive about her costume, never working on it in front of me and tossing it into a drawer or under her pillow when I came into the room. I was growing increasingly curious the closer the party got. What are you? I put on my black cat ears, my standard Halloween costume. I wore a cute black dress and leggings. I had a tail and ears that I bought in high school and used my makeup to paint my face with whiskers. I'm a Northanger Park unicorn, she said and pulled the unicorn horn headband and put on a onesie. She slid on gold flats and gold gloves, which resembled the hooves. Eric's going to love it. Jenna looked at me in the mirror and shrugged before grabbing a piece of candy from our huge trick-or-treating bowl. We had so much candy, between what we had picked up for trick-or-treating and what Eric had sent over. I was sure one of us would be diabetic before the end of the year. We had been having some drinks while we got ready, knowing there wouldn't be any alcohol at the party. A bunch of us on the floor had started and planned to continue the party in our rooms.
Someone had taken orders and brought back boxes of alcohol. "Happy Halloween," Adam said when we got down to the first-floor lobby of the dorm. Adam was dressed as a Ron from Harry Potter, a costume he had perfected in high school and never deviated from. I had knit him a house scarf and found the right wand online to complete the costume. He even had a Weasley sweater he could wear for colder Halloweens. Tonight, he had on a graduation gown over jeans and a t-shirt.
"You look very Weasley-like,"
Jenna said, giggling at his costume. "You look like you should sign autographs for kids," Adam said, tugging the long horsetail. "And Amelia comes with her A game." We high-fived each other and then made our way over to the snacks. "Are you coming to the floor party later?" I asked him. "I'm thinking about it." "Where's Mel?" "She's..." "You broke up?" I said, getting prematurely excited at his hesitation. "No." "Where is she then?" "She's mad about the road trip and that I haven't really been hanging out with her during midterms."
"Was she angry about Jenna going on the trip and not her?"
Adam scrunched his face a little, and I could tell he was thinking about how to answer me. He always makes a stupid face when he's thinking of a diplomatic response. "She's angry that she wasn't invited when other people changed their plans. I told her we already knew she couldn't get out of her meeting, but she wanted to be invited again anyway. She decided to go to the honors dorm Halloween party tonight. It's not a big deal." I sighed, pretty sure nothing I could say would help. We stood together, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw Jenna standing with someone exactly as tall as her. It could only be Bobby, the tallest guy in the dorm. He seemed to be dressed as a Pokemon trainer. "Don't, Amelia," Adam said, grabbing my arm. "Eric's coming." "Eric's not here, and she's getting along with Bobby." "He won't do anything for her. She'll stay in the room all day playing video games, and she'll get depressed and have no friends." I pulled my arm away from him and walked over to my roommate. I clearly needed to remind her of the priorities and not to lose sight of her goal. "I think Eric's on his way over," I said to her, glaring at Bobby.
"I'm watching for him,"
she said. "I'm going to get something to drink," Bobby said, clearly understanding what I wanted him to do. Once the official party was over, the real one got started. The beer and adult beverages got pulled out from under beds. I only went back to the room to grab the beer we had been hiding. After putting it in the tub of ice, I ended up spending the rest of the night with Adam. I lost track of Jenna, and I never saw if Eric came over. Adam and I sang karaoke songs that someone had set up on their laptop. The drunker we all got, the louder and more obnoxious the singing became. I don't know what time it was when I returned to my room. That part of the hall had quieted down first, and Jenna was already asleep in her bed, the curtain around her bed closed. I wondered if she was alone. Tiptoeing, I got ready for bed myself. Then, at 3 a.m, the fire alarm woke me up. Still drunk.
"I should have expected that,"
Jenna said with a groan as she rolled out of bed, alone. We were used to the alarm going off every weekend, but we never expected it. I hated getting up, still groggy with sleep, to get dressed so we could sit outside for at least 30 minutes waiting for the fire department to arrive and make sure it wasn't a real fire. There hadn't been a real fire in the 2.5 years. I can only imagine the fire department getting irritated. We sat on the sidewalk with Adam. I leaned into Adam, putting my head on his shoulder and closing my eyes to keep the world from spinning. Nobody talked except one guy from another floor who seemed to be full of energy. I didn't open my eyes again until the flashing lights of the fire trucks came down the street.
I looked at Jenna and realized she was angry. "Where did you go at the party? I lost you," I said as we all stood up. Jenna shrugged.
"Eric came by, and we went to the room."
I was thrilled at this news because it was exactly what I had hoped would happen. "That's awesome! What happened?" I asked, feeling awake again.
"We made out for a while."
This got my attention, and I felt alert again, wanting to hear more. Jenna didn't notice because she wasn't even looking at me. In fact, she hadn't looked at me since we woke up for the alarm. "Yeah? Then what?" I asked.
"I don't want to talk about it."
This didn't feel right. It wasn't like Jenna to not be excited about something good happening with Eric. "Did he hurt you?" I asked, trying to get some details.
"No."
The force she used to say this made me feel guilty for thinking Eric could hurt her. "You would tell me if he hurt you," I asked, wanting to make myself feel better.
"I don't want to talk about it."
I wanted to reassure her because clearly something hadn't gone the way we had expected. Drunk hookups don't always work well, but there will be other opportunities.
"I said I don't want to talk about it,"
Jenna snapped, finally looking at me. I shut my mouth, feeling the rush of anxiety. If he didn't hurt her, what had he done? Had he insulted her? Had he merely been a bad kisser? She had been a virgin. Was he insensitive about it? Maybe she was in pain from losing her virginity. I wanted her to talk to me about it. Eventually, they let us come back into the dorm. I nearly ran into Jenna when she stopped right at the entrance to our floor. I saw that someone had torn apart her bulletin board decorations and thrown them everywhere. When Adam saw, he quietly started picking up all the paper from the floor. I led Jenna, in tears, back to our room. "It was going to change tomorrow anyway," I said, giving her a hug and handing her a box of tissues.
"That's not the point. Why would someone do that?"
"Why would someone pull the alarm in the middle of the night? These are the things people do when they're drunk."
"It's mean."
"It's not about you. We'll put up a new cute one tomorrow with turkeys for Thanksgiving."
"This is the worst Halloween ever,"
Jenna said, flopping down on her bed and drawing the blackout curtain around her bed again. I fell asleep to the sound of Jenna quietly crying. I didn't know what to do. November. Chapter 1. Though discouraged by the drunken destruction of the bulletin board, Jenna still made a new one for November and decorated our door before dinner the next day. The door had a cute New England Thanksgiving theme. We had prepared turkey cutouts to put up all over the board. I was disappointed that she hadn't waited for me to help put it up. Adam's bulletin board had the same theme. I had asked her to make sure she included something for Veterans Day since Adam's father was an Army vet. She had a small section with a message thanking the veterans for their service and American flags all around it. The middle section was dedicated to information about registering for spring classes. This month, for the floor events, we were going off campus to a movie and grab dinner at a favorite Asian restaurant. The restaurant was best known for bubble tea and various egg roll fillings. My favorite was a pizza-filled egg roll that you dipped with tomato sauce. Other posters and flyers were still plastered on the wall around the board and seemed to be spreading. I pulled down a few of the predatory ones for fake jobs and scams, but left up events, party flyers, and tutoring offers before leaving for class the next Monday. Adam would probably be livid, but he could pull down the rest himself. The faculty were all ignoring each other, probably checking emails and texts. I sat there, my notebook out, ready for the meeting to begin. Nobody looked up when President Fairfax walked into the room. I know you all wanted to cancel this meeting and don't see the point of the committee, but the campus needs to resolve the Woodhouse Hall issue as soon as possible, President Lois Fairfax said at the November Woodhouse Hall committee meeting. She had taken over the committee in an unprecedented move. The rumor was that the previous chair had refused to act as directed. Eric had requested a meeting with President Fairfax in the housing office about the affordability of the other dorms. He told me they weren't following up with him. I'd seen the agenda for this meeting, and one of the two topics was dorm affordability. I wasn't sure why the whole committee needed to be part of this discussion, but I was glad it was being included. The war for Woodhouse Hall transitioned from something the alumni were pushing and became a rallying cry for the current residents of the dorm as well. Eric and Alexandria, the Alumni Association president, had discussed SGA co-opting the phrase in October. It had been during the alumni's homecoming weekend protest at a hockey game. That got the local paper's attention, and both sides were interviewed. Then, the Associated Press had picked it up, and newspapers all over the country were reporting about Lockhart University's dorm battle. The war was about more than the alumni's memories of the dorm. Eric made it clear that it was also focused on how the university was marketed as affordable while removing the affordable dorm. I walked to the meeting, trying to boost my ego, so I could hold my own in a room full of campus leaders and people who saw me as a mere child. Nearly everyone in the room was glaring at me. The tension was high since the once cohesive committee was now fractured, and it was clear that I was the cause. I assume you all want to know what's going on with the residents of Woodhouse Hall, I said, not waiting for an invitation to speak. All the committee members looked at me, most glaring and the others rolling their eyes. They probably thought I was everything wrong with the student body. We'll get to that, President Fairfax said. The town's historical commission is now supporting the campaign to get Woodhouse Hall on the Register of Historical Places. Weren't they already supporting our plan to build something new? A faculty member asked. They don't want to upset the state commission because it might ruin their chances for support for future buildings getting onto the National Register, President Fairfax said. This increases the chances that we're going to have to plan a way to preserve the current building and still increase the beds in the dorm. It will include additional fundraising, since conservative estimates suggest it will double the budget. The architecture firm is drafting a design that incorporates the current building. This committee's next task is to deal with the fundraising. The group started talking amongst themselves, but not to me. None of them thought the committee was responsible for fundraising. I agreed and had one terrible idea about how they might raise the money. I slowly raised my hand, almost afraid to ask the question that would confirm it. I didn't wait to be acknowledged by President Fairfax. Does this mean you're going to raise housing fees for the students? Everyone stopped talking and glared at me.
You mean the war you students have declared,
someone said, but I didn't see who. President Fairfax must be feeling attacked from both sides. I don't see this as a war, I said. You're promoting this school as affordable, but you're replacing the most affordable dorm on campus with no plan on how to take care of these students. I've heard rumors that the housing office has already approved raising housing fees to help cover the cost of the construction. If there is a war, it was declared by the campus. If this is how you're going to cover the increase in the cost of building a new dorm, then you should expect the students to protest. President Fairfax looked me in the eye, narrowing hers. Why didn't you raise this concern last year when we discussed it? She asked me. This year, I have a very different perspective, and I'm no longer assuming someone else has considered the needs of the students.
That's convenient,
someone else said. No, it's not, I said, ready for combat. I'm not against the plan, and I don't see how any of this involves the committee. I'm worried about how this will impact the students. We simply want a meeting between SGA, President Fairfax, and the Housing Office. Clearly, we didn't consider this fully last year, and you can't put the cost on the shoulders of students who already struggle to afford campus housing. I met President Fairfax's gaze. Any war was between the two of us, not the rest of the committee. What are the students proposing, then? She asked. Nothing. It's not our responsibility to find the money for this plan. It's your responsibility to provide affordable housing. We're your customers. We're the people who pay tuition now and will donate in the future. Maybe if you responded to Eric's meeting requests, this could be resolved quickly. I was pretty proud of myself. Adam and I had worked together for hours coming up with possible points to make and ways to phrase it. He had anticipated that I would need to be this forceful with President Fairfax. She was the one who broke away first, a signal that she conceded the point and I had won. The rest of the meeting continued, but I kept silent. Amelia, can I speak to you? President Fairfax said once the meeting was over. I walked over and sat down next to her. I appreciate that you're representing the students of Woodhouse Hall, but we need them to support this construction plan. Then do right by them, I said. These students are aware of the sacrifices they're making to attend this school. They're aware of what the dorm lacks and what they're giving up to afford their housing. These students aren't entitled or assuming they deserve a better dorm. They are aware of the money they will owe in loans, the burdens college expenses put on their families, and that all the features of the more expensive dorm require money. The way to get these students to support tearing down the only dorm they can afford is to not make them pay more money. We can't promise that. Then, these students will transfer to a school they can't afford. Some are already talking about applying to transfer for the fall. They're talking about community colleges and commuter schools where they can live at home. You didn't entice these students with fancy dorms. Figure out a real solution for these students, and they'll be more inclined to support a new dorm. Is this how everyone in SGA feels, or only you and the Woodhouse residents? SGA is officially supporting the Woodhouse residents. Then maybe you should make sure Eric has requested a meeting before insisting we respond to his request. I left the meeting soon, already on my phone, texting Eric about this. He had assured me he had contacted President Fairfax's office to meet. Why would he lie? Adam and Mel had planned the dinner and movie adventure in the summer before their relationship had taken a turn for the worse. At the time, a long holiday weekend seemed like a chance to take a break from the growing stress of the semester. Plenty of people would go home for the weekend. Jenna and I had been excited about staying on campus for the long weekend. Our entire weekend was planned for a fun adventure. Then Halloween happened, and now I wasn't sure about anything anymore. I decided to go with my parents to New Hampshire, Jenna said as she packed a bag. You know, since I didn't go see them in October. Alone? Just the three of us. I was confused. Clearly, something had happened with Eric, something she didn't like. What had I done, though? I had been trying to support her, even if she didn't seem to want it. So, no apple picking? I asked, hoping she simply forgot about our plans and would feel a little guilty. She shrugged and gave me half a smile. I need a break and to clear my head. I miss them. Right.
I said with a nod. I wanted to ask about Eric. She shut down any time I asked about it. She was mad at me about something, but she insisted that she didn't want to talk about it. Now I considered asking again, but I ended up going to Adam for distraction. "I'm in panic mode," Adam said when he saw me. I came in, and Adam plopped down on his bed and opened a comic book before lying back on his pillow to read it. For someone in panic mode, he was pretty relaxed. "What happened?" I asked, sitting on the bed next to him. Adam let out a huge sigh, and we both leaned back against the wall next to the bed. "Mel never promoted the dinner and movie tour residents. None of them are coming. We have more people coming than we have cars." "Mel's not coming either?" "Nope." "How many people are coming?" 6. "Are you counting Jenna? She's not coming." "She told me already." "Did you call Steve?" "Yep, and they have plans on Saturday night." We sat there in silence, thinking, for a few minutes. If Jenna was going away with her parents, just the 3 of them, that meant Eric might be around. "What about Eric?" Adam let out a bark of a laugh. "What about him?" "He has a car." "He's an asshole. I don't really want him around." "Well, then I can skip it, and you can put 3 people in the back seat." Adam turned to me, appalled at the idea. "You have to come. I'm not friends with anyone else in this group. It would be weird." "You're their RA. They trust you. It will be fine," I said, trying to boost his confidence. "No, I need you there. I thought Mel would make it easier to take everyone off campus. I need someone to help me keep things from getting out of control." "Then, who else has a car?" "Nobody I know." I let out a deep sigh and shrugged. "Then you have no choice but to invite Eric." "You call him." Eric, who had been ignoring emails and texts about meeting with President Fairfax, quickly responded and was only too happy to join us. He insisted, like he had for the road trip, that I drive with him. He seemed disappointed when I had to sit in the back seat. Kaylee, who lived 2 doors down from me and was super sweet, had to sit in the front seat to avoid car sickness. "I had fun on Halloween," Eric said, looking at me in the mirror. "Yeah, it was great," I said, not wanting to talk about it in front of Kaylee. "It was the best Halloween party ever," she said, clearly oblivious to everything. The whole movie and dinner was strange. Eric started arguing with Adam about where to sit at the restaurant. I ended up sitting at the other end of the table. I couldn't figure out the cause of this flare-up. Eric was the one being excessively antagonistic toward Adam, not the other way around. I spent the entire evening staying away from both of them and wondering what was going on. Could it be about Jenna? Could it be about me? At the movie, Eric continued the argument about where he wanted to sit, and this time, Kaylee ended up between us. "If you and Eric are a couple, I can switch places with you," Kaylee said after Eric left to get popcorn, stomping up the aisle. I quickly turned my head, anxious to correct her. "We're not together." "Oh, sorry." She looked appalled, and I felt bad for snapping at her. "I'm sorry. You're fine where you are," I said. "It's just that he clearly wants to sit with you." "It's fine, really." Eric pouted the rest of the night and couldn't get away from the dorm fast enough when he dropped us off. I went to my room, having a night alone for the first time since moving in. It was weird being alone in the room, and I didn't know what to do with myself. I was pulling out my PJs when Adam knocked on my door. I let him in, and he sat down at my desk. I pulled out the chair from Jenna's desk and sat to face him. Does it feel like something's wrong? Adam asked me.
You feel it too, right?
I thought Jenna and Eric hooked up on Halloween. He wasn't acting like there was anything between them. Adam looked confused and a bit exacerbated.
I know, right? She wasn't very clear about what happened, I said.
You need to be careful, Amelia.
What? I was right about him wanting her. Maybe it's not working out, but I was right.
Seriously? Adam said. I'm shocked at how you're constantly spinning this into a new narrative. I glared at him. Whatever, he said with a deep sigh. I simply think you should be careful. You have to live with Jenna until May. I didn't say anything, so he stood up and put his hands up as if to signify that he was giving up. Chapter 2. This is our last meeting of the semester, Eric said once he called our SGA meeting to order. I want to start with the Woodhouse Hall status, Amelia. I was exhausted and annoyed, but that was fairly common for me right before Thanksgiving. Adam and I were driving home for the long weekend on Wednesday afternoon when we got out of class. That was 2 days away, and I was already counting the minutes until I was sleeping in a room that was all my own. I had overthought this report and had forced Steve and Adam to review it before the meeting started. The subcommittee ran a survey of the Woodhouse Hall students. I started, speaking without my usual level of excitement. We got 50% of the students in the dorm to respond, which is a crazy high response rate, and over 90% of them confirmed that affordability was the main reason they had decided to live in the dorm. The other 50% said there was no other housing options. Of those numbers, about 30% specifically commented that they had been offered other dorms, but they were the most expensive ones on campus and out of their price range. The entire room looked satisfied with this information. I watched as Heath's hand shot up in the air. He had been one of the subcommittee members, but had only been helpful when Eric was around. I want to add, he said when Eric recognized him, that when people learned that the housing costs could go up if they don't demolish the current dorm, they got furious. Who told them this? I asked. I had told the subcommittee about the historical building discussion and my fears about the cost shift to the students, but we had explicitly decided to keep it private until I had more information. I spoke to several students about it when I was doing the surveys, Heath said with a grin. I took a deep breath and let it out. I wondered why he was suddenly undermining me. Was it merely to impress Eric? I glanced at Eric, and he was staring at me, smiling like we shared a secret. There's more to my report. The Alumni Association reached out to me during Alumni Weekend. They asked, at the time, if we wanted to participate in the protest. Eric and I spoke about this, since it was so last minute, and decided to not organize anything. They did have the Boston Globe reporter talk to Eric, and that's why we were included in the article. We do have permission to use the War for Woodhouse slogan for any protest. You can buy shirts, posters, and whatever you need from them. I know a few people bought the window clings because I've seen them on the windows at the dorm. So, you don't want us to support the alumni's effort to keep the building open? Someone asked, a face I didn't recognize. No, Eric said before I could answer. We are asking for something different, but you are allowed to follow your conscience. If you think the alumni's protest should be supported, you're free to do that. Since the rumors are already circulating, I can address the possible plan changes and historical building status, I said, putting down my notes. Sure, Eric said. I looked around the room, and all eyes were focused on me. Nobody seemed to be looking at their phones.
Someone from the National Park Service, which runs the Register of Historical Buildings, came to campus this week. The local historical commission's change to support the nomination has even the odds that it could happen. If they do make it a historical building, then it can't be torn down and rebuilt as something new. They will have to keep parts of the building intact, and replacements will have to be true to the era. I talked to someone at the local historical commission about it, and he told me it would impact replacement costs since things might have to be custom made, but this is a building from the 1950s. It might not be that expensive right now. What the architects are working on includes plans on how to increase the space while staying in legal requirements. The campus administration is preparing for both responses. This is connected to the affordability issue, but no matter what happens, we need an affordable option for students while Woodhouse is closed. I made eye contact with Eric, hoping he would speak up with good news. "Eric," I said when he didn't, "I contacted you about this earlier this month, but maybe you missed it. President Fairfax never got your email, but seems open to meeting with us." Eric moved on to the next topic without even acknowledging my question. Steve leaned back, the two of us still flanking Eric at meetings, and met my eye. I smiled, glad it was over and I could get ready for final exams, which were only a few weeks away. "Hey, Amelia," Eric said to me once the meeting was over. People left the room quickly once he ended the meeting. I wasn't the only one ready to go home for Thanksgiving and worry about finals. "Yeah." "Can I come see you tomorrow night to talk about a meeting with Fairfax and her staff?" Eric asked, looking around to see who could hear us. Steve was watching us. "I'm sorry I didn't mention it at the meeting. I wanted us to be on the same page before we tell everyone what's coming up." "Sure. I think it would be best if we both know what communication is sent out, so she can't play us against each other." "Just the two of us," he said with a grin and a wink. "I don't want any more rumors spreading." I didn't know what rumors he was talking about. "Okay," I said. "Meet me in my floor's common room at Woodhouse Hall." The voice in the back of my head was annoyed and confused. I walked back to Woodhouse Hall alone, thinking about all these details that made no sense. Why would Eric lie about trying to set a meeting with the president's office? Was it Fairfax who was lying? What happened on Halloween between him and Jenna? I was positive she would have told me if he had hurt her, but if he hadn't hurt her, then why was she so reluctant to talk about it? Why was the animosity between him and Adam getting worse? Adam was convinced that Eric was interested in me, but I didn't see how that was the case. Since I would be alone with Eric, I considered asking him about it directly. "That's cool," Jenna said when I told her that Eric was coming over. "I'm going to play video games in Bobby's room. I can stay away for as long as you two need." Bobby's room was the perfect room for everyone who liked to play video games. His roommate had moved into a different dorm in the middle of October, having been on a waiting list since the summer. Woodhouse was already the bottom of the barrel, so nobody was waiting to move into the spot. He had the room all to himself for the semester, so he set it up to be the ideal video gaming space. Bobby had brought in special chairs from his parents' house and got a big TV. It made him and his room more popular than I thought he deserved, but I'm not a gamer, so what do I know? I grabbed my books and laptop, planning to get some work done while I waited for Eric. I found the common room empty. Most people were probably packing for trips home or having dinner. Eric got off the elevator a half hour later. I was sitting on a couch, my things spread out around me. I put them away to make room for him. "I've been trying to get some time alone with you since Halloween," Eric said as he sat down, "but Adam insists on interfering. What's up with him?" "I don't know," I said, not realizing this had been happening at all. Eric sat back on the couch, leaned closer to me, and put his arm across the back of the cushion as if he was going to drape it over my shoulder. It felt weird, but I didn't make him move. Anyway, I had a great time on Halloween.
Great, but Jenna didn't tell me much.
Jenna? Why would Jenna know anything about us?
He leaned in to try to kiss me. I put my hands up and pushed him away. I'm perplexed, I said. I thought you and Jenna hooked up.
What? He said, pushing back. I was only with you that night. I know we were drunk, but I know you wanted me as much as I wanted you.
Stunned, I went blank, trying to process this. Eric immediately moved my hands away, pressed his lips to mine. His hands were fumbling under my shirt, and his tongue tried to part my lips. My brain clicked. I need him in the balls. Get the fuck off me, I yelled. Help!
Fuck, Amelia. You know you want this. Why are you being a tease? Eric moaned, leaning over and cupping his crotch.
I relaxed a bit, thinking it was over, but in a flash, he was on top of me again. I managed to free an arm quickly and stuck my thumb in his eye. I heard a door slam, and Adam pulled Eric off me. He had a cell phone in his hand, and he tossed Eric to the floor.
Yeah, that's the floor, the common room,
Adam said to someone on the other side. Eric curled up into a ball, whimpering in pain. Campus security was there in moments. I was shaking as Adam wrapped his arms around me.
I had the door open for my office hours, he said. I'm glad I heard you yell, but it looks like you got a few kicks and jabs in first.
December. Chapter 1.
You need to sleep in your own room tonight, Adam said.
We were driving back to campus together after Thanksgiving weekend. I couldn't stop obsessively thinking about everything that had happened with Eric, especially what had led up to it. I had to spend 2 more nights on campus between the attack and going home for the holiday. I spent the nights in Adam's room, sleeping like we did as kids, head to feet, on opposite ends of the bed. It reminded me of the nights he would spend at my house, having run away from home. Having him next to me, someone I trusted with my life, was comforting. I had talked to Jenna briefly before I left and learned what had happened on Halloween. Eric was already drunk when he got to Woodhouse Hall. Jenna was in the room when he got there. He called her his favorite girl, like he had in the note with the candy. They drank more and made out until he called her by my name. Jenna, did he force himself on you too? I asked after she told me the story. I don't think that's what happened, but I was upset that he thought I was you. You're like his favorite girl. I had been pushing her on a guy who wanted me. All the time he had spent around the dorm and with us must have been his attempts to spend time with me. I had been oblivious to it because I wanted it to be about Jenna, not me. I gave her a weak apology, acknowledging that I should have seen his true intentions while defending my interpretation. I don't want to, I whined to Adam as he drove. You owe Jenna a better apology. What Eric did was traumatic and not your fault. What happened between you and Jenna is on you, and you need to make it right. I don't want everyone to know what happened. Amelia, everyone knows. They heard and saw the aftermath. I didn't say anything else. Once we were back at Woodhouse Hall, I stomped back to my room. I almost didn't notice that the door design had changed. Jenna was obviously back,
because I had gone home after her, and the decorations were now gone. She had kept the whiteboard for messages, but now the name tags we had made to help Adam back in September were on the door again. I wiped away the tears filling my eyes before opening the door to a dark and empty room. Her suitcase was parked next to her bed, and it looked like she had unpacked before going out. I threw my suitcase on my bed and unzipped it to pull out all my clean clothes as tears continued to fill my eyes. "Amelia, open up," I heard Adam say as he knocked on my door a few minutes later. I threw the door open, ready to argue with him. "I'm sorry. I know it's not fine," he said. I let him wrap his arms around me and pull me into a hug. He hung out with me in my room until Jenna got back a few hours later. "I'm so sorry, Jenna," I said when she refused to speak to me for 30 minutes. "You should have told me he wanted you." She turned and dropped onto her bed, looking up at me, exhausted by my excuses. "I swear I wouldn't have encouraged you if I had known. I really wanted him to be crazy about you, and I should have realized what he was doing. He was my friend, not yours." "I could have been dating someone I liked this entire semester." I sat up in my bed and waited for her to look at me. "Yes, and that was wrong of me, and for that I'm sorry. I know I can't undo it or fix it, but how can I make it better?" Jenna shrugged and told me everything that had happened on Halloween. I had been right about most of it. She confirmed that it had gotten very hot and heavy until he moaned my name. That's when she sent him away and realized it had always been about me. I told her about the night he came over, something she had only heard through rumors.
"He's the worst type of predator,"
Jenna said, laying down on her bed and looking up at the ceiling.
"I thought a lot about it when I was home, and I told my friend Nora about it. He's the predator who, thinks if he's your friend, then suddenly one day you'll have the epiphany and realize he's the right guy for you. He's the kind that makes you think he's nice and sweet, but really, he's going to do whatever it takes to get his way. He probably doesn't even know he made out with me on Halloween." "I wonder when this started. I never got any impression that he was interested in me," I said, nodding. "I thought he was actually into Heath for a while,"
Jenna said, giggling and rolling over to face me. That explained a lot, and I would have backed off too if I had thought Eric was into guys. He had dated women since I had met him, but that didn't really mean much. "That makes more sense than him wanting me," I admitted.
"I'm sorry I didn't tell you what happened on Halloween. I didn't think he would ever do this, especially to you."
"I'm sorry I pushed him on you. Can you forgive me?"
"Yeah, but don't be mad if things aren't the same. November wasn't a good month for me, and I think I need to make some changes. Do you forgive me?"
"There's nothing you need to be forgiven for, but yes, if it makes you feel better." We both got up and hugged. I was glad to have my friend back, but I wondered what kind of changes were coming up. Jenna put up a simple door decoration for December. Adam's announcement board seemed to have received all her attention. She had finally found the paper mother lode somewhere on campus, including large rolls of white paper. She had made 3D snowballs and a snowman. She had cut out intricate 3D snowflakes from construction paper. The board focused on study tips for finals and vacating the dorm for winter break. All the remaining snowflakes had been used on our door. It was pretty, but the simplicity was a change that I liked. I was finding myself reevaluating the relationships I had with people. I spent time with Steve and Gwen, who I felt like I had ignored over the semester because I was so single-minded about getting Jenna and Eric together. As finals began, I tried changing my attitude toward Norma. I did my best to see her from a new perspective when she joined Sally and me for our final study session, but there was a reason we had never clicked in the past. I put on my best smile and focused on being Sally's support. In the end, she really only wanted to gossip about campus politics.
"Did something happen between you and Eric?" she asked as we studied together in the library one evening.
"Why?" I asked, not feeling that comfortable sharing it with her.
"He and my mom had some appointment together this week. I got there as he was leaving and overheard them a little."
"What did you hear?"
"First, I need you to know that all of this is off the record, but you can't share it with anyone. I'm pretty sure my mother wants you to know this. She told me some things too."
"Okay," I said, now entirely focused on what Sally had to share.
"She was thanking him for sharing some information with her, and she would consider it the next time you met with her. When I got in her office, she asked me a ton of questions about you again."
"Like what?"
"Like your dating history and what I knew about your personal relationship with Eric."
I could feel the prickle of goosebumps on my arm. Again, I found myself considering how much I could safely tell her. "It's really personal, but it has nothing to do with your mother."
"Oh,"
Sally said, looking disappointed at my lack of communication.
"You didn't show up for a meeting about housing costs, and Eric said you had given him permission to speak for everyone. My mother said he didn't even try to negotiate with her proposal."
"What does that mean?"
"I think he gave them permission to hike up the cost of housing and to let the students cover it. He apparently claimed this had been decided by the committee you've been running for SGA."
"What?"
"Right. I don't think that even made sense to her."
"What would he get out of it?"
"That's why I asked you about your relationship with him, because it looks like he's throwing you under the bus."
For the first time since Eric's attack, I was wondering what was going on in his head, besides sex, and what he might be trying to do to spin it in his favor. It started to become apparent at the December Woodhouse Hall subcommittee meeting. Of all the members, only Bobby showed up to the December meeting. I had to reevaluate what was going on with my friends. Jenna and Adam had other plans they couldn't change, but Heath and Eric simply didn't show up. Jenna told me what happened with Eric," Bobby said when it was clear nobody else was coming. "I didn't know you two talked about these things. I thought you were only playing video games." "She was pretty quiet about things for a while, especially after Halloween. She, opened up again after Thanksgiving. From everything she's told me about Eric, I don't think you would have ever guessed his true intentions."
"What do you mean?"
"He seems to know what he's supposed to want in a relationship, but he might not actually want it." I was confused, and Bobby could tell. "We're all, trying to figure out who we are and what we want," he continued. "I think he likes the idea of being with you because you're both ambitious and driven. He thinks he wants a power couple situation. It's clear by the people he hangs around. Then there are the people he secretly hangs out with, like Heath."
"He was hanging around with Heath? How do you know?"
"Heath lives next to me. I see and hear a lot more than people realize." I looked at Bobby and wondered how many wrong assumptions I've made over the past few months.
I had projected myself as a freshman onto Jenna, and I didn't even take the time to get to know Bobby before assuming he was the wrong guy for her.
What about Adam? The idea of misunderstanding Adam, of all people, made me panic a bit.
I think you should watch out now, Bobby said while I had the mini panic attack. I would be prepared for some type of revenge. Eric seems like the type. I might have been blindsided by Eric's sexual interests, but I knew his political plays, and Sally had already given me enough information. He was engaged in a passive-aggressive campaign to get rid of me. He had done it to others many times. I needed to find supporters before the games could begin. I turned to the first person I could think of, Steve. I saw Steve and Gwen the next night when I went to study with them. Their apartment was small but cute. They had found a cheap one-bedroom apartment close to campus. The building reminded me of a cheap motel, but it was less expensive than any dorm and just as close. Everything felt condensed and maximized. The futon that doubled as an extra bed and the kitchen table was used as a desk. We sat around the table with our laptops, textbooks, and notes surrounding us. I also had a pile of articles for a paper I was writing. There was a pizza sitting on the stove and junk food all over the place. You should report what happened in your room, Steve said as we discussed the possible games Eric would play.
There technically is, Gwen reminded him. Adam had been obligated to report what had happened to campus security as the floor's RA. Gwen had been interviewed as a witness, and my statement had been taken. I had gone to campus security after Thanksgiving to discuss my options. I had been given a copy of the report after I had threatened to go to the town police about it. I had also decided to postpone any action until I saw what Eric's response would be. At the time, I'd been expecting him to reflect on his actions and apologize to me. Obviously, that hadn't happened at all. I mean to the real cops. I sat back in my chair and took a deep breath. There have always been rumors, Steve reminded me. Maybe nobody dared to press charges and speak up? Would that make a difference? I asked as I exhaled. Gwen shook her head. It would put it on record, and someday he's going to run for political office, Steve said, pointing a pretzel rod at me. Like that makes a difference, I said with a shrug. I might as well save it until he's testifying to Congress. Does it bother either one of you that Amelia is using her attack to gain political advantage? Gwen asked. Think of all the people he's ruined. How many of them may have also rejected his sexual advances? Both Steve and I turned to look at her. Gwen's face was getting red, and her nostrils were flaring as she took short breaths through her nose. She was clutching the edge of the table, and Steve put his hand on hers. I saw her relax a bit. As much as I was trying to rationalize and distance myself from what had happened, Gwen was not. Eric had been our friend for 3 years. It was like this had happened to her. Gwen? I asked. Has he attacked you too? No, because Steve was around, she said. He could tell there was something between us. I sat there thinking about Eric's behavior and what Steve had seen that I had ignored. You're right, but I want to give him a chance to apologize and repent in some way. At least we don't have to see him until January, Steve said. I took a break by going to the bathroom. I came back into the room to see Steve wipe something on Gwen's cheek and kiss her hand. I'd been making so many mistakes. Maybe my mistake with Jenna and Eric had been about my ego. My mistake with Eric was that I had been on his good side and had ignored the real him. I needed to hold off on pressing charges to see if there's more than a misunderstanding going on. You know,
I said, smiling and walking back to the table. We only have a few more months of Eric's presidency. Next year will be better. Steve stared at me, eyes wide. Fuck, he said. What? Gwen asked. Steve looked back and forth at both of us. He's going to run again, isn't he? I asked. Steve slowly nodded. He said he was giving me the courtesy of letting me know he had a different vice president preference for next year. He wants me to step aside. Gwen and I looked at each other. I put my elbow on the table and leaned into my fist, covering my mouth. Are you sure you want to wait for an apology? She asked. I need to think about this over the break. I think we both need to, Steve said. I barely got any sleep during finals week. Someone pulled the fire alarm every night, at least twice. I started bringing my laptop outside with us so I could keep writing papers and reviewing study notes. Jenna and I sat together, but Adam seemed to be absent most nights. When he was there, he was busy in the dorms, making sure everyone was out. He always seemed to be talking to the floor residents when I saw him.
I think he's been staying at Mel's,
Jenna said one night while we sat on the curb across the street from the dorm. It was already freezing out and threatening to snow. I was bundled up in my winter jacket, warm boots, scarves, and a hat. I was wearing fingerless gloves so I could keep working in the cold. The computer in my lap was keeping me warm. How do you know?
I've been hanging out. Things aren't good between them.
Why?
I'm not that close to him,
she said with a shrug. That's when I noticed Kaylee and two other girls in the dorm whispering to each other and glancing over at us. What's that about? I asked Jenna. She looked at them for a few seconds and frowned.
That might be about what happened with Eric.
What?
Well, everyone knows.
About what?
That he attacked you.
I could feel the heat rise in my face. The girls, who happened to be looking at me, all waved nervously. Hey, Amelia, Kaylee said, confirming her nerves with a giggle. What did you hear? I demanded. What? Nothing. No, seriously, I don't want anyone spreading lies. The three of them looked at each other. She was there, one of the other girls said. She saw what happened.
It's cool, Amelia, Kaylee said. I was telling them to watch out for Eric.
We don't think you let him on,
one of the girls said, looking at Jenna.
Nobody's suggesting that anyone leads someone on and wants to be attacked,
Kaylee said, and smacked her friend's arm. I didn't get a chance to argue with them as the fire trucks drove up and quickly turned off the alarm.
I can't wait for this semester to be over,
Jenna said when we were back in the room. I wanted to agree with her, but I was beginning to dread what this all meant for next semester. I didn't want to see anyone over the break. I wanted a whole month away from these people, even Adam.
Let's take a trip downtown,
Jenna said in the middle of finals week. We both had one more exam left, and it was 2 days away, on the last day of exams. I hated how the campus changed the times and days of the week when they scheduled finals. I was tired of studying for this exam. Where to? I asked.
I want to get you a Christmas gift.
Oh, let's go to that yarn store downtown, the Woodhouse one, I said. Jenna scrolled and tapped on her phone, searching for the location.
We can walk there. It's called The Stash.
We got dressed, and within 15 minutes, we entered the quiet yarn shop. We walked around, and Jenna had me pick out yarn for my gift.
I already finished your Hanukkah gift, I told her.
I saw you pick out the yarn in October.
I had made her a shawl that could double as a scarf, a beret, and fingerless gloves in matching yarn. I hadn't hidden it from her, but she was smart enough to avoid asking about it. The store was large and carried almost exclusively Woodhouse yarns. The company sold the inexpensive yarns to the big craft stores, but here you found their high-end yarns like cashmere, silk, and mink. They had items from their craft lines like steel yarn that Jenna went crazy over, planning to make jewelry with it over the break. There was yarn from other companies being sold, but they had a separate section showcasing small local companies that weren't big enough for other stores yet. They had a series of rooms where people were knitting in groups. It seemed like there was a class going on in one of them. There was a cafe full of men working on their laptops. We ordered sandwiches and ate lunch there. It was cathartic to have a simple afternoon with Jenna, bonding over a shared love of yarn. Are you girls from the university? The young woman at the register asked when we went to pay. She was a few years older than us, and her name tag said Carrie.
We live in Woodhouse Hall. Is that the same family?
Jenna asked. We are, Carrie said, rolling her eyes. Are you guys not happy having a dorm? I asked. Oh, we love working with the university. My father's simply annoyed with this dorm situation. He agreed to let them demolish and rebuild, but then communication shut down. The state's historical board wants him to support adding the dorm to the federal historical register. It's a mess. Oh, I know all about it, I said. I'm on the committees. Really? Carrie asked.
Amelia's in the center of it all, Jenna said with a smile.
You should meet my father. He'd love to hear a different perspective, especially a student who lives in the dorm, Carrie said, and handed me her card after writing a phone number on it. I'm about to leave for winter break, I said. My parents are in Peru until the middle of January. It will be perfect for you to come to meet them when you come back for the spring semester. We left after I promised to call Carrie after the new year.
I wonder what the Woodhouses will think of the campus hiking up their housing costs next year,
Jenna asked as we walked back. I can't wait to find out.
Spring semester.
January. Chapter 1. Winter break had been just what I needed. I took the month to recharge and consider how I would deal with the Eric situation. The drive with Adam, after finals, was tense. Mel had planned on driving with us to spend Christmas with Adam's family. She changed her mind at the last minute and didn't tell Adam until he called her when we were waiting for her, with the car packed. The drive back to campus with Gwen and Steve was much more enjoyable. They brought me back a day early so I could meet Gene Woodhouse, Carrie's father. He had come back from a trip to Peru the day before and wanted to know more about what was happening with the dorm. He had never met anyone who lived there. It was built before he was even born. I made a decision, Steve said once we were back on the road that morning. I'd been sitting in the back seat with a large hot tea in my hands. We had been talking about my meeting with the Woodhouse family and what I wanted to bring up. What's that? I asked. Gwen turned around from the passenger seat and gave me a sly smile. Eric can support anyone he wants for vice president for next year. I'm going to run for president. I quickly met Steve's eyes in the rearview mirror, and he winked at me. I looked back at Gwen, who had a massive grin on her face. That's a great idea, I said.
There's more, Gwen said with a conspiratorial tap on her nose. We think you should run for vice president. Steve quickly followed. What? I asked, positive I hadn't heard him correctly. You should run for vice president. You already do more than almost anyone else, he repeated. I like being a senator. You shouldn't be in the background supporting the ambitious men, Amelia, Gwen said. I refused to commit to anything right away, but I weighed the option as the drive continued. I had never considered being more than a senator. I loved the level of commitment it gave me and the involvement that came with it. I worried that I couldn't do other jobs as well as I was a senator. I needed feedback from other people that I trusted, especially Adam. When I got back to the room, I could tell Jenna was back already. Even though both the door and the bulletin board were the same as they had been before we had left for the break, there were new things on her side of the room. I could see, on her desk, a pile of textbooks for her spring classes, donut-shaped strings of lights, and a stash of flameless candles. I quickly unpacked my own suitcases and stored my books. I found a note on Adam's door saying he was out, so I went to Bobby's room. I was pretty sure Jenna would be there playing video games. When I knocked, it wasn't Bobby who opened the door, but someone I didn't recognize. Hi? I said, staring in the deep brown eyes staring at me. At this very moment, I felt something I hadn't felt in a long time. That knot in your stomach when you meet someone you're attracted to. You know that feeling, like someone kicked the wind out of you and punched you in the gut all at the same time and you still want more. Are you looking for Bobby? He said with a smile. He's not here. I'm Frank, his new roommate. I struggled to focus on his words. Instead, I watched his mouth move. Right, I said, finding my focus again. I'm Amelia. I put out my hand and let Frank take it. Want to come in and wait for him? Was Jenna with him? No, he went to dinner with a bunch of guys, his gaming club. You didn't go with them? I asked. I was going to unpack before going to get dinner. I wasn't sure what to do. I wanted to find an excuse to stay with him, but it felt weird. If you want, I can stay and help. You don't have to. No, it's no problem. Plus, then I can take you out for dinner as a welcome to campus treat. I gave him my cutest smile, hoping he would take me up on the offer. I knew I had won when a smile spread over his face. I focused on getting his computer set up and on the campus Wi-Fi while he unpacked his bags. It took all of 20 minutes, and then we walked to a local pizza place. I treated us to a pizza and then launched into all my questions. Why did you transfer? That one seemed less intrusive than the others I had. Basically, I think this school is a better fit for me, Frank said after swallowing his bite of pizza. Were you in a fraternity or anything at your other school? Yeah, but I was more interested in student government. It was really competitive and difficult to get an elected position at my other school. This made me want to bounce up and down in my seat, but I restrained myself. Instead, I told him about SGA and what had been going on, making a point to leave off the upcoming battle between Eric and me. What else do you want to know? He asked once I had convinced him to go to the next SGA meeting. We kept talking through our walk home. I learned he was getting a degree in political science, and he was also a junior. Do you have a girlfriend? I asked, hoping that being direct would work in my favor. Why? Do you know anyone? He asked with a wink. This time, I didn't interpret this as an opportunity to set him up, but it wasn't the answer I wanted. Even when we got back to the dorm and went back to our own rooms, I wasn't sure if he was single, taken, or something in between. Are you going to be in trouble? Frank asked me as we quickly walked to the SGA meeting. We had run into each other on our way over to the meeting. We were both running late, so we decided to be late together. Officially, no, but I have no idea what to expect anymore. A few people told me a story about you being attacked by Eric before the break. Is it true? We paused before the door to the meeting room. I'll tell you about it after the meeting, I said as I pulled the door open. We walked into a meeting that had already started. I checked the time to see that Frank and I were barely a minute late. Everyone in the room turned to face us. I scanned the table for a place to sit. My usual spot was taken by Heath. I caught Steve's eye. His expression made his anger clear. As I was saying before Amelia interrupted a meeting, thanks for showing up, by the way. The alumni managed to get the Boston Globe to publish an article about Woodhouse Hall, Eric said, trying to regain control of the meeting. I felt Frank grab my hand and pull me into a seat next to him in the general audience, which was full of Woodhouse Hall residents as usual. I looked over the room and saw Sally, of all people, sitting a few rows up. She turned to look at me and gave me a glare. I wondered what had been said about me before I had arrived. I gave her a wave, but she didn't wave back. I wasn't sure what I'd done, but I didn't need any more enemies. Amelia, is there something you want to share with us? Eric said when he noticed me waving at Sally. Not at this time, thank you, I said, being as sweet as I could muster. Are you sure? You seem to be distracted. Unless you'd like my update on the Woodhouse Hall situation, I have nothing you need to know. No, not at this time. A hand shot up in the air from the front of the room. Yes, Eric said, clearly irritated. I think most of us would like an update from Amelia, Bobby said. The room erupted as people agreed with him. I was touched by the loyalty from the Woodhouse residents. Fine. Amelia, please finish the report, Eric said, after letting out a deep sigh. I got to my feet and smiled at Bobby, mouthing a silent thank you. I don't know what was discussed before I arrived, I said, and I saw Eric roll his eyes. But he already mentioned the article, and I suspect everyone's read it anyway, so I won't rehash that. We are continuing to push the campus on affordable alternatives, no matter what happens with the dorm. The subcommittee needs to regroup after my next meeting with the campus committee. Actually, Eric said, interrupting me, the subcommittee met and decided to drop all that. SGA is no longer worried about Woodhouse Hall. Residents are welcome to continue their own efforts to address administration about it, but SGA has no interest in remaining involved. Eric lost control of the room as nearly everyone started talking at once. I locked eyes with him, and I knew this was the first direct shot in our war. I sat down and let Eric try to rein it in. It took him 5 minutes to get the crowd's attention again. Amelia, do you have anything else to report? He asked, a self-satisfied grin on his face. Since the president seems to have removed me from the subcommittee, there's nothing to share. All right, let's move on, Eric said. Nearly everyone in the guest section cleared out as soon as he moved on. Only Sally, Frank, and I remained. I didn't think Eric realized how many people at the meetings only came for this information, but it had made it clear that he had lost this battle. I brought Frank up to the front of the room and introduced him to Steve. While they discussed open senator spots, I looked around the room. I went to chat with Sally. I'm surprised to see you here, I said to her. Who's that with you? Sally asked, looking at Frank and narrowing her eyes.
Frank? Do you know him? He's Bobby's new roommate and just transferred here. Did you meet Bobby when we had the group study event?
Yeah, I know who Bobby is. I didn't know he needed a new roommate.
He was one of the few people without a roommate, and the spring transfer students took those stops. What made you come to the meeting?
I was curious,
Sally said, looking over at the officers' table toward where Eric and Heath were talking.
I think you should be careful. Maybe I could be a spy for you.
I don't want to put you in an awkward position, I said, surprised she offered.
What?
She said.
I've always wanted to do something good with all the information I get.
No, I would be grateful. I always thought you wanted to stay out of it because you have, a conflict of interest.
It makes it easier. We can pretend it's only us studying together. I can even bring Norma with me.
You two study together? Frank asked, coming over to us.
I introduced them to each other.
I'd love some study buddies, Frank said with a wink to me.
I don't think Amelia and I have any classes together this semester, Sally said. Maybe I'll come to some dorm study sessions if Adam has them.
She didn't wait for a response before leaving. Are you going to be a senator? I asked Frank as we left the room.
Yep. Someone graduated a semester early, and there's a spot open for the social sciences.
He put out his fist, so I gave him the bump he clearly wanted. Want to grab dinner? I asked.
Only if you tell me what happened with Eric. I'd love to take that smug jackass down.
Chapter 2. There was a knock on my door later that night. I was alone in the room since Jenna picked a few evening classes this semester. I opened it to see Adam standing there.
You need to come with me,
he said, taking my hand. I let him lead me to the common room on the floor. Inside, I saw it was standing room only.
They're angry at Eric for whatever he did at the SGA meeting. They want to know what's going on, and only you can tell them.
I walked into the room, quickly assessing the situation, and I realized I had an army at my disposal. I may have lost my power in SGA, but there was another way I could help these students.
What's really going on?
Bobby asked, breaking the tense silence.
Is this really about, you refusing Eric's attempts to hook up with you?
He assaulted her, and she should press charges, said Kaylee.
Thank you, guys, but that's a private matter still. I can give you the real update about the dorm if you want it. The room got so quiet, you could hear silenced phones vibrating with text messages and alerts. I have an inside source who told me Eric has met with the president and housing office people about the fees. He didn't fight for us because he threw us under the bus. Not only us, but he also appears to have agreed for them to hike up fees for all the dorms so that all the students will have to pay for the Woodhouse Hall updates.
What does he gain from doing that? Doesn't he want to be reelected president?
Someone asked. I didn't know his name.
Do you know what happened at the, meeting before you got there?
Bobby asked. I shook my head.
He called a subcommittee meeting right before the meeting and told us you stepped down as the chair to punish him,
Bobby said, seeming more aggressive and angry than I had ever seen him. That's not surprising. I got an email from President Fairfax after the meeting, and I've spoken with her on the phone. He's asked her to remove me from the campus committee, but she has refused. She told me he wanted to replace me with Heath. Everyone in the room looked around for Heath, but he wasn't there. I wasn't surprised.
Why doesn't she want this guy Heath on the committee?
Asked Frank, who was sitting next to his roommate. All I know are the rumors and what Fairfax has told me. She may be the one who directly fed my source the information she wanted me to know. Maybe she doesn't like the plan to put the construction costs on us, but doesn't have a better option. What is clear is that Eric is only thinking of himself, so we have to take this on ourselves. I was feeling overwhelmed with so many emotions, realizing that maybe I was the only one who didn't realize Eric was a predator, but also understanding that I wasn't being punished for it. I'd expected to be at war with everyone, but I was wrong about that too.
What about this place being on the historic building thing?
Kaylee asked. Someone came out over the break to see the building. The administration is expecting the decision in the next few days. President Fairfax doesn't believe the federal government will approve it, allowing them to tear down Woodhouse without a problem. This was the only real leverage the alumni had.
It's all about the nostalgia for them,
someone said. It's easy to forget the sacrifices and remember the friends you made or the spouses you fell in love with, Adam said. I turned and smiled at him, thankful that he was still on my side. For many of us, it doesn't matter what the final decision is, I said. This dorm will be closed for at least a year and probably too expensive once it reopens. I've tried to push the affordability issue with the power of SGA, but now we need to do it on our own.
I bet he only cared about it because he wanted to get you to fuck him,
someone said from the back. That's inappropriate. You can leave if you have a problem, Adam said, but nobody left. This is probably truer than I can admit to myself, I said with a sigh. This is now our fight, and if SGA doesn't support us, then we can fight it on our own.
How?
Someone asked. It's going to be a lot of different ways. We had Adam find his big easel pads of paper, the same ones we had used at the beginning of the year when we first started our war. We spent the next hour planning our attack and dividing labor. There were events like protests being planned. Someone was going to get us in the campus news site and on social media accounts. Someone even decided that, no matter what happened with tonight's vote, we should ask the alumni to help us. Lists were made of supplies we needed, people to contact, and tasks that needed to be done. I went back to my room feeling in control for the first time since Eric's attack. Why didn't you tell them about the Woodhouse family? Adam asked me a few days later. He was driving Jenna and me out for dinner to celebrate my 21st birthday, which had technically happened over the break. Gwen and Steve were meeting us, excited to have all of us legally able to drink at dinner. We had also gotten the news that the federal government had denied the request to make the dorm into a historical building. It wasn't good or bad news as far as we were concerned. I don't want to get their hopes up. The family didn't seem inclined to help.
You didn't tell us how the day went,
Jenna said. I had known she was anxious to hear, but I had felt discouraged, and she could tell. The day had been an exchange of gossip more than finding a solution. They approved the demo a year ago before any plan was in place or any protests started. They're not happy about all that's happened, but they didn't offer any solution or support, I told them. I got the impression that they're not happy with the development, but the university is sticking to the points of the endowment contract and legal stuff.
Did you see any sheep or alpacas?
Jenna asked. No, they have a big house on the outskirts of town. I did see some of the mills working to spin the yarn. They're working to keep the company all in the U.S. instead of outsourcing the yarn production to China.
Do you think there's a chance that they'll change their minds?
She asked. The campus is keeping very quiet about how the cost is determined. We might be fighting this on our own.
What if there's nothing we can do?
She asked. Jenna sounded so dejected, even though affordability wasn't her issue. One thing I loved about her was her empathy for the people around her. We'll think of something. I don't think Eric realizes how angry people are,
Adam said.
Maybe this never should have been an SGA issue?
I wondered out loud. It's not too late. We have all semester, Adam said, giving my hand a squeeze. At dinner, Steve finally unleashed his anger at Eric. I came into the meeting, and he and Heath were having their own meeting. That's the subcommittee meeting he was talking about. They thought I couldn't hear, but they're idiots.
Do you think maybe they wanted you to hear? I asked.
Why? He said with a snort.
I don't know yet, but Eric seems to think he's a brilliant politician.
I was going to tell him that I'll be running for president, but I changed my mind. Did you know they're dating?
We all looked up from phones and menus at the same time. He's gay? Jenna asked.
He's bi, Steve corrected.
But Heath, of all people? I asked.
Adam burst out laughing, and we all turned to him. Well, that explains plenty, he said as his laughter subsided. We all stared, unsure about what he was talking about. They've been flirting all year, Adam said when none of us responded. I thought back at all the times I had seen them together and decided I had no idea how Eric flirted. Nothing about anything with him made sense to me now.
But I thought he was flirting with Amelia, Gwen said. I mean, in his head.
Steve sighed. I'm not really surprised. Eric has this idea of what he's supposed to be like, and a political relationship is part of it. I can imagine he will someday marry a woman and have an affair with whomever he's attracted to, male or female.
So,
Jenna said,
Amelia's supposed to have been purely political? He wasn't really attracted to her?
I looked at her, aware that this might be more painful for her than we realized. Does that change your understanding of what happened on Halloween? I asked.
Jenna sighed and took a while to answer. Yeah, it does. I thought he was, drunk for courage. But maybe Eric was drunk so he could pretend he was attracted to you. Sorry.
Don't be sorry. You're probably right, Adam said and gave her a smile.
Later, as we walked back to the cars, I noticed them having a quiet conversation together that ended with him giving her a hug. This is the last committee meeting, President Fairfax said when the university's committee met at the end of the month. The rejection of Woodhouse Hall being put on the National Register of Historic Places allowed the university to continue with the original plan. This committee didn't need to meet, but I was going to use the chance to raise the one issue that I felt needed to be addressed. Now I was about to throw the most powerful woman on campus off her game.
Do we need to make any decisions? One of the faculty members asked.
No, I merely wanted to have a final meeting to thank you all for your patience. I raised my hand. Yes, Amelia, she said, acknowledging me. This in no way resolves the issue about the affordable alternatives for the students who live at Woodhouse Hall. Everyone in the room either sighed or rolled their eyes. We've already met with the SGA president, and he has agreed to our proposal. According to him, you even agreed with the decision, President Fairfax said with a smile. SGA might agree to your proposal, but Eric is no longer speaking for a large group of the students. You might want to prepare a response soon, because tomorrow the Boston Globe is publishing a follow-up article about it. The room was silent, but President Fairfax didn't look as irritated as I expected. They seemed fascinated that a university promoting their affordability was ignoring the students' concerns about housing affordability and increasing fees to pay for a new dorm. I made sure not to break eye contact with President Fairfax, but once again, she looked away first. February. Chapter 1. February is always a difficult month in New England. Not only do we get all the snow, but there seems to be no sun. I still struggled during the month. When the first snow day hit on a Wednesday at the beginning of the month, I took the opportunity to roll over and go back to sleep. I woke up to find Jenna on the floor, surrounded by craft supplies and crying. "What's wrong?" I asked, rolling onto my side to see her. She quickly wiped her eyes and blew her nose.
"Sorry, I thought you were asleep still. It's nothing."
Obviously, that's not true.
I just, I don't have a Valentine.
Well, I don't either.
I want one, and I have to design the bulletin board and our door. How can I do that if I don't have any, inspiration?
I looked around at the craft supplies. Why not decorate our door in an anti-love theme?
Like all black and stuff?
Yeah, put your mood on the door.
What about the bulletin board?
I sat up and looked out our window. Snow? I said.
Will you help me?
We took our supplies into the common room so we could spread out. Other people came out of their rooms when they heard us moving around the floor. They all started helping Jenna and me put up the decorations. When we were done, we made our way to the common room and watched movies through the afternoon. I rarely had days like this, but I loved it when I did, especially when it was a bunch of us all doing nothing together. We stayed in our comfy clothes, ordered pizza once the snow stopped, and only argued about which movie to watch next. Frank was among the people who joined us, sitting next to me on the couch. He pulled my legs up on his lap and threw a blanket over us. I was sure I was reading the signs right, and we would soon have the hookup I wanted.
"Want to have dinner with Adam and me tomorrow night?"
Jenna asked as we walked back to the room. "You're having dinner with Adam?" I asked.
"Yeah, he said you're welcome to come. I sent him a text already."
I thought about it quickly and agreed, but it felt weird that Jenna and Adam were inviting me to join them. Adam was my friend first, and I had barely seen him since we had returned to campus. Since when had they become friends? I tried to bury my irritation, but it was still there when we all met at the cafeteria. "Have you been spending time with Mel?" I asked Adam, trying to seem as innocent as I could. "Yes, I'm sure you're thrilled that our relationship is falling apart." "It's not like I want you to be alone. I simply want you with the right person."
"I was at the trustees' meeting the other day,"
Jenna said, suddenly interrupting us. I knew she had taken it upon herself to go to the monthly meeting of the university trustees. These people were the real power on campus and could force President Fairfax to do something she didn't want to do. I had not gone with her, wanting to encourage the other residents to find their way to fight this war. I hadn't pushed her to tell me the details about the meeting, but I was super curious about what had happened. "Great, let's hear about what happened," I said, happy to find something to talk about and finally learn the meeting's details.
"They brought up the Boston Globe article, and it was pretty clear they had already talked about it, before the meeting,"
she said, suddenly blushing. "That's not uncommon," Adam said.
"They want to know what she's going to do about the housing affordability issue because, it's important to them that students don't transfer away or stop coming here."
While the article had primarily focused on Woodhouse Hall, Beverly, the same reporter who wrote the article about the alumni, picked up on the more significant issue around affordability and economic disparity. She wrote about how students at Woodhouse Hall were accustomed to weaker internet and Wi-Fi than any other spot on campus, that sometimes we had no cell phone service.
the weekend fire alarms, and other issues that we had come to accept as reality. She had taken the university to task for their lack of transparency regarding housing prices. She compared housing costs at Lockhart State University to comparable universities, providing the data in the article that proved it wasn't as affordable as it seemed. She spoke with Eric as the SGA representative. He said the students supported the university's plan. The article made it clear she was suspicious of Eric's intentions. She tried to contact President Fairfax's office and had been told they had no comment. The Woodhouse family lawyer had been quoted in the article. He had been vague, but confirmed that the family supported modernizing the dorm. Beverly called the housing office, got the same response, until an anonymous source blew a small whistle. It turned out that tuition might be affordable, but they made money on the dorms. Woodhouse, which cost $9,000 a year with meals, was significantly cheaper than the other dorms, none of which included meal plans. It was turning into a huge mess that could get President Fairfax fired.
Did you know we're paying nearly $1,000 a month to share a room with another person?
Jenna said. I nodded, acutely aware of the cost differences, having done the research when I was having my housing crisis.
I could pay the same amount to live in an apartment and have my own room,
Jenna said. What did President Fairfax say? I asked.
She didn't have much of an answer for them,
Jenna said with a shrug.
Basically, she said they had set the dorm's prices based on the costs of renting each the buildings. They pressed her on why there weren't less expensive rooms in each dorm. Like, if you can fit 3 students in a room, why can't that lower the cost for each person? Oh, and wouldn't they know the financial aid packages of new students and be able to put aside room for those who needed affordable housing?
Sounds like they've already found solutions that the administration hasn't been interested in considering. Was Eric there?
No, but the student who sits on the trustee board was angry that he wasn't. Amelia, he said, that you should make sure you're at the next SGA meeting.
That's Carlos. He's awesome, I said. Will you go? I asked Adam while Jenna ate. Where? He asked. To the SGA meeting. Why? I stared at him, blinking my eyes, wondering if I waited long enough, he would laugh and say he was joking. To support me? I eventually said. Why? You'll have Frank there to do that. He seems happy to support you. A flash of anger passed through me, but I didn't push back. Instead, I let it burn through dinner, and once Jenna and I were alone in my room, I let it all out on my innocent roommate. What does that even mean? I asked Jenna, not sure if I really wanted an answer.
You do spend a lot of time with Frank,
Jenna whispered. He's nice, we get along, and Adam's always busy. What happened to the guy who took care of me after the attack? Jenna sat there, her eyes wide, clearly afraid to say the wrong thing.
Adam's around. I hang out with him tons,
she finally said, trying to pass off her shrug as nonchalant, but I could see her wince. Maybe I will hang out with Frank more. He makes time for me.
Maybe Adam's angry at you?
Why would Adam be angry with me?
Well, he told me he thought you were going to do the right thing and press charges.
I can still do that. I'm not sure I want to. I could tell my voice was rising, and when Jenna winced again, I knew I was yelling at her. I'm sorry, I said, lowering my voice. I don't mean to take this out on you, but it's my decision about what to do.
I agree with you,
Jenna said, sitting up on her bed and leaning forward.
It happened to you, and it's up to you what to do. But Adam's also right. You are enabling Eric to do it again.
Everyone seems to know what happened, and he's suffering for it.
Everyone only knows rumors, and you refuse to tell them anything. You even refuse to talk about it with me. This is like the first time we've really talked about it at all.
I don't want you to hate me. I plopped down on my bed and fell back against my pillows.
I hate him, not you, Jenna said. He should have made his feelings clear. He's in the wrong. I might be new to this, but I'm not dumb, you know. The rumors will die down, things will go back to normal, and someday you'll wish you had pressed charges. Can you imagine him in Congress or even president?
I looked up at the ceiling, wondering why every conversation seemed to come back to Eric. Then, why won't Adam come to the meeting to support me?
I don't know, but maybe you should ask him again.
I'm calling this meeting to order, Eric said from the front of the room.
I was sitting, again, with the general attendees and not at the senator's table. This time there were only a few non-senators there, and I was practically alone. The Woodhouse Hall residents, who had filled the room all year, had refused to come since Eric had stopped supporting the dorm fight. He had taken a while to call the meeting to order, clearly expecting the room to be packed like it had been in every previous meeting this year. At the senator's table, Eric had laid out each person's name tag. Even Frank, who had now been assigned as a senator, had a name tag. But mine wasn't up there. I knew this was my punishment. If Steve wasn't the elected vice president, I suspect he would be ostracized to the open seating area with me. In my usual place next to Eric, with a printed name tag, was Heath, who was not a senator.
Why isn't Amelia sitting with us?
One of the other senators asked. There wasn't a spot at the table for me, I said from my seat. Why is Heath at the table? He is not an elected senator, our advisor, Jenna, said. I would like him at the table since he's critical to what we're doing this semester, Eric said.
He's critical to you getting laid, someone said. I didn't see who.
Eric, this is completely inappropriate, Jenna continued, ignoring the crude comment. Amelia is an elected senator. You can't remove her from this table and replace her with your new boyfriend. This is a clear abuse of your power, another senator said. Now, get Amelia's name tag, and Heath, please take a spot in the guest seats.
Do we need to have all these seats set up now? Steve asked as Heath and I switched places.
Heath glared at me as we passed each other. I had no choice but to take the spot he had vacated. Why not? Jenna asked.
Well, Eric has managed to piss off all the Woodhouse Hall residents who had been attending our meetings, and it seems unlikely they'll return in the same numbers.
Eric pushed his chair away from me and handed and switched the name tags. I looked over the agenda, noticing Heath's doodles of hearts and Eric's name as the discussion about chairs continued. I was surprised to see the word apology given the top spot.
I believe we have an agenda to follow, Eric finally said, getting irritated.
I watched as Heath pulled out his phone and lifted it, ready to record something.
The first thing on our agenda is an apology I need to make.
I looked at Heath, who gave Eric a thumbs up.
It has come to my attention that many of you are under the impression that I sexually assaulted Amelia before Thanksgiving. I'm sorry you all misunderstood what happened, but it was not sexual assault. Nothing happened, period. Amelia, I'm sorry if you feel like I attacked you. I thought, after Halloween, that we shared an attraction. I mean, we spent nearly all semester together and even went out on a road trip together. You seemed to want the same thing I wanted. If you had been clearer about your feelings, I would never have misinterpreted them the way I did. I hope everyone can let this go and move forward. Obviously, Amelia agrees with me since she hasn't pressed charges. Eric sat down, and the room was quiet. I couldn't even look at him, but I did look at Heath, who had a massive grin on his face and was practically bouncing in his seat. I wanted to look at Steve and get his reaction, but that would have required I look at Eric too, since he sat between us. Instead, I looked at Frank, who, when our eyes met, rolled his. I looked at my fellow senators, and those who didn't stare at Eric, with disbelief, were shaking their heads. There was very little to discuss at the meeting, other than the upcoming elections. People drifted away from the meeting in a haze. Eric and Heath left together, the only ones in a good mood. Frank and I walked back to Woodhouse Hall together. If Eric manages to get his head out of his ass, he might be a brilliant politician, Frank said after we walked halfway back to the dorm in silence. That was the weirdest apology I've ever heard, I said. That's because it wasn't an apology. We walked the rest of the way in silence. I've kept my mouth shut because I'm new, Frank said as we walked into the dorm. But I think you should press charges. Why? He only apologized because of the backlash.
The world's most insincere apology has gone viral,
Jenna said, coming into the room later that night. I had gotten into bed already, exhaustion hitting me as soon as I got into the room. I was doing some reading for a class when Jenna came in. What? I asked.
Heath posted it, and now everyone's making fun of Eric. Someone made it a meme, like a funny one, too.
Why?
You don't seem that amused.
I shrugged. That just happened really fast. It's not like I believe him.
Oh, that was pretty obvious from your reaction.
I'm on the video?
Yep,
Jenna said, and brought her phone over to me so I could watch it. The video was clearly an attempt to make Eric look good again. Heath turned the camera to me every so often, and the look on my face did make my feelings clear. I could hear Heath making his own commentary, and it was priceless. It's Heath's commentary that's getting made into a meme, isn't it? I asked, giggling when the video was over.
I think my favorite was, "Behold our president,"
Jenna said, my laughter infecting her. The other best one was, at the end of the video, Heath saying, "Apology accepted," as if he spoke for me. Soon we were rewatching it and laughing as we repeated the best lines. He must have known we would all hear him talking, right? I asked when we finally calmed down.
I was surprised you accepted the apology,
Jenna said with a shrug. I didn't, but why would you be surprised?
Because it's, like, so obviously fake.
It speaks for itself, and so does the commentary, I said with a shrug.
True, but you could have called him out on it. By not saying anything, it makes people think you accepted it.
Why? I haven't said anything so far, and he keeps digging his own grave. I think my silence makes me look like the bigger person.
You're wrong. It makes you look like you accept it. Pressing charges is a clear message.
Despite my exhaustion, I struggled to fall asleep that night. Every time I thought I was on the verge of sleep, I would start thinking about Heath's video and Eric's apology again. Everyone seemed to want me to press charges. I woke up the next morning feeling more exhausted, but went to Adam's room to talk to him. I'm off to class, Adam said when he opened the door. Do you have a second? Just one. His tone wasn't as playful as it would have been a few weeks ago. He backed up into the room, and I moved into the doorway, not letting the door close. Did you see the apology video? Adam didn't answer with more than a laugh.
Jenna and Frank think I should press charges.
Well, if Frank thinks you should.
What's your problem? What did Frank do to you?
Nothing, but you seem to listen to him instead of me.
I'm here for your advice. Adam sat down at his desk, but I continued to stand in the open doorway.
Fine. I told you that your lack of response makes him think he can get away with this. The video and his apology make it clear that I'm right. He takes your silence as confirmation that he did nothing wrong.
No, he thinks I forgave him for doing something wrong.
There is no way Eric thinks he did anything wrong. That apology was like a politician apologizing for cheating on his wife. He took no responsibility for anything. He doesn't think he did anything that requires an apology, and he only wants to stop people from talking about it.
You're wrong.
You're naive and have been wrong about him all along.
Ouch,
I said, backing up into the hall. The door closed, and the last thing I saw was Adam's shrug.
I wanted a sympathetic ear and someone who wouldn't be mean. Frank was in his room, so we went to have breakfast together. His mood was light and playful when we walked out of the building, but that changed when I spotted Sally as we walked to the cafeteria. I was coming to see you, Amelia, she said. I saw Heath's video and wanted to find out what happened. Frank's mood instantly changed, as if he didn't want to share me with anyone. I still wasn't ready to share my struggle. I was too raw after Adam's words. She wasn't really paying attention to me anyway, trying to make it seem like she was ignoring Frank. I'm not quite sure what happened yet. Oh, cool. I'll see you, she said, before turning and walking away.
Are you going to run for vice president now?
Frank asked me when Sally was gone. I'd forgotten I had told Frank about that when I explained everything to him a few weeks ago. I'd forgotten I was even considering it, since I had felt completely out of sorts. It was a bad idea to make decisions in February, when I'm typically fighting the seasonal lull, because I tend to make bad ones. Maybe that was why I was reluctant to commit to pressing charges, too. Where's Bobby? I said, changing the subject. I haven't seen him in a while, and he doesn't seem to be hanging around Jenna. Frank shrugged.
I didn't know he was friends with Jenna, but he found a video gaming club and joined. They have an office somewhere, and he's been playing with them. Some new game came out this week, so they're constantly playing. He's even playing when he's in the room.
Had I ruined Jenna's chance with Bobby? Chapter 2. Things got worse at the end of the month when the last blizzard of the season lasted 3 days and kept us all cooped up in the dorm. It started on a Thursday night before the snow even started. Frank and I were in the common room, on a couch, and under a blanket together, watching a movie in our PJs. We were laughing about something stupid when I saw Adam and Sally walk by on their way out. They both stopped at the door and looked in. I waved to invite them to join us.
I want to drive Sally home before the storm gets bad, Adam said after a few awkward minutes of silence. What was that about? Frank asked after the two left. I could only shrug, since I had no idea that they even knew each other that well.
Maybe they're hooking up? I said. I watched as a flash of anger passed over his face.
Doesn't Adam have a girlfriend?
The last time I checked, they were on the verge of breaking up. Adam was alone when I found him at breakfast the next morning. The snow had started, and classes had been canceled, but it wasn't bad enough to keep us from moving around campus. Can I eat with you? I asked. Adam shrugged, so I sat down. I was tired of him avoiding me. I know you're mad that I won't press charges, I said, not wanting to dance around the issue anymore.
I get it, believe me. Pressing charges doesn't mean anything will happen in your favor, and most likely puts you under the spotlight too, especially if Eric still doesn't know that it wasn't you making out with him on Halloween.
Why wouldn't he know that?
Did you seriously not listen to what he said in his apology? He specifically mentioned something that happened on Halloween. What happened? You were with me all night. I wasn't drunk enough to forget singing Bohemian Rhapsody with you.
I remember that too.
So, what did he mean?
I didn't have an answer, but I remembered Jenna mentioning that he had said my name while they were making out, which is why she'd been so upset. Maybe she was right about him not realizing those had been her lips, not mine.
That's not really the point of what I'm saying, he continued. I understand that pressing charges could hurt you more than help you. He could walk away unscathed, and you could have your reputation ruined. I'm not angry with you about that.
But you are angry with me.
Why would I be angry with you?
I don't know, but you're avoiding me.
I have a life, Amelia, with other friends.
Sally? What did Frank do to either of you?
Are you dating him?
How is that any of your business?
Well, I want to make sure I don't have to pull him off you when I hear a struggle.
It was like a slap in the face. Adam was not that crass. He didn't say anything else. He just stared me down as if daring me to respond. I turned around to see Frank taking his tray to the cleaning area. I walked over to him and made sure Adam saw us leaving together. I spent the rest of the day in bed, video chatting with Gwen. She and Steve were stuck at their apartment, but they were working on his campaign stuff. She was sympathetic to what was going on, but didn't disagree with Adam. I wanted someone to tell me I wasn't entirely off base with my friends. When Jenna came back to the room, thankfully, with something for dinner, I practically pounced on her, rehashing the fight with Adam as rapidly as I could. She was busy dusting off the remaining snow, taking off her coat and accessories, and catching her breath while I ranted.
"Slow down and breathe,"
she said once I was done. Can you believe it? Has Adam ever been my friend anymore?
You aren't being fair. Adam and Mel broke up a few weeks ago, and he's dealing with his own shit.
I wasn't surprised that it had ended. All signs had pointed to this eventually happening. Why didn't he tell me? I said, suddenly upset enough to cry.
Why didn't you ask him?
He's been avoiding me. He's barely around, and when I find him, he's rushing off somewhere.
Did you text him or leave him a note?
No, I said in a whisper, suddenly feeling deflated.
I'm not going to say he hasn't been avoiding you, because I've called him out on that too. I wanted to be clear that you're avoiding him too, and you both have the same excuse of being too busy.
He hasn't made an effort either.
He's not, the one complaining to me about it right now.
I let out a sigh and fell back on my bed, wanting to pout. Instead, I wiped away the tears beginning to fill my eyes. It's easier to hang out with Frank, who is always interested in being with me.
I get that you're into him, but where's that going? You've known him for like a month and you haven't hooked up yet.
Did Bobby tell you something I don't know?
I haven't seen much of him,
Jenna said, shrugging.
I'm not that into him, so I don't want to lead him on.
Why didn't you tell me that?
Well, I've been hanging out with Adam. I'm trying to, not be the rebound.
What? I said, sitting up again.
I think there's something between us. I would totally hook up with him, but I think I want more, and Adam's not ready.
I thought there was something between him and Sally. I literally saw her go to his room with him last night.
Jenna looked at me, confused, and shrugged.
I'm sure it was nothing,
she said before grabbing her things for a shower.
I mean, he and I spent Valentine's Day together.
I cried a little after she left. I had made a colossal mess, and it was just getting bigger and bigger. I wanted to get out and do something to get away from the growing problems. Obviously, cabin fever was setting in, and the storm had only begun. Saturday morning, the second day of the storm, was when things really blew up. I admit I was looking for a fight. Jenna's accusations that I was allowing Adam to avoid me had kept me up later than I expected. I kept turning it over in my head and replaying what I wanted my response to be. I realized, before I fell asleep, that this whole Adam situation had been bothering me for a while. I woke up feeling clearer than I had all month. I decided it was time for a confrontation. When he didn't answer his door, I planted myself in the common room with my computer and books and picked a spot that would allow me to see anyone who walked past to the elevator or stairs. He wasn't going to get away from me, and I didn't care if the whole floor, or even the entire dorm, heard our fight. I sat there for hours waiting for him, and he finally emerged from his room at about lunchtime. "Jenna said you're waiting for me here," Adam said, coming into the hall and standing over me. I hadn't told Jenna what I was doing. Maybe she was more perceptive than I was giving her credit for. "Why didn't you tell me that you broke up with Mel?" "I didn't think you cared, since you seemed to hate her." "I didn't hate her, but it's hard to like someone who doesn't like you." "Yeah, well, now you know." "Why won't you talk to me anymore? What did I do? And don't tell me about the things I've done to everyone else. That has nothing to do with you and me." Neither of us moved, him standing in the doorway and me sitting on a couch. He crossed his arms across his chest and took a deep breath and launched into the tirade that he must have been holding on to for months. "You're selfish and self-absorbed. Everything you do is to make yourself look good. You don't pay attention to what other people want or need. You plow through with your vision of what is good, and you do it all so you can pat yourself on the back and let others know how great you are. You're even doing it with your own suffering. You aren't worried about the typical repercussions, but about how it will make you look like you failed. You flirt with men and have no idea what impact that has. You did it with Eric for years, and now you're doing it with Frank. You push your friends around as if they were pieces on a game board. I'm tired of being used when it suits you. You need a place to live. Adam will help. You need someone to make you feel safe. Adam will help. What about what I need?" "What do you need?" I asked, practically yelling and feeling the tears beginning to fill my eyes. "Nothing from you," Adam said, before turning around and walking away. I held back the tears as I packed all my stuff and went back to my room. Jenna was there, reading in bed, but she didn't say anything as I dropped everything and fell into my bed crying. I tried to put it all together, hoping that I could pinpoint the moment when I ignored Adam and something he needed. Nothing came to me because he never asked me for anything, and until this year, I couldn't find anything I needed from him. He was the only friend I had left from high school. Most of them have gone to different schools and faded away. Those people had been my friends because they had grown up with me and had always been there. Maybe our parents had been friends, or we had classes together. Most had been like my friendship with Sally, which wasn't a friendship. We both needed something from each other, and that was the limit to when we saw each other. True friends are the people who outlasted those relationships. Adam was the friend I chose because we got along so well. I thought we had always been taking care of each other. I wasn't one to hang on to people for the sake of hanging on. Maybe that was selfish, but it didn't benefit anyone. Had I been wrong about my relationship with Adam? Was he shedding a friendship that no longer made sense for him?
Jenna never asked me about the fight, but she clearly knew what had happened. I assumed Adam told her everything. In my funk and self-reflection during that weekend, I worried she might be someone I was only friends with because of proximity. Would I have chosen her as a friend if we hadn't been roommates? She was kinder to me than I deserved while I stayed in bed, bringing me food and not demanding I talk. If there hadn't been feet of snow all over town, I probably would have avoided all of this by surrounding myself with people, but I was forced into near isolation. I woke up on Sunday morning to the sound of plows driving through campus to clear the snow away. I got out of bed and walked to the cafeteria for breakfast alone, not sure who still liked me. Frank caught up with me on the walk. Even he knew what had happened the day before. He took my hand and walked to breakfast with me. "Why do you hang out with me?" I asked him as we walked. "You were the first person who was nice to me." "Really?" "Yeah," he said, laughing. "Are we just friends?" I asked, stopping and letting go of his hands. "As opposed to..." "I'm not trying to be your friend." We stood there, looking at each other. "I'm not looking for a romantic relationship," Frank said after a few moments. "But we work." I wanted to stomp my feet and demand he agrees with me. "Look, I don't want this to become a situation where you're my friend because you're waiting for me to realize I like you," he said. I narrowed my eyes and took a deep breath, angry at being accused of doing precisely what Eric had done. "That's something only men really do. You know that?" I said. "What I mean is that I like being your friend, but I don't have those feelings for you. If that means we can't be friends, then that sucks. I don't want a relationship only because it works. I want to fall in love with someone." I pouted instead of responding. "If that's going to be a problem," Frank said, "then I can walk away and leave you alone. Tell me now, because there's no sense in being friends if that's not what you need. But I think you need a friend, especially right now." "I need to think," I said, feeling nauseated. I turned around and went back to the dorm alone, not hungry anymore. March. Chapter 1. Jenna was the only person I didn't ignore during the next week. I went to classes, work, and meetings as needed, but I spent my free time alone in the room trying to figure out what to do next. I was taking hits and being reactive to everything around me, instead of having some degree of control. There was still a foot of gross, dirty snow on the ground, and no hint that spring was on its way. Jenna let me help her with the decorations for the floor bulletin board, and it was one of my favorites for the year. The bulletin board was merely a small reminder that spring was coming soon. Jenna made a border of fake flowers, trees, and grass. The sun and clouds were a mix of cellophane and cotton batting. One evening, we sat on the floor of our room, music playing softly from her phone, and we made a bunch of tissue paper flowers. It was relaxing to fold the paper and fluff it into colorful flowers. We put the extras all over our door. As I folded the flowers, I thought about where I had gone wrong and what I could do to change things for the better. I thought about the people in my life and what I could do to be a better friend to the people around me. I was surprised to find myself, including Sally and Bobby, in my reflections. As I thought about the people I misjudged, they both kept popping up. I felt guilty about how I had treated Bobby, who continued to support me through Eric's political games. Sally had never asked me for anything other than to study with her, but had always offered information that helped me. Who was I to judge her position on campus? It can't be easy when your mother is queen bee at the university you attend. I didn't have answers as we started to clean up, taking the trash out to the back dumpster. We found a small fire burning in one of the old metal trash cans. Should we find a fire extinguisher or pull the fire alarm? I asked. Jenna's eyes got wide.
Wait, don't do anything yet. I have things that should go in here.
She threw down her garbage bag and ran back into the dorm. I put our trash in the dumpster while I waited, and she came back with a small, decorative box. What's in there?
Some things that remind me of Eric.
Are we burning it in effigy? Jenna's laughter was almost maniacal. She opened the box and pulled things out. The first was a blue piece of paper.
This is from that dorm party when you introduced me to him. I grabbed a flyer from the wall on our way out.
She threw it into the can, and it quickly began to burn. I don't remember that.
You were trying to dominate Mel. These are the movie tickets and dinner receipts from when we all went out together.
The last items she pulled out were candy wrappers and Eric's note for his favorite girl. She didn't need to explain these items before she dropped them in the garbage can. It's cathartic, isn't it? I asked.
What about you? What do you want to burn?
I didn't have anything to burn. I'm not that sentimental about things. I hadn't even noticed Jenna collecting her memorabilia. So, does this mean you're staying single now? Eric's a jackass, but Bobby's not right either. She blushed and tried to hide her smile.
No, but I think something will happen with Adam soon.
I had forgotten our conversation from before the storm. So there's nothing between him and Sally? I asked as I remembered the details of what we had talked about. Jenna shrugged, and I felt a small flare of anger hit me. I wanted to yell at her to stay away from Adam, but I swallowed the words before I let it all spill out. I turned to Steve and Gwen for advice, since I hadn't done anything to push them away yet. Even if it hadn't been all because of me, I'd been right about them being together. It sounds like everyone was depressed last month, Gwen said. I was sitting in their living room, surrounded by campaign signs that Steve was getting ready to put up. I still hadn't made up my mind about running for vice president, but had until right after spring break to decide. That was when these signs would be going up. Were you guys depressed too? Maybe a little, but at least we weren't stuck in the dorm and dealing with everyone else. We took it easy and worked on campaign plans, Steve said. We had already talked about everything going on, but they hadn't offered any advice yet. I was waiting for it and feeling frustrated. I don't know what to do anymore, I finally said out of the blue, feeling relief from openly admitting it. Do you actually want advice? Gwen asked. I want someone to tell me what to do. That's not how adulting works. We have to make our own decisions and get advice from others. But everyone's telling me to press charges on Eric and to mind my own business about people's love lives. They can't make you, and you clearly want to ignore them. I stuck my tongue out at Gwen. She's right, Steve said. You've made a choice by not making a choice. You don't want to press charges, so you haven't. You want to help people find love, so you do. You're going to make mistakes. That's life. I groaned, leaning back on the futon pillows. I just want to whine about it, I said, doing exactly that. That doesn't help, Gwen said. What do you really feel unhappy about? I thought about it for a few seconds. I don't think Adam and Jenna are right for each other. Why not?
I didn't have an answer.
Could it be because you're right for Adam? Gwen asked before I was even formulating a thought. I looked at her and tilted my head, opening my mouth to respond, but nothing came out. Gwen and Steve exchanged a look, and I knew this was something they had already discussed. My mind raced to think of the right answer. Adam and I had always been a team, even before I met Gwen and Steve. No matter who either of us dated, we were still together.
How many decisions do you make because of the way you want Adam to think of you? Steve eventually asked me. I cared more about what Adam thought about me than anyone else. He was the only one who could criticize me and be right. I liked the dynamic of our relationship. Usually, it was because he was telling me what I already knew, or at least suspected. He had never held a mistake against me until now. Had my insistence at setting Jenna up with Eric been that unforgivable? Maybe cleaning up that mess would make Adam understand my regret. I started with Bobby, the guy who hadn't asked to be part of any of this. I found him in his room, alone, and playing video games. "It's really different here," I said as I sat in the other gaming chair, slipped on the headphones, and took the control. There were a bunch of people playing together on a shared server. I didn't even know what game we were playing, but it was racing cars, and I quickly picked it up. "I mostly, play with people online. Everyone seems to get their own system for Christmas or something," Bobby said, shrugging and not making eye contact. The two of us played in near silence for a long time, cheering when one of us did something clever and groaning when we messed up. I eventually won a race, surprising everyone on the server, especially myself. Bobby gave me a high five, and it was like he opened up. Suddenly, he was chatty and engaged in talking to me through the game. We took off our headphones and played our own game. He made dumb jokes, and we talked about the gaming club he had joined. "I think it would be cool to design my own game," he said while we played. "Do you have an idea of what to make?" He nodded, and I waited for him to share more. "It's more augmented reality, like Pokemon Go, but that's the company I want to work for." I had played Pokemon Go when it first came out, but had stopped paying attention after a while. I didn't realize it was still something people were interested in. The longer we talked about his plans and what he was doing, the more I saw what Jenna liked about him. He had no expectations of people and no need to be the center of attention. If you were open to him, he reciprocated, sharing himself with you. He was also incredibly loyal, never saying a mean thing about anyone, even when Eric and Heath came up. "Heath isn't that complicated," he said after I ranted for 10 minutes about the whole situation. "Neither is Eric. I sometimes think we all overthink what's going on in other people's brains." "What do you mean?" "Well, Heath was attracted to someone and wanted to impress him. He wants to feel important to Eric. Eric wants to feel important to everyone and present the right image. He probably doesn't realize he did something wrong." "He's punishing me for rejecting him." "Yeah, he's acting like a child. Everyone around him is attacking him. I bet, to him, it probably looks like you are trying to save face by not shutting it down. He seems to assume you, like him, are obsessed with your image." "I'm not." Bobby shrugged, and we focused on the game for a few minutes. Guys are idiots, and we don't understand women. I can't say I understand anything about the women around me." I looked over at him. I had undoubtedly let my biases influence my opinion of a very self-aware and thoughtful man.
I took a chance, thinking of everything I had actually observed for the past 8 months. She likes you a lot, and if you told her how you feel, she'd be open to something more, I said. He looked over at me, eyes wide, not even bothering to pause the game. What? He asked. Jenna, I said, making sure to smile. She backed off because she thought you weren't that into her. She wants you, though. What makes you sure I want her? I shrugged, keeping the smile on my face. I might not recognize it when it's about me, but I can tell when people are into each other. Trust me, you're both right there. One of you simply needs to tell the other how you feel. Why didn't you tell her? She thinks you're done. His body got tense. You were nice to me, and I ignored you. That was wrong of me, and I'm trying to point you in the right direction. The rest is up to you. He relaxed a little but didn't say anything, and I didn't push. Instead, we went back to playing the game and had a great time. Where were you tonight? Jenna asked when I got back to the room. She was sitting at her desk, typing a paper and surrounded by printouts. I plopped down on my bed and pulled out one of my textbooks to read. I hung out with Bobby, playing video games. Did you know he wants to create his own game? Yeah? Anyway, we had fun. I was trying to be nonchalant about it, but I was paying close attention to her reaction. She stared at me as if processing in-depth details of complex information. I let the wheels turn in her head and watched for the subtle response I was waiting for. It took a few minutes, and it all seemed to click in her head. Why did you hang out with him? I've been a bitch to him, and he's been super cool. After everything that's been happening, I was trying to be a better friend. You're not, hooking up or anything? I smiled my sweetest smile. He's not into me at all, I said with a laugh. Her face fell. Who's he into? You. Chapter 2. Gwen and I made our way across campus a few days before spring break. I had wanted to pass by the administrative building to see how the Woodhouse Hall protests were going. The dorm residents, without any involvement on my part, had organized their own protest after the university finally announced the housing plan for the next year, even though they had already opened housing requests for current students. Adam told me the prices made apartment living seem cheaper, Gwen said as we walked. People were anxious to get away from campus and the high snow that kept people from getting around. As we walked, we watched for ice and tried to dodge other walkers. We were still bundled up in jackets, even though the temperatures had begun to warm up. It was too warm for snow, and that made everyone happy. Jenna and Kayleigh had organized this protest faster than anyone had expected. Our room seemed to be full of posters and wooden poles overnight. I had passed by the floor's common room to see the two of them leading a group of residents in creating their posters. Bobby was in the room with them, exchanging dreamy smiles with Jenna. I knew my plan had worked when I found them making out in our room one evening before dinner. I wanted to chalk it up to another victory on my part, but, like with Gwen and Steve, all I really did was give permission for something to finally happen. The administration tried to sneak in the costs on the housing portal last week, I told her, since Gwen had no access to these things anymore. The cost of dorms was so high that I was struggling to understand what the fuck was going on in the administrators' minds. I estimated that every room was about twice as expensive as it had been this year. Every response had been negative, and it had done more to fuel anger from the entire campus. Are you thinking about getting an apartment? Let me know, because Steve and I could use a roommate. 3 people in 2 bedrooms would really make it cheaper.
I like living in the dorms, but the prices jumped up a lot. I think they're trying to make us pay for all the construction in 1 year. We were still about a quarter of a mile away from the protest location, but we could already hear chanting. We walked as quickly as we could and found the quad outside the administration office packed with people and signs. I saw faces I had never seen before, in or out of Woodhouse Hall. I saw people I knew, but who lived in other dorms. At the front of the crowd were Jenna and Bobby, along with Steve. "What's Steve doing here?" I yelled to Gwen over the crowd. "He announced that he's running for SGA president, and dealing with the affordability issue is one of his main campaign promises." Gwen started waving both of her arms until Steve saw her. When he waved her over, she grabbed my arm and led me to a small stage that had been set up. "We came right over when class ended," Gwen said. Steve kissed her and handed both of us signs. "You decided to bring SGA into this again?" I asked him. "It makes perfect sense if you're going to run as my VP." I was still hesitating on making any big decisions, still trying to make things right with my friends. Jenna and Bobby were step one. I wasn't irritated that Steve was assuming I would run, but I didn't want to be the focus of his campaign. He didn't wait for a response before moving us to the front of the group and up on the stage there. I stood next to him and Gwen after hugging Kayleigh, Jenna, and Bobby. I looked at the other people on the stage and saw Sally and Norma. Gwen made her way over to them, and I bit my lip, trying to hide my annoyance. Jenna handed Steve a microphone, and it hit me how much my roommate had done without my help. Steve started talking, welcoming the crowd, introducing everyone on the stage, thanking people who had helped, and reminding them why we had all come. "Affordable housing isn't something that only impacts the residents of Woodhouse Hall. All of us are concerned about the cost of our education and the added expense of living on campus. When living in a dorm costs twice as much as living in an apartment, then something is wrong. When the university promotes its affordable tuition but puts the burden of funding projects on the back of residential students, then something is wrong. This started because of the students who lived in Woodhouse Hall, but the administration has responded by making housing unaffordable for all of us. It's time to stand up, not just for us, but for future students. It's time to let the administration know we won't be funding their vanity projects." A cheer went through the crowd. At no point did Steve mention that he was running for SGA president or Eric's refusal to be involved in this. I looked over the crowd and noticed news vans in the distance. After Steve spoke, he joined the protest organizers as they talked to the reporters. I watched as he made sure all three of them spoke to the reporters. If it had been Eric on the stage, he wouldn't have hesitated to make this entire event about him.
"Excuse me, you're Amelia, right?"
asked a petite woman with short, jet black hair and a pixie cut. "Yes," I said, putting a smile on my face.
"Hi, I'm Beverly from the Boston Globe. I've been covering this story since the Alumni Association contacted me. You're someone I've wanted to meet. Can we talk?"
We walked to the back of the stage and sat on the edge. I was excited to have a chance to speak with her after all these months. I quickly ran through all the details in my mind, but let her continue before bombarding her with my thoughts.
"I'm going to do another article about this war with the administration. The editors and publishers of the paper got a great response to the articles I've done so far. It's been an interesting look at how these tiny state universities are finding money as the state funding dries up. The Woodhouse family specifically suggested I speak to you. President Fairfax told me you had been involved since the beginning, and the current SGA president, Eric, had some choice words to describe you. Considering what I've found about him online, I wasn't surprised. Why aren't you at the front and center of all this? Why is that guy Steve speaking, and not you? Why did this only come up this year?"
I thought about my answer. I didn't want to make this about me,
But Beverly had already seen through plenty of bullshit. When I was put on the committee last year, I had never set foot in Woodhouse Hall. Circumstances resulted in me living there this year. It made me aware of issues I hadn't considered when I had first helped with the research on building a new dorm. I'm not doing this for popularity on campus. I'm doing this because I could speak on behalf of the Woodhouse Hall residents for a while. Since then, they figured out how to do it for themselves, I said, impressed with myself. But why Steve, and why now? He seems to be sharing the spotlight from what I saw over at the news vans, but nobody has mentioned him in anything before this. They all talk about you. Steve is the SGA vice president and disagrees with the decision Eric made about our involvement. He isn't merely stepping into the spotlight with no knowledge. He's been here since the beginning. Would you live in Woodhouse Hall again if it had remained open another year? I had to laugh at the question. I didn't pick it this year. My best friend pulled a lot of strings and saved my ass at the last minute. I would never have picked it for myself. Why fight for it? I'm not fighting for the building. I'm fighting for the people who live there. They deserve to live somewhere that won't put them in debt they can never pay back. The cost of living on this campus practically doubled. I've lived in a dorm every year since I started college. I'm lucky that my parents were able to put aside most of the money I needed and got work-study funding to help with the rest. I've never worried about the cost, even though it's higher than living in an apartment. Now, I'm not sure I can afford to live on campus again next year. What do you think the backlash is going to be for Lockhart State University? People are already applying to transfer schools. I know people who have already made arrangements for the fall. There is no way for the campus to avoid losing money now. I don't see the logic in their decision. Do you think this school has ever been affordable? For what it is, yes, it was affordable. I know other schools increase student fees to cover increasing costs instead of raising tuition. I'd always felt the cost here wasn't unreasonable. What are you going to do about housing next year because of the cost increase? It's my senior year, so I don't think transferring is the best idea. I can save a lot of money living off campus. I have friends who do this already. I'm not worried. Do you think this protest will make a difference with the administration? Do you have any ideas why the increase was so high? It's hard to say, but in my experience, they respond when the trustees are upset with them. That's who we're trying to communicate with. President Fairfax has been reluctant to engage the students all along, but the trustees demanded a resolution. I hope they see through this and demand a realistic solution. As for why, I wish I understood some of the politics better. The reporter asked a few more questions about me before leaving to talk to someone else. I saw Frank coming my way and waved. Did Beverly find you? How did you know she was looking? I called her here and made sure she knew where to find you. I know someone at the Globe. Wow, that was awesome of you. Frank sat down next to me and gave me a kiss on the cheek. I caught a glimpse of Sally watching us. I no longer cared that she was spying for her mother. I turned to look at Frank, who had seen her too. He had a very self-satisfied look on his face. I wondered what I was missing and if he had forgotten our fight a few weeks ago. I thought you just wanted to be friends, I asked him. Right, he said, looking down at his feet and turning red. We're just friends. You can't flirt like this. I'm flirting? You kissed me. On the cheek, like a greeting. You know perfectly well that wasn't a hello kiss. You told me what you wanted, and we had a fight about it. You can't pretend nothing's different. So, we're not friends? I met his eyes. We are, I said, but you can't treat me like we could start dating at any moment. Frank looked down at his hands in silence. Okay, he eventually said. What are your plans for spring break?
I sighed, ready to start my break immediately. Hanging out at home. I've had a tough few months, and I think I need to take a break. The Woodhouse family has invited me out to their farm for a few days. Would you like to join me? Their farm is about 30 minutes west of campus.
Really? How do you know them?
Their daughter, Carrie, who runs the store, used to babysit me when I was little. My mother worked there when she was a teenager, and we've been friendly with the family ever since.
I already met with them over winter break, and they didn't seem to be interested in doing anything about the dorm.
They might be more interested in discussing it now. Affordability has always been important to them. Also, Gene asked if I would invite you back once he learned we were friends.
I do have some ideas on how they can help, I said. That is, if they're interested in that.
I'm willing to bet they'll like one of them.
A group of us had dinner in the floor's common room after the protest was over. We ordered pizza and sat around recounting things the others might have missed. The group changed through the evening. Eventually, it seemed to be the group of my friends: Frank, Jenna, Steve, Gwen, Kaylee, and Bobby. Before long, Adam brought Sally and Norma to join us.
That was a great protest, Sally said.
It was perfect, Frank said. Amelia's a great organizer.
I didn't do anything, I was quick to say. It was all Jenna and Kaylee. I merely showed up and stood on stage. I caught a glimpse of Jenna relaxing and blushing in the corner.
I know I could never have organized anything like that, even with help, Norma said.
I don't care what you say, Amelia, Frank said and put his head on my shoulder. None of this would have happened if you hadn't championed the dorm this year. You're a true leader.
I wasn't sure how to react. Even though I just told him how his actions looked to others, including myself, here Frank was showing physical affection that could be misunderstood.
I'm not that wonderful. I bet we could all name 3 ways I'm not. Frank laughed, but didn't look at me.
I'm sure we could all list 3 ways each of us isn't wonderful.
Oh, Norma nearly interrupted. I'm sure you could list at least 5 for me. I laughed, more than I expected to, at Norma's comment. When nobody joined me, I realized how mean I appeared and quickly stopped. I could feel the heat on my face. The mood of the room changed right away, and people returned to their rooms. Sally and Norma went downstairs after a short conversation with Adam.
I can't believe how mean and insensitive you were, Amelia, Adam said before following them.
Chapter 3.
Did you think about running as my vice president? Steve asked me from the front seat.
Steve and Gwen were dropping me off at home for spring break. They were going to spend a few days with Gwen's parents before going on a trip to build houses. In the few days since the rally, Steve had submitted his paperwork to run for president, but Eric had as well. Heath had submitted his paperwork to be vice president, which had triggered several people to run against both of them in protest. Steve had spoken to them all, and they had agreed to drop out after spring break, and it was back to Steve against Eric. I had quietly gone to campus security about pressing charges. There would be a hearing when we got back to campus. Jenna was going to testify on my behalf, but I wasn't sure if Adam was. I had left him a message asking and had made sure to email, text, and slide a note under his door. He was still angry with me after I had embarrassed Norma. I'm going to think about it over the break, I said from the back seat.
Don't take too long. The deadline is a few days after classes start again.
I'm worried I won't do a good job. That's silly, Gwen said, turning back to look at me.
You'll be awesome.
Steve makes it look easy, but vice president isn't the same as being a senator.
It's not that difficult. You're there to take on what the president can't do, Steve said. I mean, Eric is a control freak who wants to be involved in everything, but it's easier than being a senator.
How?
You're not there to represent the students in a specific school and making sure their needs are represented. You're thinking big picture.
It doesn't matter what the task is, Amelia, Gwen interrupted. You're smart and organized. You already do so much above and beyond what a senator is expected to do, and people on campus know you. But what if I mess up because I don't know what I'm doing? What if I say something thoughtless like, oh, you know, the other night? Steve and Gwen were silent for a moment. My comments had made everyone uncomfortable, and I had no idea how to fix it. You've been such a mess all semester because of this Eric thing, Gwen finally said. But I've never known you to question yourself before. You know how to fix mistakes. I feel like, between this weirdness with Frank and everything with Eric, I'm completely thrown off. I'm questioning everything. I feel like I'm faking it all, and everyone's about to figure it out, I said, letting out a sigh and putting my head on their kitchen table. I think they call that imposter syndrome, Gwen said. We talked about it in one of my classes.
We've talked about it at some leadership seminar I took, Steve said.
What's that? When someone thinks exactly what you are, that everyone will eventually find out they're a fraud. We did a quick poll of how many people felt that way, and nearly all of the class said they did, Gwen explained. I was shocked to realize this wasn't all in my head.
You aren't an imposter when it comes to student government, Steve said. You've been a senator for over 2 years. You got involved in committees as soon as you got on campus, and you've been invited to university-level committees. Even Eric hasn't been able to get that much power. He was mad last year that you got on the Woodhouse committee and not him. He was worried you would run for president. I think that's why he was interested in you.
Really? Like a political power couple? I asked. I guess that's what he's doing with Heath. Seriously, behold our president, Gwen said with a giggle. All three of us laughed, thinking back to the memes that were still around campus. People were printing up random and ridiculous pictures from the web and printing, "Behold our president," in bold, giant white letters. I spent the rest of the ride thinking about what my next decision should be. Maybe I was underestimating my own experience and skills. Perhaps I would be a good vice president. Frank drove me back to campus a week later. We had spent the night in separate rooms at the Woodhouse family farm. I had spent time with the alpacas, Angora bunnies, and sheep, while also proposing my solutions to Jean and the family lawyer, James.
You were amazing,
Frank said as we got back in the car the next morning. I blushed.
They're going to offer you some type of job in the future. James said that Jean thinks you're exactly the student they want at Lockhart State.
They needed some time to go over the details of my ideas and pick which one would be the best to bring to the university, but it had been clear that they were now much more engaged in the war than they had been before the fee changes had been announced. Adam was outside, unpacking his car as we pulled up.
You got a ride with that jerk,
Adam said to me after I pulled my bag out of the car and waved bye to Frank. He's not a jerk. We spent the night at the Woodhouse farm.
He's not as into you as you think he is.
I know that, and I'm not that into him either. We slept in separate rooms. You might know that if you stopped ignoring my texts and calls.
Maybe you should write me a letter and slip it under my door.
So you got that then. Are you going to be able to make the hearing? Adam stared at me in disbelief.
You think I wouldn't after I spent all that time trying to convince you to press charges? Adam pinched the bridge of his nose and closed his eyes.
Honestly, Adam, I don't know what to think anymore. You barely speak to me all semester, and when you do, it's to yell at me. Jenna tells me that you and Mel broke up. You don't even tell me you're not coming home from spring break. Your mother told me you were in New York City for some conference. You don't respond to my request to show up. Why would I assume you're coming? We stood there staring at each other, our eyes locked, standing less than a foot apart. I hadn't realized I was getting closer and closer to him as I ranted. I wanted to kiss him, and I was surprised by the intensity of my feelings. I could see something in his eyes, an intensity that made me wonder if he was feeling the same thing. I didn't find out because he broke eye contact and silently went into the dorm. I followed, hoping he would say or do something if I gave him a moment.
What you did to Norma was cruel. I never thought I would ever witness you being so openly cruel to someone, so aware of her disability and the way others react to her because of it. You're better than that.
I don't need you to tell me I messed up.
Don't worry, I'll be there at the hearing, he said after we got off the elevator and before he shut his door in my face. I put my things in my room and headed over to Bobby and Frank's room. I knew Jenna would be there already since her bags were in our room. Bobby let me in, and I wondered if I had interrupted something. Jenna's hair was a mess, and she had this dreamy look on her face.
I'm sorry, and I'll get out of here in a bit, I said, feeling guilty.
It's cool, Bobby said, sitting on his bed next to Jenna.
I really need to vent, and Frank's probably on his way up. I replayed my fight with Adam, finishing as Frank opened the door, so told it all a second time. What am I doing wrong? I said, practically begging.
He spends a lot of time with Sally. Maybe they're dating, Jenna asked. He probably hears a lot about Norma or spends more time with her now.
Now that you're with Bobby? I asked. Jenna and Bobby both blushed.
No,
Jenna said.
They were hanging out before that, and he wasn't into me. He seemed to really want someone to talk to.
Frank sighed and sat down at his desk.
I think it's my fault, and I should have been honest with you all along. I used to date Sally.
All three of us turned to stare at him. What? I asked in disbelief.
We met last spring when we studied abroad in Ireland. I thought it was more, so I transferred here to be with her, and then she broke up with me over the winter break. She told me that her mother didn't approve of me and that I wasn't good enough for her. Sally thought about it and said she agreed,
Frank said, rubbed his eyes with his fingers, saddened by Sally's decision.
You came anyway? Bobby said. I had moved out of the dorm at my other school. I hadn't registered for classes. I had paid for the entire bill here already. Also, I want to be with her. I thought if I came here, I could use the time to convince her I was worth it.
Why were you flirting with me all along? I asked.
She's really conflicted about her feelings about you. She likes you, but she's jealous of you. Her mother thinks you're fantastic and doesn't stop talking about it. How was I to know you'd be the third person I met on campus?
You used me to make her jealous?
Frank nodded, and I sat down in one of Bobby's gaming chairs. I felt sick and lightheaded. I wasn't reading into things. You were flirting with me and wanted Sally to think you had moved on to me.
Bobby said. That's not cool. I'm sorry, but when I realized it wasn't working and you thought something could happen, I told you I just wanted to be friends. I still want that.
I don't know if I can be your friend, I said. Adam obviously knows more than me, and that's why he's not speaking to me. You cost me my best friend.
I know, I'm sorry. I thought he was punishing you for the whole Eric thing. Please, let me make it up to you.
I got to my feet, furious to have been put in this position. Talk to Sally and figure your shit out, I said, and left the room. I walked to Adam's room and pounded on the door.
What the fuck? Adam said, opening it.
Other than what I said to Norma, I've done nothing wrong, I said, practically poking him in the chest with my finger. There's nothing between Frank and me. There never was because he was using me to make Sally jealous. I didn't even know they once dated and she broke up with him. Stop blaming me for something out of my control and stop punishing me for not being the person you want me to be. I didn't give him a chance to respond before stomping back to my room. Frank and I sat outside Dr. Fairfax's office in the main administration building later that week. I knew my way around this building since I worked here. In a few weeks, this same spot would be the place for Eric's hearing. Today we were here to talk to her about Woodhouse Hall. We weren't alone. James Sullivan, the Woodhouse family lawyer, was sitting across from us looking over some contracts.
I really am sorry,
Frank whispered to me. We can talk later. I'm still upset. I was trying to focus on the dorm situation and the solution we had proposed to President Fairfax. She's ready to see you now, the office manager said, opening the door for us. We walked into her office and President Fairfax, someone from the fundraising office, and the campus attorney were waiting for us at her conference table. The room was full of books and personal photos of Sally. She was obviously proud of her daughter. Maybe Sally thought this woman admired me, but I wasn't her daughter, and even I could tell Sally was adored. I didn't realize Amelia and Frank would be joining us, President Fairfax said after she introduced the men with her, both named Michael.
I felt it was important for them to attend, James said. This was something they worked on with us.
President Fairfax exchanged looks with her colleagues.
The Woodhouse family is concerned about the situation between the students and campus, revolving around the affordability of the dorms while Woodhouse Hall is being remodeled, James continued. I fail to see how this involves the Woodhouse family, one of the Michaels said. We followed the terms of the endowment, and you agreed to the demolition. Gene Woodhouse made it a point to say he didn't want to be involved beyond that. It probably would have remained that way, except that there are stipulations dealing with maintaining affordable living options for students, James said, folding his hands on the table. It was specifically written into both the endowment and the lease agreements for our mills. We agree the current Woodhouse Hall doesn't meet the needs of today's students the way it did when it was built.
The Michaels exchanged a look, turned to President Fairfax, and both nodded. I felt like the entire conversation had been played out many times, each version slightly different. Had they anticipated this as the most likely response? We appreciated the Woodhouse family's support for the plan, and that's why we extended our support to get the mills placed on the historical register in the past, President Fairfax said. James relaxed, leaning back from the table. I kept my mouth shut, trying to understand the role each person was playing. It felt like I was watching a play. Clearly, this was the response James expected. Yes, but this university has rented mills from the family below market value because it has argued that they can't raise costs to students. These leases are almost over, and if you have so much more disposable income, we will be changing the cost of those buildings, James said, tapping his pen on his leather portfolio. There was panic in the eyes of both Michaels. How tight was money on campus if this could break through their calm?
We use those as offices. The students don't have any services or classes in the mills, Michael said, the speed of his speech revealing his panic. There's nothing in the contract regarding the use of the buildings.
James now had the upper hand. He leaned back in his chair and threw up his hands.
You know, the intent was to allow us the opportunity to buy them when the leases were over, the other Michael said. As long as we were satisfied with what was going on.
We've invested millions of dollars into refurbishing the mills, President Fairfax finally added, just as relaxed as James was.
Yes,
James said, directly to her and clearly enunciating each word.
And the Woodhouse family appreciates it. In fact, we believe they could now be adapted into low-cost, private dorms for students.
The three campus administrators stared at us from the other side of the table.
We could simply make Woodhouse Hall into offices to replace the ones we're losing, Michael from fundraising said. Then you would also lose the Woodhouse family endowment, which says that an affordable dorm will be named for the family.
The three administrators all turned to face each other, with their backs to us.
What is the family asking for?
Michael, the lawyer, asked us when they all turned back around. At this point, I knew we had won and was looking forward to when we could officially announce it to the students. April. Chapter 1. I felt energized again after the meeting with the Woodhouse lawyer and the campus administration. I wasn't the only one, and Jenna's decorations reflected her emotions. For April, she went with a cherry blossom theme since they had bloomed on campus with their pink blossoms everywhere. Our door was covered in various shades of pink with photos from the campus. She had continued the theme on the floor's bulletin board, too, replacing the tissue paper flowers with fake cherry blossom branches. Bobby had helped her with the decorations this month. It wasn't perfect, but they were both happy. We celebrated her 19th birthday at the start of the month, and her parents got her a new gaming system. That meant Bobby came to the room more often, excited to play with a new toy. Eric's hearing continued through the first week of the month. He had already met with them the previous week, so there was no chance we would run into Eric before or after. Jenna walked over with me that day. I left Adam some messages inviting him to walk with us, but he never responded. We found him waiting outside President Fairfax's office when we got there. Adam was called into the room first and was there for about 15 minutes before leaving. I looked up at him, hoping he would stop to talk to me, but he walked past without saying a word. Jenna patted my arm. I wish I knew what was going on in Adam's head. I was the last to go in to testify. I went into the office and picked a seat at the end of the conference table. Aside from President Fairfax, there were two other male professors at the table. I knew neither of them, and they weren't introduced, as if I should have known already. "We have a few questions for you," President Fairfax said. "We've spoken with all the witnesses and Eric. Obviously, we have your original statement, but we believe some things hadn't been asked because the campus police didn't have the full picture." She turned to one of the professors in the room and rolled her eyes. I had been afraid that she was going to lead an attack on me, but maybe it wasn't coming from the university president. "It came to our attention that you and Eric had a previous romantic encounter at a Halloween party. Was this really an attack, or was it you changing your mind without explaining that to Eric?" one of the professors asked. "I'm sorry," I said, "but I don't recall your name." "Dr. Stewart, from the literature department.
he said, clearly annoyed that I didn't know. I turned to the other man, hoping he'd take the hint, too. I'm Dr. Wallace from biology. Before I answer any questions, why are Dr. Stewart and Dr. Wallace in this hearing? I asked. We're members of a campus task force that deals with accusations such as this, Dr. Wallace said. If we determine a need, we will support victims if they report the event to the police. We also determine any academic punishments for the perpetrator. We found that more situations arise from a misunderstanding between two inexperienced adults. I knew what that meant, but I kept going. How were you two selected to be on the task force? I asked. I looked at President Fairfax, who seemed utterly content with my questions. We were, Dr. Stewart said before anyone else could talk, selected by our department chairs. Are there any women on the task force? Both men stared at me like I had two heads, and the university president continued to say nothing. I had all the information I needed to know how this would end. To answer your question, I never had any romantic interaction with Eric before he attacked me. I later learned that, on Halloween, he had a romantic interaction with my roommate, Jenna. As Jenna explained to us, President Fairfax said. Regardless, it's my right to change my mind at any point. Eric was someone I considered a friend. I would have felt comfortable explaining that to him if that had been the case, which it wasn't. So, you weren't raped at all? Dr. Wallace asked me. I was attacked sexually. If my friends hadn't heard me yell for help, who knows how? But, Dr. Stewart interrupted, you were not actually raped. I felt the heat rise to my face, and I bit my lips together to avoid saying something nasty. No. Those are all the questions I have then, Dr. Stewart said, and Dr. Wallace nodded in agreement. President Fairfax sighed with a look of resignation and frustration. I thanked them as I got up from the table and shook the president's hand, making a point of ignoring the two professors. Clearly, unless it was actual rape, some people didn't care. I wasn't surprised, but it didn't diminish my disappointment. When I got back to the room, Jenna started ranting about it as soon as the door was closed. The professors refused to believe me about Halloween, she said, pacing around the room. Eric assured them it was you, and that's all they cared about. I shrugged as I dropped onto my bed and let out a deep sigh. Eric got to testify first, and obviously these professors wanted to believe him over anyone else. Yeah, but, he's a politician. Exactly. I asked Adam, and he told me the professors acted like he had saved you. All you did was, faint at the shock. I had to laugh at the scene playing through my mind. Jenna gave me a look, probably realizing how ridiculous that idea was, and broke out in laughter herself. I was summoned to President Fairfax's office the next day and told the panel had decided not to punish Eric in any way. The other two members, specifically, didn't think he did anything wrong, she said, her expression making her continued frustration clear. I have the right to ask the cops to pursue this legally. You do, and as a woman who has experienced sexism, I'm encouraging you to do so, she said, slowly nodding her head. I just want to warn you that it's unlikely to go differently. If you're lucky, they'll do more than file a report. We were sitting at a small table in her office, feet from the larger one we had sat at so many times this month. My friends wanted me to do this for the future. They think there's some official record that might ruin his future political aspirations. Is that why you actually did it? Is that all you've been expecting from this?
I thought about it and nodded. Yes, I think that is all I can expect, and I'm sure even that's a stretch. President Fairfax shrugged. Maybe something will change someday, she said. I got up to leave her office, but decided to take a chance to get more answers. Why did you allow the housing office to increase prices for next year? A smile spread across her face. I'm glad you asked, because I'm particularly impressed with the role you ended up playing. You wanted me to bring the Woodhouse family to the table again, didn't you? We had done it all, right in the beginning, but we hoped they would offer to donate the money to rebuild the dorm. When they didn't, and you started pushing the affordability issue, I recognized my opportunity. You are the type of student they love. You showed them the motivation and maturity level of the student body. Eric, who met with me shortly after he attacked you, was incredibly transparent, but thought he was playing a political game. He told us to do what we wanted, and SGA wouldn't protest. You organized people, encouraged them to speak for themselves, gave them tools to do so, took none of the credit, and then used a connection to get to the family and brainstorm a solution that made them look excellent. President Fairfax looked pleased with herself as she explained it all to me. I almost felt like I was the spy hearing the bad guy's plan in a movie. She might not have anticipated the exact direction the conversation would go. The private dorm idea hadn't been expected, but she got the results she wanted. I might have been played, but I had seen a master at work. Frank helped me, I said, wanting to make sure Sally's mother knew his value. He did, and it's had the effect he intended. You did it because you knew it was the right thing to do. What do you plan to get out of it? I didn't have a response. I had nothing to gain in any of this. You handed me exactly what we needed. The university's administration took a small hit, but our students did this on their own. I'm impressed and a bit proud. I didn't know what to say other than to thank her. I was conflicted in how to feel. Should I be defeated because nothing had happened to Eric, or proud of my role in the Woodhouse Hall drama through the year? I wanted to go to Adam for comfort and support, but he still wouldn't open his door when I knocked. I ended up sending everyone a group text, letting them know what happened with the hearing, choosing to focus on the negative for a few hours. Gwen and Steve picked me up that afternoon and took me out for dinner after I went to the police station to press charges. I had resigned myself to this not ending in my favor, but there was no comfort in it. Do we have any other reports for tonight's meeting? Eric asked with a yawn. Yeah, we have a bunch of them, Steve said, perfectly expressing everyone's reaction to Eric ending our meeting prematurely. The room was packed again. The rumor of a big announcement had spread, and the Woodhouse Hall residents had returned in high numbers. In the back, I saw Sally, Norma, and Adam. I wasn't the only one who noticed them. I could see Frank giving them the side eye. I was sure he, like me, was afraid that Sally and Adam were now a couple. We have an election committee report, Holly, the committee head, said first. Fine, Eric said with a sigh. Holly passed around a paper listing candidates for all the positions. I have one addition that came in just before the deadline, but I had already printed these up. Amelia has submitted her application to run for vice president. I watched from my new spot across from him as Eric's face got red and he pursed his lips. I glanced over at Heath, who was glaring at me. The rest of the room cheered, a response I wasn't expecting at all. I looked at the list of people up for election as the sheets were passed around and was happy to see so many new names, many of them Woodhouse Hall residents, on the list to be senators. The rest of Holly's report was about dates and policies for the election process. She looked directly at Eric the entire time, and I wondered what games he had already tried to play to get the upper hand. Given how often his plots were backfiring this year, I wasn't worried. "What else?" Eric, clearly irritated, said when Holly was done. "I have a report," Steve said. Steve rarely had any report to give since Eric had his hands in everything. We had planned this already. "What do you have to report about?" "Woodhouse Hall. We've reached an agreement with the university." Steve was radiating his excitement. "We aren't involved in that fight. I already discussed this with President Fairfax. Amelia and I agreed on how to settle it already," Eric said with a wave of his hand. "Well, this is my report, and I've continued to work on behalf of the people we represent as their elected vice president," Steve said, as if he always had something to share. "Whatever. Give us your report, then." "I'm going to turn it over to Amelia and Frank. You did most of the work to make this happen. I only showed up to a couple of rallies and looked adorable." There were giggles from the room, but only Sally clapped, quickly stopping when she realized nobody else was doing the same. "Thank you, Steve, for allowing me to give this report," I said. After Eric had this infamous meeting with President Fairfax, new options came to light. Frank had an inspired idea to go to the Woodhouse family and ask them to help us find a solution that wouldn't destroy their legacy on campus. Over spring break, we met with the family and spent some time brainstorming solutions. We proposed a number of them to President Fairfax and the administration when we returned to campus. This included representatives from the housing office. I was notified personally by the Woodhouse family lawyer moments before we got to the meeting that one was accepted and contracts signed this morning. "Who authorized you to speak to President Fairfax about this?" Eric asked when I stopped for a breath. "The Woodhouse family authorized both of us to propose this with their lawyer present," Frank said. "So, this isn't set in stone?" Eric asked. "Yes, it is," I said, keeping everyone's focus on me. "And I know the terms that will impact us." "Well, what are they then?" Eric asked. "The Woodhouse family is going to donate the money to build the new dorm, and it will continue to be named Woodhouse Hall." A cheer went through the room before I could tell them the critical details. Eric, annoyed with the outburst, banged his never-used gavel to get everyone to focus again. "You need to know the details," I said, picking up where I left off. "For the 2 years of construction, the cost of rooms on campus will be scaled by how many people live in one room and which dorm you're in. So, if you're in the honors dorm, one of the most expensive on campus, but sharing a suite with 2 people to a room, it will be less expensive than if you had the bedroom to yourself." There were a smattering of claps and whispers between people. I knew that dorm was where all the students in the honors college were supposed to live, but some couldn't afford it and ended up in Woodhouse Hall. This means housing prices aren't going to go up this next year, but in future years, they can't go up more than 10%. When Woodhouse Hall is complete, there will be larger rooms to accommodate 3 people living in a room, and some rooms will be priced lower to keep things affordable. "I have one thing to add," Frank said when I finished. "I may have gotten us to the Woodhouse family, but the solution was all Amelia's idea. If she hadn't already had a relationship with the family because she visited their yarn store downtown, this wouldn't have happened." The room broke out in cheers again. The rest of the meeting was uneventful. Eric and Heath kept glaring at me, and I realized I didn't care. I had handled it as best I could.
"Amelia?"
Holly said to me after the meeting. Holly, who had checked me into Woodhouse Hall months ago, was a sophomore, and other than her senator duties, chairing the election had been her first big responsibility. I'm sorry my paperwork was in at the very last minute. Oh, that's no big deal. I'm glad you gave it to me before the deadline, she said with a smile. I wanted to thank you for what you did. About Woodhouse Hall?
No, she said, practically whispering. About going to the administration about Eric. I know nothing happened to him, but it was courageous.
Why? I asked, not realizing others knew so much about this.
You're not the only one he did this to, and I reported him to. Please don't tell anyone. I'm really embarrassed that I let it go as far as it did, and I don't think he'll get punished. Sally Fairfax explained that you did it, so someone would know what he's like, and maybe he won't always get away with it. She gave me an awkward hug.
You're welcome, I said, hoping this was enough. She walked away with a smile on her face. Maybe I had done something to make her feel better. The legal system might not work in my favor, but it could for someone else. I turned to my friends and realized Adam was still with them. He gave me a small smile, and I did the same, torn between my desire to hug him and my irritation that he seemed to think he could slip back into my life with just a smile. Sally, Norma, and Frank were gone. I hadn't told anyone about what I had done, but I had apologized to Norma for my behavior after the rally. She brushed it off and accepted the apology, but I knew it was necessary. Adam's softening attitude to me made it clear that Norma had probably talked about it. I was irritated with him for pretending nothing had happened and that he was acting like he was blameless for how our relationship had deteriorated over the semester. Sally and I think you're going to win the vice president election, Adam said as we walked out of the building, back towards Woodhouse Hall. Jenna and Bobby had pulled ahead, talking energetically about something. I resisted the urge to argue with him, but I could tell it was going to happen. I'm not sure I care what you two think. Adam was too shocked to respond. It feels like you've been on everyone else's side this semester and not supportive of me at all, I continued. Adam stopped in his tracks. I always take your side, Amelia. That's not how it feels to me, especially for the past few months. You've actively avoided me, refusing to talk to me about what's irritated you. That's not how this works. Adam quickly turned away from me and started walking again. I picked up my pace to catch up to him. It's just that sometimes you make a bunch of dumb decisions, he said once I caught up. Like with Jenna. I mean, look at how happy she and Bobby are. If you had your way, in September, she would have ignored him. You wanted her with Eric, and you couldn't see any other option. This is why you missed that Eric wanted you, even if he was completely off base. You openly mocked someone with a disability. You're always flirting with the guy Sally's dating. You know what went on with that already, I reminded him. Yeah, when you get it right, you're amazing. Look at everything you did this year for other students. When you get it wrong, you're a hot mess. I hate seeing you like that. I didn't know how to respond right away. Glow in the validation of his compliment or defend my decisions. What happened with Jenna was a mistake I've been working to correct and has nothing to do with the way you've been treating me. What I did to Norma was mean, but that's between Norma and me. I'm not perfect, of course. I'm going to make mistakes. You're not angry with me about what I've done to other people. This is about you and me, and I don't know what I did, I said, feeling more attacked than praised. You didn't do anything. I needed a break. From what? I asked, and stepped in front of Adam, forcing him to stop walking again. From you. Eric ruined everything, Adam said, staring at the ground.
I realized I was doing the same thing he was doing, waiting for you to realize that there was something more than friendship here between us.
I stood there, in front of him, with my mouth open. I wasn't appalled at this revelation. It was everything I could have hoped for. I was shocked that he had been feeling it for so long without saying anything to me. When I wouldn't move, Adam went around me to continue walking. I recovered from my shock quickly and started walking again. Why haven't you ever said anything to me?
Right, because I want to be that guy with unrequited feelings between us. I was fine. We were fine. I was ready to say something, and then Eric fucking ruined it.
Why did Eric ruin it? I was literally in your bed for 2 nights.
Yes, that's exactly the right moment to make a move. The woman you love has been attacked by someone she trusted, and now you're going to make the same move when all she wants is comfort?
Then why stop talking to me?
Because you're oblivious to me, and all I want to do is kiss you. It took me weeks to build up the courage to tell you how I felt, and then, in 5 minutes, it was ruined. I couldn't simply pack it all up again and go back to acting like it was nothing.
It's been months, Adam. You never had a problem telling me how you feel. You've been doing it all semester. I could see Woodhouse Hall getting closer as we walked. Adam started walking so fast that I couldn't keep up with him. Adam, please stop and talk to me, I called to him, hoping it would slow him down. Not only did he not slow down, but he picked up his pace, knowing I wouldn't be able to catch up. When I got back to the dorm, I banged on his door, hoping he would open it and continue the discussion. As per usual, he didn't.
I don't think he's there,
Jenna said, walking past me, probably having left Bobby's room and going to ours. Did you know he was in love with me? I asked, following her back to the room.
Sort of,
Jenna said with a sigh. What does that mean?
I made a move, and he told me.
I dropped on my bed, feeling a weird mix of confusion and anger. Why didn't you say anything? I asked.
He didn't want me to, and when you told me you were, in love with him, I assumed you'd both figure it out.
Did you tell him how I felt? I looked at my friend, silently imploring her to stop making me drag this information out of her.
No, I didn't want to get in the middle of it.
Jenna, I said, losing my patience.
What? I'm sorry. I did encourage him to talk to you. Like you did with Bobby.
I fell back on my pillows, thinking about what to do next. How do you talk to someone who sneaks in and out of the building, ignoring when you knock and pretending he's not getting messages from you? Why couldn't he be an adult about this? I turned to Jenna, ready to whine about it, but reconsidered, forming a plan. I needed to gather some data first. Chapter 2.
There you are,
Jenna said, coming down the hall. I had parked myself right in front of Adam's door about an hour before. It was the last Saturday of April and a week before finals began. I had spent the previous week trying to figure out Adam's schedule so I could ambush him. I realized I would never catch him in the room. He could hide in there all day. My best bet was to catch him coming back to the room, so I got some spies in the dorm. I asked a bunch of people to let me know when he left. When he was gone, I grabbed my books and camped out in front of his door. I brought lunch and dinner, expecting to be here a while. I had left Jenna a note when I left. She was still asleep, but I had been vague because I didn't want her to accidentally tip him off. I'm not leaving until he talks to me. Jenna sat down next to me, on the ground, and leaned back on the wall.
I guess desperate times call for desperate measures, but I wanted to show you something that happened.
About what?
Eric, he misjudged his situation.
Jenna turned on her phone and opened YouTube. The first thing that loaded up was a shaky video, clearly shot secretly during a meeting. The sound was off, but she had the captions on, and it was clear that someone had taken the time to make sure the captions were accurate. There was a good reason. Eric and Heath were speaking to a club on campus. It was the office of the campus Phi Alpha Pi sorority. I could see their decorations and bright pink colors all around the room. He went to them to campaign? I asked Jenna.
Right? What was he even thinking? Watch.
I saw two faces I recognized, Holly and Kayleigh. The meeting wasn't going well, and he was clearly on the defensive. I saw my name in the captions and knew Eric wasn't going to walk away from this unscathed. The video ended with a black screen and white letters faded in. Don't re-elect this sexual predator. I sat there with my mouth agape.
I know, right?
Jenna said. She had a massive grin on her face. It had nearly 100,000 views on YouTube already. When did this happen? I asked.
At the start of the week, Kayleigh said Eric came back the next day insisting he had been sexually confused and realized he's bisexual. One of the sisters asked him if men should be worried he might attack them too.
I started laughing and couldn't stop.
This is totally the best thing that has ever happened,
Jenna said, laughing with me. Really?
Okay, maybe not ever, but it's the perfect way to end this stupidity.
Jenna sat there with me for a few minutes, giggling about the video. Why are the two of you sitting at my door? We both looked up to see Adam exiting an elevator.
No reason for me. I'm off,
she said, scrambling to her feet and walking back to our room. I quickly put my book back in my bag and got to my feet too. I'm done with this stupid fight. We're finishing it now. I moved aside enough to let him open the door and followed him into the room, not even giving him a chance to try to keep me out. I let him sit down on the chair at his desk and drop my own bags before sitting across from him on his bed. He opened his mouth to speak, but I interrupted him before he could get a word out. You're an idiot, and you're going to shut up until I'm done, I said, and he closed his mouth. 1, I accept that you have the right to criticize me, but in exchange, I have the right to criticize you. Constructive criticism, then, Adam said. No, straight criticizing. There doesn't have to be anything constructive about it. I've realized when it comes from you, criticism is different. 2nd, we make decisions together and don't act like children when our needs aren't being met. Adam looked at me like I was asking him to murder ants. I needed time to think, he eventually said, putting up his hands and closing his eyes. Well, you taking 4 months to think has done more damage than you realize. 3rd, you will never again walk away from me when we're having an argument. Communication is important if we're going to be together. Amelia, I'm in love with you, and I have been for years. Maybe, if I loved you less, I could talk about it more, he said as he opened his eyes. I could see tears start to fill his eyes. I had underestimated the intensity of his feelings. You could have at least told me you loved me, I whispered. How do I tell my best friend that I love her when she's oblivious to me? How do I get you to take me seriously? He asked, leaning forward in the chair. You say, I love you, I continued, mirroring his movement and keeping my voice low. And you say, I know, and laugh it off,
Then you tell me again.
I watched as he opened his mouth to argue, but I was already on my feet and leaning over him. I straddled him and lowered myself into a gentle kiss directly on his lips. It took a few seconds for him to register what I was doing, but I felt his hand rest on my hips and pull me closer to him. He soon got to his feet, with me wrapped around him, and lowered me to the bed. "I love you," he whispered when our lips finally parted. I woke up in his arms early the next morning, squished together in his twin bed. We had spent the previous night in bed, both getting to know a new version of each other and catching up for 4 months of not being comfortable with each other. "I wish there were places that delivered breakfast," Adam said with a groan. "We could eat the leftovers from last night. Cold pizza is something we've eaten often." I felt Adam tickle under my arm and giggled in response. When the tickle changed to something more intimate, the breakfast conversation was put on hold for a while longer. It was like we had always been together like this. Our bodies fit together perfectly. We knew where to touch each other and found a rhythm quickly. Within 12 hours, we had switched from friends to lovers without a hiccup. That would all change once we left the room and had to interact with people, but right now, it was perfect. "Let's not make a big deal about this," Adam suggested as we cuddled later that morning. We were already debating lunch, having missed our chance at breakfast in the cafeteria. "Just show up at lunch, holding hands, looking happy, and never say why?" "Exactly." "I bet Jenna already knows, which means Bobby and Frank will know shortly. Gwen and Steve have probably intuited this shift in the force or something like that." "You're cute when you're pretending you don't understand Star Wars." I felt his lips press against my neck, and I couldn't help giggling again before kissing him. "I would bet the entire floor, if not the dorm, knows," I said between kisses. "That means we don't have to say anything. We can go have lunch like we're normal people in a normal relationship." "We are." "That's my point," he said. "I need to change clothes then. People saw me yesterday." I got dressed and tried to sneak back to my room. I opened the door to see Jenna and Bobby playing a new video game together.
"Hi,"
Jenna said. The two of them stared at me as if they were expecting some kind of explanation or embarrassment from me. I tried to express only nonchalance as I dropped my things on my bed. "Adam and I are going to get lunch. I wanted to change clothes." "Want company?" I looked at Bobby, who was restraining his laughter. "Did you tell everyone I didn't come back last night?"
"No. Okay, only Bobby, obviously. You weren't here."
"I slept over," Bobby said. "She didn't have to tell me. I'm sure Frank figured something was up since I didn't come back to the room."
Jenna didn't get to react before there was a knock at our door, and Adam came in. He got red when he saw the restrained grin on Bobby's face. I quickly showered and got dressed without running into anyone. The campus was surprisingly quiet as the four of us walked to get lunch, but the cafeteria was packed. Study groups were going on, and individuals had taken up whole tables to spread out their stuff to study alone. When we couldn't find a place to sit, we packed up our food and took it back to the dorm. As we ate in the common room, people would walk by and wave with smirks on their faces.
"The entire campus probably knows," Adam said.
"Okay, yes,"
Jenna said as another person walked by.
"I think they're happy for you. I mean, we've always wondered about the two of you."
"Really?" I asked.
"I even asked you, back when I moved in."
I remember that.
I should totally learn to trust my own instincts over what you say. That's 3 things I've literally gotten right, and you haven't,
Jenna said, bouncing on her chair. I looked at Adam, and he smiled with a shrug. May. Chapter 1. Our dorm room door was blank in May. It was a sign of how stressed Jenna was about finals and moving home, but it was weird to see the door as blank as it had been when I arrived. The only thing on it was the small whiteboard Jenna had put there the first week of school. When I left for the last SGA meeting, I saw a message from Bobby wishing me good luck with the election. All her efforts seemed to have gone into the floor's bulletin board, which was all about final exams, which I looked over as I waited for the elevator. She had made it into a beach scene for the summer. She went as far as using gold glitter for sand, and it was all over the floor below the board. Adam had told me the custodial staff was annoyed with her about it. There was no calendar of events posted, only a list of study groups going on in the common room and a menu of the junk food provided by Adam. The other section included information about moving out. As I walked across campus, I wondered if she would ever consider becoming an RA herself, or find a way to make the crafting into a career. "It's our final meeting of the year, people. Let's focus," Eric said, pounding his gavel for no reason. The room was already quiet. It was like he had discovered how much fun it is to bang a gavel at the April meeting, and now he was looking for an excuse to continue. "Let's get to the election results," someone in the room said. "We have other business first." Eric dragged through the other business, which was minimal. Everyone seemed aware that he was trying to avoid the final announcement. The election had obviously not gone his way. Steve and I had campaigned together over the past couple weeks. Steve focused on what students needed from SGA, but Eric had gone to various organizations and groups on campus demanding they vote for him. Eventually, every other president and vice president candidate had dropped out, putting their support behind Steve and me. Eric had been mocked openly during the past month. Each time he met with another group, he seemed to step in more shit than he had the last time. Now he was trying to claim it was homophobia since he, by dating Heath, had come out of the closet. I tried to avoid talking about Eric. At a meeting with the campus's LGBTQ club, I had told them that mocking Eric was something I thought was unnecessarily mean. It died down a little after that, but only until Eric pissed off the members of the same club a few days later. He didn't think men could be sexually assaulted by other men. Again, there were videos of the meeting on YouTube. "Any man would fight off his attacker," Eric insisted in the video. A new set of memes came from this video, all showing Eric and reminding people that they could merely fight him off if they're his next victim. After Eric stretched out the final committee reports, Holly took over to announce the results of the election. We had a very successful election. Nearly half the students on campus voted this year, our highest number according to the records I have. Steve and Amelia have won by a large majority of the vote. She paused to let people applaud before reading the rest of the winners. Bobby and Frank had both won senator seats for their respective departments. When the meeting was over, both Eric and Heath left as quickly as they could, while others stayed to offer their congratulations to Steve and me. "We'll wait until this summer to make plans. I don't expect that next year will be as eventful as this one," Steve said before we left the meeting. I spent less time in my room now that Adam and I were dating. I would spend evenings studying with him and then sleep in his room to save time. The best studying happened in the floor's common room with huge groups of people. On reading day, the day after classes ended and finals began, residents invited friends, and the room was packed. I was thankful that people brought more food and shared with each other. We had pizza, subs, Chinese food, and so much coffee. Carrie Woodhouse, who I had become friends with during the semester, sent over a box full of homemade cookies and muffins from the cafe in the store. We spent the entire day in the common room studying and eating.
Where are you going to be living next year?
Adam asked me after we ate lunch. I looked up to see the panic on his face. The whole end of the semester had been endless activity, but I hadn't forgotten to apply for a room on campus. I applied for a private room in an honors dorm suite, I said.
I thought you were thinking of moving off campus and into an apartment.
Where are you living next year? I asked in a bit of a panic.
I'm going to be an RA again.
Well, then it will work out. Do you know which dorm? I asked, relaxing again.
I'm hoping to get the honors dorm, he said. Maybe I'll be your RA again.
I certainly wasn't opposed to that arrangement again, but I suspected I'd be more like his roommate. The campus foundation office offered me a job, and the honors dorm is the closest to their offices in my classes, I said, raising an eyebrow.
They don't offer work-study jobs.
I didn't get work-study for next year.
How are you going to pay for housing? Adam said, getting panicked.
I was awarded a scholarship from the Woodhouse family that will pay for all of my housing. They told the housing office to make sure I get what I want.
Adam was shocked, his mouth hanging open. I didn't realize they liked you that much, he said.
I smiled, beyond pleased with the way things were working out. Neither did I, but I'm glad they do. Since I'm going to be the SGA vice president, working in fundraising and finishing classes, it's nice to have a sort of patron.
So, no more dreams of being in human resources?
I shrugged. I think the Woodhouses might be grooming me to work for their foundation. Did you know they have one?
Adam took my hand and played with my fingers. To give out grants and fund programs?
Yes. It's not large, but they have a small staff that reviews applications, checks in with organizations, and works to maintain the fund. I never thought about doing something like that.
Would that keep you here after graduation?
I shrugged, not even sure this was something I could count on just yet. Would it be so bad if it did? I asked. Our eyes met, me anxious that he would shut down the idea and him thinking about it.
No, it would be amazing. It would be awesome if one of us has a guaranteed job after graduation, he said with a smile.
Sally and Norma walked into the room and waved at us. Frank came in shortly after, and the three set up at a table away from us. I looked at Adam's face and realized he was still jealous of Frank. He's not a bad guy, I said, leaning in and keeping my voice low.
I was worried that he was stalking her. I mean, she broke up with him, and he showed up anyway.
She didn't break up with him until it was to the point where it would have been a disaster to change everything again.
Yeah, but he went out of his way to make her jealous.
Maybe after a month or so, but he didn't start that way.
She said he started going to SGA to see her.
That doesn't make sense. Sally never showed up to SGA things until this semester. He came with me because he wanted to be involved here.
I thought you were friends with him because of SGA.
No, I said to him. I met him when he moved in. I think Sally knew he was here and knew he would get involved in SGA, so she went out of her way to see him. Adam stared at the table. Anyway, I said, touching his hand to bring his attention back to me. She's clearly happy now, and they both have what they want. Adam met me after my last exam of the year. He had one more the next day, so I was staying on campus one more night so we could drive home together. It was the perfect spring day. It was getting warmer, making Woodhouse Hall uncomfortable during the day. But at night, we slept with the windows open and the fans blowing the cooler air around the room. Now, the sun was shining, and there were no clouds in the sky. After getting my food, I found Adam at a table with Gwen and Steve, talking about Adam's living arrangements. "So they don't want you to be an RA next year?" Steve said. "They said something about not needing so many RAs this year with one less storm." "But you've done it for a year," Gwen said. "So has everyone else. I found out Mel got a job in the office, picking the RAs for next year. I think she got back at me for breaking up with her." "Because you're dating Amelia now?" Gwen asked, but we didn't know. "It's okay," Adam said. "Really. When I learned that Mel was in the mix, I decided it was probably a good thing to stay away from her." I hadn't asked Adam about his breakup with Mel. I didn't want to pop our little bubble of bliss, and it had happened so many weeks ago that it felt mean to bring it up. I planned on changing that later, but after his final exam. "So, what are you going to do?" Gwen asked. I think the two of you should be our roommates," Steve said. I shook my head. I wasn't ready to live with Adam, as easy as it would probably be. "I think Amelia's right," Adam said. "We aren't ready for that as a couple. I need to get my application in for housing." "I can help you with that," I said, giving Adam my sweetest smile. Two years later. "I'm so happy you could make it," President Fairfax said to me before walking away to speak to someone else. We were at a small reception she had hosted for the grand opening of the new Woodhouse Hall. Aside from members of the Woodhouse family and foundation, many SGA leaders came, including Steve and Holly, who had been SGA president this past year. I was there with both groups, which was an interesting position to be in. I was standing with Steve and Holly, eating pastries and drinking champagne. I hadn't seen Holly since I had graduated, and it was nice to have a catch-up with her. "We've been dealing with our fair share of sexual harassment issues on campus," she told me as we sipped from plastic cups of champagne. "Like what?" "Did you ever meet Dr. Wallace, the biology professor?" she asked. "Yes, he was on the sexual harassment task force and was assigned to resolve what happened between Eric and me." "He was on mine, too, and now he's been accused of sexual misconduct by 4 of his students." My mouth fell open. "No way," I said. "One is a graduate student, and he's her thesis supervisor. The others are upper-level undergraduates that he was assigned to advise. We had a petition to not only fire him, but to review the cases he participated in on the sexual harassment task force. I'm trying to convince some alumni to report things I've been told in private." Holly had, even during my senior year, taken on advocating against sexual harassment. She had experienced the same response to her report about Eric's attack. I knew she wanted to work with survivors of sexual assault and advocating for them. "These women trust me. I have to be careful not to push too much," she said. "It's good that they have someone on campus still advocating for them." "I wouldn't have had the confidence to even consider this if you hadn't reported Eric." I shrugged, not wanting to take too much credit. "Have you ever heard from him since?" she asked. Eric had taken on the mantle of a victim, especially my victim, when we returned to school the next fall. He started a YouTube channel that was all about how terrible I was. I keep an eye on it, and I'm pretty sure I'm the only one who looks at it. He got some attention right away, but when he realized he was being mocked in the comments and on other social media, he stopped. I never needed to react. He seemed to hit rock bottom when Heath broke up with him before the end of September. Heath's vanity and desire for a power relationship made Eric's fall even more apparent. He eventually faded from campus life and didn't show up to graduation. Even Heath turned out to be Eric's victim. After the breakup, he confided in me about Eric's control and manipulation. It was sad to see someone I had once liked so much become such a distasteful version of himself. Not since he broke up with Heath, I said, knowing she hadn't heard from him either.
Maybe he learned his lesson?
She asked. We both shook our heads.
How's Adam? Is he here with you?
She continued. Our senior year was no less eventful than our junior year had been. I had helped Adam get a spot in a room in the honors dorm. My suite mates, all freshmen, worshipped him and allowed him a way to guide new students through their freshman year. There had been a small battle between him and my RA, who happened to be good friends with Mel. Adam technically won after the RA was placed on academic probation after the fall and was removed for the spring semester. He had a class and will meet us over at Woodhouse Hall, I said. After I graduated, I got a job with the Woodhouse Family Foundation. Since their offices were in downtown Lockhart, I decided to get an apartment in town. Adam, who had plans to become a school counselor, agreed to stay here with me and started graduate school at Lockhart State. He was working as a sub for one of the local private schools to make money while he got his master's. This hadn't been his original plan, and some of our acquaintances mocked him for putting my career ahead of his own, but he knew it would pay off in the long run.
Do you like working for the Woodhouse family?
She asked. I do. I get to help a lot of low-income communities fund creative projects.
What about you, Steve? She asked.
I have to finish my master's degree in physical therapy, and then I can start working in different facilities in my clinical seminar. Gwen's already working as a nurse, and they want to pay her to get her master's degree. She'll start that in the fall.
Wow, Holly said. I didn't know they do that.
This hospital really wants their nurses to have advanced degrees. I think she'll end up getting the doctorate level if they pay for it.
Did you know Jenna and Bobby broke up? Holly asked me.
Jenna, now at the end of her junior year, had continued to live on campus. She was going to be an RA in Woodhouse Hall next year, on the same floor we had lived on. She and Bobby had broken up a few weeks ago. The two had been growing apart for a while. Jenna was nothing like the girl I had met on the first day of her freshman year. She had crashed on our couch for a few days after they broke up. I offered to let her burn some things in effigy like she had for Eric, but she refused. She and Bobby were still friends, primarily to play video games.
I expected to see Frank here, Steve said.
I shook my head. He expected to see Sally here, even though I assured him that Sally's in the UK getting her graduate degree, I told him. Sally and Frank's reunion didn't last long, and they had broken up again a year later. I was still friends with Frank and knew he had been the one to end it. Sally suffered from what many of us did. She didn't really know what she wanted to do after graduation. Frank, who didn't suffer from that indecision, outgrew her. Adam and I remained friends with both of them, but I often felt like the kid in a divorce. We still couldn't socialize with both of them. Thank you all for coming out this afternoon for the grand opening of the new Woodhouse Hall, President Fairfax said into the microphone. Steve, Holly, and I stood at the front door to the new dorm, next to Carrie Woodhouse, who had come to represent her family. I was still friendly with Carrie, but was surprised the family had allowed her to come. I always got the impression that she was a bit flighty. James, the family attorney, was with her. He was technically my boss, and I was very aware that my presence there was twofold. I had been instrumental in making the storm happen, and now worked for the family. I saw Gwen, Jenna, and Adam in the audience and waved to them. The ceremony was brief, and Carrie cut the ribbon, allowing everyone to enter the building. Nothing in the new Woodhouse Hall looked familiar. Adam, Jenna, and I went up to our old floor. We realized the layout was different. There was no central common room, but the RA's room was right outside the elevators. The rooms in our old floor were double and triple rooms with adjoining bathrooms. There were common spaces at the end of each floor. "They didn't forget the bulletin boards," Adam said when he noticed it next to the RA's room.
"I'll make sure to keep it, properly decorated and flyer-free,"
Jenna said with a self-satisfied look. Adam opened the door to the RA's room. "I would do it again," he said when I poked my head in behind him. "Really? After all of the nonsense that year?" "Without all that nonsense, we wouldn't have gotten together, finally." Adam turned to face me, wrapped his arms around me, and placed a soft kiss on my lips. He was right. It was all worth it.